All right, guys. This video is going to be a little bit different than our normal videos. It is not a podcast. It is not a vlog. It's more just a 4-hour recording of the entire MiNT movement event that we had here at the warehouse at MiNT headquarters. It was a really cool event. We were able to have over 39, 40-ish home service entrepreneurs come out and visit us. Our team prepped a bunch of trainings. And so you guys are going to get a little inside scoop of those trainings. And hopefully you guys get a lot of value from them. We don't mention it a whole lot, but part of the way that we see that we can make the biggest impact in the home service industry is we do have a community called the MiNT Movement. It used to be called WCG, or Window Cleaning Games. We rebranded it to the MiNT Movement because we felt like it was a little bit more our vibe. I feel like what we are doing is creating a movement within the home service industry, so it matched. So all the guys that came out, they were all members of the MiNT Movement community. And so out of the guys in our community, we have, at the time, we have about 80. We had about half of those guys be able to show up, come out in person, check out the warehouse. We were able to meet them in person and just hopefully provide a little bit of value. And so today you guys will get a little bit of insight on the value that we were able to give them, the trainings that we gave. And so the event was a 2-day event. And so we're going to have 2 separate recordings. This will be day 1, and then we'll post another video of day 2. But so get into it, Brenton. Cue day 1. Doing good? Everyone's good? Sure. All right, you boys. How are we feeling? Good? Yeah, you guys can talk. So we can say, yeah, we good. This is great. Honestly, like I had a lot of guys ask me yesterday, like, well, how are you feeling with all this? And I don't think it really sunk in until today. I think it sunk in when the 2 extra crews rolled up, and you guys like doubled the amount of people that were at the event. And I was like, okay, this is real. So, like I said last night, I mean, we've put a lot of effort into this event, mostly Brenton and Ian, so shout out to Brenton and Ian for putting all this together. It's really cool to see this many people come together that are all doing the same thing, and we have this very similar mindset. It's like, I'm really proud to be able to create something that we can all come together and be in the same room and build something really cool together. So, we'll get into it. Hopefully, if my presentation sucks, it is what it is. But if anything, we have each other, right? So, this will make sense in a little bit. But welcome to the MiNT Movement, the new standard of home service. We just connected it. Let's see. The presenter has left the session. Wait for your presenter to reconnect. What was that mean? We're off to a good start, boys.
Sorry, dude.
If you look at just quick, I might just say it again. Don't look.
Don't look at all my tabs.
Yeah. That's not even a lot. You should see my tabs. What was that? Oh yeah, we're ripping. We have someone's Wi-Fi here? 1 bar.
Yeah, we're getting that, boys. Yeah, we'll just have. I can do it.
Okay, it's just there's some clicks. I'll tell you click. Alright, that's easier because I only have to use 1 hand. Alright. Cool. Welcome to the MiNT Movement. Like I said, this makes sense in a second. But who's clicking? Go ahead. Let me say click.
Just look at them.
I'll give you one of these.
Yeah, there we go.
Word. Alright, just a little some opening remarks. Just to give you guys some context on one of my outlooks on life is I'm sure you guys have all seen, who's seen this quote? I don't know who made this, but we've all seen this, right? Men want to be respected, women want to be loved. I don't think that this is true. I think like to a certain extent it is. But like a core belief that I have is like people just want to be understood. Like all that, like respect is cool, love is cool, but like everything stems from understanding. Yeah, I think like starting MiNT, I think I felt very, very misunderstood. I was this 20-year-old kid. I was in college. I was trying to do my I was in the same spot that a lot of you guys are in. And I felt like not all my friends understood what I was doing, what I was trying to achieve, my goals. I was like different, right? And
it took me a lot of years to finally build a team around me, like Brenton, Ian, Nico, like all these guys are here, Logan, this guy on. But it took me a long time to be able to build a team that I felt like people understood what I was going through and I wasn't having to do it by myself. And so the core of this event, if you guys get anything out of it, like there's gonna be some tactical stuff. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be a cool event. But if anything, just know like everyone in this room is going through a very similar thing. And like if you guys feel like you're in a spot where you're not being understood, it's like these people in this room are the people that understand. And so that's the whole point of why we're building this. Is because I want 19-year-old Gad to be able to look at this and be like, that's why I always wanted it. So, thank you for being here. Not to be emotional, I'm about to cry. Thank you. Get back into it. It's not that. Can I give those clicks? Let's get off that one. Anyways, alright. Let's get less serious and let's get into the good stuff. The standard. Heck yeah. Alright, so for the standard. The new standard. We're going to be getting into a few things today. We got community over competition, transformation cycle, and be the standard. We're in it, and we'll get into these guys, right? Yeah, do that. Whoa, that is very blurry. The Wi-Fi's crazy. Anyways, so what this was supposed to be. In 2018, me and my brother started MiNT in Arizona. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. This, I mean, you guys can see there. That's my older brother on the left. That's me on the right. And yeah, it was a good time. We started MiNT, and we're like, probably what a lot of you guys saw. It's like we were going to people's homes, and we're like, oh, this is really cool. We're able to make money doing this like very simple thing. And the crazy thing is people are on top of the world because we show up and we're just like decent looking dudes, we're good at communicating, and it was like so different than what everyone else experienced before. So it was like, okay, there might be something here, right? Fast forward to, yeah, nice. By the end of this, we're gonna be on. So yeah, anyways, just to give you guys a little bit of throwback on the story too, is like the window cleaning industry back then in 2018 was very, very different than what we have today. Like the Louis Malchets of the world, I don't even know if we were born yet, right? No, I'm just kidding, he was born. But like he was too young, right? Like there weren't these like awesome artisans here, like all of these Instagram influencer guys that have been doing content, that have been teaching, that have been seeing this thing grow. That didn't exist. Like back in the day, window cleaning was just like a kind of a dirty job. It wasn't as like glamorized as it is today. But these were the three types of businesses that we had. We had there were franchises. We all know everyone has a franchise in their market that they love, right? That does super good work and everyone's super stoked about it. So there are franchises. There was the Chuck in the Truck. There's just the dude that was making some money. Like we'll have to cut this out of the video because I don't want to see like a talk crap. Is anyone in like the WCR Facebook group, like the professional window cleaning one? That? Yeah. So all of those guys that are in that, okay, I'm not gonna generalize. There's a lot of good dudes in there. But for a lot of guys that are very interactive, those are like the Chucks in the Truck that have like every squeegee known to man, and it's like that's their thing, right? It's like those are their action figures, like they had action figures growing up and then they graduated to squeegees, right? That was like those were the guys, right? And then there was the college kids trying to make a buck. We all have those too, like it's what it is. But that's what the industry looked like. It wasn't a cool thing. No one was building $1 million businesses. No one was doing recurring revenue. No one was doing anything. It was just like, it was what it was, right? This is kind of aggressive, but I put it in my slides, so I guess this is what it is. They basically all sucked, right? Most people in home service sucked. And I don't think it was a problem with people. I think it was just a problem of too many people doing stuff. So I was like, awesome. There's a huge opportunity here. I'm going to take over. I'm going to be freaking Tommy Mello with window cleaning, right? That's what I thought. There we go. So this is not what I didn't say this at the time, but like I conceptualized this recently, but when we first started, this is basically what I thought was the opportunity is the highest where the standard is the lowest. The standard was so low in home service. I would say it still is today, right? I think it started to work its way up, but the standard was extremely low. And so I saw this as a massive opportunity because for me, most industries were operating at like 8,
And like taking that industry from 8 to a 10 would be really, really hard. First off, the gap was smaller to increase, right? But second off, like the difference from 8 to 10, those are the hardest like incremental parts of improvement. Whereas from 4 to 8, like that's easy. It's a way bigger gap. There's way more room for growth, but also those are like, that's low-hanging fruit. And so I came into this industry being like, all right, it's time to take over, right? So here we are. This is a little bit of the story. This is me. That's probably a selfie that I took on Snapchat to send to some chick. I thought I was looking super handsome, right? But this is 2019. This is when we figured out, I mean, if anyone doesn't think that I worked, look at my fingernails. Dirty. I was in the field. So, and I was eating food. I didn't even wash my hands. I was eating those French fries. Anyways, licking my fingers. But so 2019, this was me in college. So basically, when me and my brother started, we started in Arizona. Then I came to Utah. I wanted to go to college. I knew that was a massive opportunity, but for some reason, I still was like, I'm going to go to college and like do that whole thing. I lasted about 6 months, dropped out after have the basic like entrepreneur, walked out of class. I'm like, I'm dropping out. And then I called my mom and I'm like, I'm dropping out. And then she was like, all right. So then she asked me what I was going to do. I was like, I'm going to go all in on it because I think it's a really good opportunity. So this is what we did. My first year, I was in college, but then I dropped out. I hired a bunch of college buddies. This is my buddy Blake. I did this with a bunch of friends. I basically like, gave them shirts, and I was like, hey, you should tell all your family that you should use us. And then that's kind of how we got work at the beginning. We had no CRM, and we did 160K in our first year. It was really cool. This is my whiteboard. You can see it used to be called MiNT Power Wash. I was like, how do I get to 100K a year? And then that year I did 160. And then these are, and Adventure Goods was a bad company. That, well, anyways, we won't. If you guys ever want to talk about a story of how I lost 15K, we can talk about that. But yeah, did 160K. Next. Cool. Next year, 2020. 2020 was the year, right? This was when I fully decided, like, this is the thing that I want to do. I'm going to go all in. What's up, boys? Went all in, and I put on my Instagram story. I was like, you guys have probably heard the story, but I put on my Instagram story. I'm like, hey, I'm going to run service plans. I'm going to blow this window cleaning company up. I need someone to help me out. And Ian's like, DMs me and he like sends me this emoji, right? And I was like, yeah, dude, me and Ian had grown up together. We went to high school, we went to the same church, we were on the same teams together. Anyways, we've known each other for a while. So I was like, sick, let's do it. So partnered up with Ian. I pitched him on this whole vision of like what we're gonna take MiNT, we're gonna create this cool brand, we're gonna have cool trucks, like we're gonna go on Instagram, we're gonna be freaking Instagram famous and all this stuff, right? So to partner up with Ian, we rebrand, we got our first company truck, we started doing a ton of influencers. This was like the first influencer's house that we ever did. She put her baby on our truck, which is pretty crazy, and this was a thirst trap for the moms. And then this year we also implemented plans. And so like all this was really cool. It worked decently well. This year we actually hired Brenton too, which is cool. He was one of our first employees. But anyways, did 316K this year, or that year. Next. 2021, so this is the year that we call traction. This year we were able to get 4 trucks, we had 6 technicians, 1 office person, and we actually started Google this year. We didn't do any Google before. That was all like social media. It was pretty crazy. And like it worked. Honestly, I think this was the first year that me and Ian were able to look at each other and be like, wow, like what we're building is actually, it's working, right? And so this was our team at the time, awesome dudes. I don't know why I'm smoldering so hard on that. And Ian's wearing shorts, which is crazy. But anyways, this was our squad, and it was really cool. We were able to grow, and because of the plans that we had sold previous year and the reviews that we were stacking, we were able to do 817K in year 3, which is really cool. Next. Oh dang, we're on now. We're dialed. All right. So next year was 2022. This is partners and expansion. So this year, me and Ian were like, hey, I don't think that we're going to be able to do this by ourselves. We had a team of probably six technicians the year before, and we're like, we know if we're going to take this where we want to be, we need to build a better team, and we didn't currently know how to manage people properly. We just didn't know how to do it. So we brought up our business partner, Gavin, which you guys will meet later, I think later today. And so Gavin came on. We actually partnered with Caleb. That's Caleb right there. For anyone that knows Caleb, he runs our office now. But partnered up with Caleb, and we sat in Gavin's basement in January, and we're like, how are we taking this thing to 2 million? We did not hit 2 million. We hit 1.3, which is still chill. But we had a lot of things that we implemented this year. Our team scaled, our operations scaled a lot. This was the year that I bought a house because my neighbors at my house before that I was renting, and the HOA was getting pissed off at me. So I'm like, I'll buy this house that's on a third of an acre, and then we'll run the business out of that. And then the city called me and shut that down too. But we had 8 trucks, 16 technicians off the sale. We had our first office person, so this was the year that I took myself off the office. We added pressure washing, and then we had manuals 1.0. Our manuals look very different now, but this was the year that we were actually able to implement that because we had this massive team, and we're like, well, crap, our service quality is not very good. So yeah, anyways. Yeah. And then this was 2023. This was the year of distraction. This Caleb's awesome. We started Citrus that year. Basically, we had gotten MiNT to the point where we're like, okay, we know that we can continue to scale this thing. But like, because we had built a team, or I built a team around me, I had a lot more time. I'd taken myself off sales. I've taken myself off management. And so instead of just doubling down on the thing that was working, for whatever reason, I was like, let's do a bunch of different stuff. And that's what I did this year. I got very distracted, right? And this was for the first year. We scaled the least that we had ever, like the previous years we were scaling pretty quickly. We scaled by 300K that year. We did 1.6 million. And we did like these hive boxes. I'm like, anyways, we basically were trying to like sell these boxes to real estate agents and it didn't work. Anyways, tried that. I bought a house and I basically took my entire life savings and put it into a house and spent 6 months remodeling this house instead of working on my business, which I just sold last week and I lost money on. So I'm very good at investing. And then we also started Citrus, which has been an awesome opportunity, but at the same time, hindsight 2020, we're like, that was a distraction. At the time, we thought it was a good idea. So, and then 2024 was almost the year. This was the year that we say we got back on track. Basically, we had the year where we were super distracted. We realized that we got distracted. We're like, okay, cool. We need to make some drastic changes in business. And so I called up Gavin, and we had a super hard conversation. I was like, Gavin, I think Gavin was awesome, but we were both in very different spots in like our business careers, and he had just gotten a calling at our church, and he was getting super busy. And I was like, hey, dude, with where we want to take this thing, I don't think that this business partnership is working out. And so I bought him out. I had to spend, I think I bought him out for $130,000, and we had to pay that over the course of 8 months. So like, basically the profits from a year were just like straight to buyout, right? This is also the first year where Ian got out of the field. Up until this point, we had so many technicians, which was a lot to manage, and for whatever reason, in my head, I thought it was a really good idea that Ian's job should also be in the field trying to manage these techs. And this was the year, if you guys watched like our very first YouTube video, it was when Ian came back from a hunt, and I realized, I was like, everything falls apart when Ian leaves, and that's not okay. And so we completely shifted Ian's role. We can't completely revamped our systems. We got a new warehouse. We started our YouTube, and this is where like probably most of you guys started following what we're doing. Was this year, was 2024, like end of 2024, early 2025. And so if you want to know any more about our story, just watch our YouTube, and you'll get it. But yeah, this is the year that we got on track. So you can skip the ones that are gray. These are for a different presentation later that you guys will see. Keep going right there. Okay, perfect. So basically, we did all this stuff. The reason why I tell you guys this story is we worked for I guess at this time it was 5 years, and we did everything that we knew that we could possibly do. And the goal originally was like we were going to take over the home service industry. Remember, like I wanted to be the window cleaning Tommy Mello, right? And we did it for 5 years, and we didn't make a dent. Like we did some cool things, right? Like Utah, we had built a decent business. But if we wanted to take over the home service industry and we wanted to actually change the industry itself, we had to do things differently. So this was the realization that we came to, is we thought that we were going to have to do it alone originally. But then, like I said, the realization was competition wasn't working. Like us just trying to beat everyone else was never going to make the change that we wanted to. And so we realized that this problem of changing the home service industry was bigger than ourselves. So this. If we could fix the people, what we realized, like it was more than a branding problem. It was more than a systems problem. It was more than a marketing problem. Like the problem with the industry was us, right? Like we had people issues. Like all of us within the industry had to get better if we were going to fix the entire thing. And so we were like, well, if we can help fix the people, we can fix the industry. And that's community over competition. So the big learning was like we realized like if we're going to change this industry, it's going to take all of us. It's not just going to take us. And so that's like the purpose behind everything that we do, right? Transformation cycle. This is a fun one. I've been going through this a lot. Let's see how I'm doing on time. I think we're chilling. Okay. You gotta click it. I don't know why it's 2 clicks, but anyways. So problem with home service was the home service industry was broken. So we came up with this mission. We're like, we want to take on a problem that's bigger than ourselves. We want to fix the home service industry. And the way that we want to do this, which we'll get into these, it was brand, culture, client experience, and profit. The reality was we couldn't do it alone. I got ahead of myself. So this is a little thing that I made in my journal that I think makes me sound really smart, so I like to share it a lot. We realized that transforming people within the space wasn't just, like we originally started with our YouTube and we're like, oh, this is going to be awesome. We're going to share what we know. People are going to implement what we know, and everything's going to change. But in reality, we shared a bunch of stuff. We made cool connections, and everyone had information, but it didn't lead to action. It didn't lead to transformation. And so this is like our process now for everything that we do. And maybe you guys can relate to this. I think that we all we start like this. Is we're doing nothing, right? And we see something that's really inspiring that we aspire to be. And we're like, I want to do this thing, but I don't know how. And so you need information. Then once you have the information, like, cool, I know how to do this thing, but I don't believe that I can do this thing. I've seen other people do it. The person that taught me did the thing. I know that they can do it, but I don't know if I can do this thing, right? So then they need to be inspired again. They need to believe that they can actually do the thing, which leads to this, is they know how to do the thing, they want to do the thing, they know that they can do the thing. The only thing that is left is they have to act. And as soon as they act, this is what turns to transformation. When we act, when we take action in our lives, there's so many things. Brenton brought this up the other day. It's like, there's this influencer. I brought this up in a podcast, I think, with Will, maybe someone else. But it's a line that I really like. This guy said, people are addicted to information and allergic to implementation. And that was one thing that we saw as we started doing YouTube. It's like we were sharing all this stuff, and people would just like ask and ask and ask for more stuff. I'm like, you didn't even do the thing that we were talked about. I was like, what? Like it made us like start not even wanting to give, because like we didn't want to just keep people at like, oh, I'm inspired by what you do, and like this is really cool information. Like we wanted to take people here, but it wasn't happening. I guess I missed this part too. Usually when you act, you're like, I did it, now what? And usually we get stagnant, and then you have to be like, someone needs to inspire you again, and then like you go through the cycle. That's why it's a circle. Anyways, next. So that's the transformation cycle. Here we go. So we were like, okay, cool. If we need to inspire others to do the thing. If we need to teach people how we're going to do the thing, we need to inspire them again, and we need to lead them to action. Like, how can we do that as a team, right? Like, we understand how this works, how people are going to change, but how do we actually implement on this, right? So this is what we came up with as a team, was set the standard, be the standard. I know you guys hear this a lot. If you guys watch your stuff. If you guys don't watch your stuff, maybe you've never heard it before, but now you're going to hear it a lot. This was like the mantras, like how we were going to fix the home service industry was, first we need to set the standard, second we need to be the standard, and the way that we were going to do this was MiNT first had to be the standard. If you set a standard and then you don't do it and you don't prove that's possible, it's just fancy words. So no matter what, if we wanted to fix the industry and we're like, oh, this is where we want to take it, if we don't do it, it means nothing. And so like we knew that we had to be the example first. From there, we needed to take it to, I guess I have slides. I'm going a little deep. Anyways, I'll zoom through this and then we'll get into some deeper stuff. So then we're like, cool, we need content because that's going to lead to inspiration. We're going to show people that it's actually possible to do this thing. And also like our goal with everything was not to show people that we were like unattainable, that we were these amazing people that are like, I don't know, we were like better than everyone else. It's like we're just normal dudes. And so like we wanted to show that we were just normal dudes doing hard things for a long period of time and then we did something great. Then we'll get into this again, but right now this is the WCG. We're like, okay, cool. If we have content, we need to lead people to action, so we need a place where people can act together. And then eventually, if we did this, we would achieve our mission of changing the industry, right? So, I'll zoom through these. Yeah. So, no, whoa, back. Oh, right there. Yeah, that's good. Sorry. So, set the standard, be the standard. The things that we want to set a standard for, and everything that we do at MiNT is to achieve these 4 things. Like, there are so many things that need to be fixed, but I think a lot of times we're like, well, what are those things, or what are the standards that we're trying to set? These are them. I think everything boils down to brand, culture, client experience, and profit. like everything. I think when we first started MiNT, we were like, we're gonna have a cool brand and we're gonna change everything. When in reality, like, brand is basically the foundation and that's it, and you have to do these 4 or these 3 other things. So everything that we do is help you guys set a new standard for this. Next. So, step 2, into like the reverse stair thing, was content be the standard. So a big thing for me is I really believe in showing and not telling. I think that there's a lot of people in this world that they think that they're great and they want others to follow, so they tell everyone else how great they are and why they should follow them. My personal opinion is great leaders never say how great they are. They just act. And like people see how they act and they realize how they are and they want to be like that, so then they follow. And so that's the type of leader that I want to be, is not the leader that says, hey, you guys should follow me because I'm awesome. Rather, like, I'm a leader that acts and you guys can see what I do and you can just follow that way. So through content, we wanted to show that. The problem that we realized with content was it wasn't going to get someone all the way to transformation because all it gave was initial inspiration and half of the information that was required. Like, you guys have probably seen, we share a lot of stuff on our YouTube, but like, it's very hard to be super tactical on YouTube, whereas like in like a classroom or like a community, it's very easy. Well, it's not very easy, but it's a lot easier to give like super in-depth stuff. So we realized like we weren't able to give all the information that we needed to. So I don't know why that's a 2, that should be a 3. But anyways, that's my bad, typos. You guys will probably see a few of those today. I suck at spelling. So number 3 was community. It's like this is where this group comes in. Like this is the play for all of us, right? Is we knew that we needed to show and not tell and be an example. We needed to inspire other people. We needed to give information, but in reality, we needed to take people from information, inspiration, and transformation. And the way that we were going to do that was with a community of people that knew like what we were trying to achieve and we were all on the same page, right? So yeah, that's why we're here. Is basically like there is the information within the stuff that we share with you guys, but I think sometimes we can seem, us or other people can seem very like unachievable or unrelatable. And so like now you guys look around in the room and like look how many people are here. It's like you guys are all in very similar spots and you guys are all implementing these things. And so if you guys can't relate to what we're doing, maybe you can relate to someone else in this room. And that can inspire you to lead you to action. Because I don't want you guys to get stuck here just like you knowing how to do the thing, but you don't believe that you can do it for yourself. And then the other part of it is like a big part of what I want to build is this part right here is what leads people to action, I think, is accountability. And a lot of times, like we know the thing, we believe that we can do the thing, but like we don't do the thing. And the way that we like help each other do is that we hold each other accountable. And I know that's been a huge thing for me because like I've put myself out there. I've been like, this is what we're trying to do. And like, if I don't do it, I said it. And I'm trying to be a man of my word, right? So just putting it out there and showing you guys what I'm trying to do holds me accountable. I hope that can be the same for you guys. Logan? Chill. So anyways, that's what this all comes down to is if we're going to follow this cycle and do all these things that we're going to implement to transform the people in the industry, it was going to lead to fixing the industry. It's going to take all of us. It starts here in this room with all of you guys here today. And it depends on us deciding if we're going to operate at a higher level or not. Next. We are the new standard. And so with what we've been building, we started off, I thought the community was really cool. I don't think we really understood what we were getting ourselves into. Never once did I think that it would turn into what it is today. But it's more, what we're building is more than content, it's more than coaching, it's more than a course, it's more than even a community, it's a movement. Bars. Welcome to the movement. So, you guys can open your boxes now. Inside you will see some goodies from the team. And that way we can all match. I bet you guys would have never guessed that's what it's like. You guys can this is a break, by the way. So that was like part 1. You can put on your stuff, put on your shirts, you guys can stand up, do your thing, dap each other up, be like, this is sick. Or whatever you guys want to do, right? If you don't want to do that, it's also chill. Oh, by the way, I guess I forgot to mention this. So WCG is no longer called WCG. It is now called this, is the MiNT movement. So yeah, we felt like, I mean, we have some detailers here, I think there's a lot more people in the home service space that can relate with what we're doing and implement the systems, learn from it, and benefit from the community. And so we wanted to make something that was more encompassing to like everyone and like really something that we embodied. And so yeah, it's a rebrand. So hopefully you guys can appreciate the rebrand. If you guys love WCG, I'm sorry. It doesn't exist anymore. Chilling? You ready for part 2? Cool. Alrighty, so $1 million model. This one will be a little bit, well, not tactical, but you'll see. So let's break it down. So for $1 million model, this is one of the biggest learnings that I had in my business is when I first started MiNT, I thought to build a $1 million business, I needed 20 trucks, 20 techs, 3 warehouses, 10 office girls. I'm exaggerating, but I thought I needed this massive operation, right? When in reality, the $1 million model is a lot more simple than we think. And so one of my goals with everything is try to take everything that we have and simplify it down as easy as possible or as simple as possible for everyone to understand and as achievable as possible. So anyways, we'll break it down. This is what $1 million business looks like. What does a $1 million company look like? Operationally, it looks like 4 trucks, 6 technicians. That's it. Super simple. You don't need anything more than that. It's pretty crazy. Financially, what $1 million looks like is $83,000 a month, $21,000 a week, or $4,300 a day. And leadsly, I don't know why I thought that would be funny, but no one laughed. So, thank you. So for leads, you would need 660 a month, 165 a week, or 23 and a half leads per day. That's what it looks like. It's pretty straightforward. You probably see the operational and financial stuff, and you're like, that looks pretty easy. On the lead side, you're like, well, that seems like a lot of leads. That seems like almost impossible. I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's pretty close to impossible. That's because of this. So for MiNT Utah, I would say we're in a decently good-sized market. We've been around for a long time. I think that we have our systems decently figured out. Our team really crushes it. And even with that, we get 400 leads a month, which comes out to 100 leads a week, or 14.2 per day. For sales, we only sell 50K a month, or 12.5K a week, or 2.5K per day, which is not enough to get to $1 million. So you're probably like, well, how do you do $1 million then? I'm going to show you. So we'll get into the story. We won't go as intense as before, but there's 3 main things with this. So 2020, when we first started, my mindset was I am going to do everything. And basically, the problem that we knew we needed to solve was we needed more leads. And the problem with me wanting to do everything was our results were directly related to my efforts. Nothing was systematized. If I didn't put out yard signs today, we had no jobs tomorrow, and we were cooked, or toast, or whatever you want to say, right? If I didn't figure out Facebook ads, or our Facebook ads didn't work, or I didn't run a new campaign, we didn't have leads, so we didn't have sales, so we didn't have work again. So everything was it was on me, right? And so we realized that our biggest thing that we had to figure out that year was marketing systems. We had to figure out a way that we could get as many leads as we needed without me being required to be there, right? So we built these systems, we fixed it, and it was off to the races, right? 2021 came around, and we're like, cool, we have a bunch of leads. It's working. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spend unlimited on ads and sell 100K a month. I was like, it's possible. I'm going to do it. What we realized, the problem where leads were capped, is you get to a point in your market, whether it's big or small, there is a point where your leads start to die down because the cost per lead is increasing so much that you're not profitable anymore. And so you start to hit this cap. At the beginning, it's really easy. You're hitting 20K a month, and you're going up, but as soon as you kind of get past that point, it starts fading off, and it gets really hard to scale. You just can't scale, at least from my experience, to 100K a month from just ads alone. So we're like, if we can't increase how many jobs we get, maybe we can get more out of the jobs that we're getting. So that's when we figured out service plans. And it solved the problem, and we're off to the races. I think I'm supposed to say 2022, the next year. And then 2022 came around. And we had a ton of leads. We had service plans where things were cranking. We had a ton of work, honestly too much work that we could handle, or more work that we could handle. So this was our mentality. We're like, we just need more trucks and more employees. And that's what we did. And you guys saw in the slides before, we went from 6 technicians to 18 technicians in a single year. and our employees weren't very good. I don't know why I keep putting this word suck. It's kind of aggressive. But our employees were not good. Everyone was calling sick. Ian was running around with like a chicken with head cut off trying to manage these kids. Everyone's service quality was really bad because we didn't know how to train all these guys. And then for whatever reason, we just kept buying more trucks because we thought that that's what success looked like. So we bought more trucks. And we did 1.2 million and we made no money. And like, I think one of the main learning lessons is just, I think I talk about this later, but I think a lot of times we measure our success based off of what other people think of us. And the question that everyone asks home service is how many trucks do you have and how many employees do you have? And so we think that that's what success is. And so we're like, we're going to get a ton of trucks and we're going to get a ton of employees. When in reality, that's not success. Like success, we're not here to build businesses that for people that don't understand home service to be impressed by what we do. Like we're here to build a business that's worth having. And having a business that has 16 technicians, 8 trucks, doing 1.2 million and making $0, trust me, is not worth having. Like it sucked. So this was the solution. We're like, we need to build a team that like we're actually proud of, that can actually do the things that we ask them to do, that don't call in sick, that doesn't make Ian's life suck, and that actually make the company money. And so we figured that out and we were off to the races. And so the reason why I tell this story is because every single business, not every single one, I would say the majority of home service businesses run into these 3 fundamental issues. They're like, how do I get enough leads? How do I get more from each client? And how do I build a team to grow my business? And that's everything that like from the information side that we want to give you guys within WCG. Wow, that's crazy. Mid-movement, my bad. It's in the past. So we're currently building out the classroom. I've been putting a lot of work into it. It's not all dropping, but we do have a teaser for you guys. If you want to go to the next one. These are the 3 phases that we are building out for you guys. The first one is more clients. Phase 1 is drive leads. Phase 1 is drive leads. It's to get you more clients. It'll show you how to build a brand, how to build online presence, how to do guerrilla marketing like yard signs, door hangers, all that stuff, how to run meta ads, how to run Google, and how to do SMS and email campaigns. Be all the systems that we have that we've ever done to get as many leads as we need. This one will be coming most likely, time frame wise, we want to drop one of these a month. This one will be coming by end of Q1. The reason why we're doing this one last is because we hired Logan. And Logan is our director of marketing. He's way smarter at marketing than we are. And so we didn't want to give you guys systems that didn't work. Even though they kind of work for us, we want to make sure they work for everyone. So shout out to Logan. The second one that we're doing is phase 2. This is the one that I currently been working on that will be dropping by probably within the next 2 weeks. This one is phase 2 stack plans, which is how to do serve clients more often. It's going to go through the offer, the agreement, the sales process, and the sales skills required to be able to sell those plans. And this is phase number 3 is more people. Phase 3 is build a team. It's how you get more people. It's how you hire, how we train, how we motivate, how we manage, and how we lead. We've had a lot of people ask like, how do we run our meetings? How do we do write-ups and all this stuff? Like, how are we managing the team? How are we hiring? It's like that's going to answer all those questions. The way that we're going to be dropping them is stack plans will come this month. The next one will be more people, and then the next one will be this. So yeah, next. And then here's a little teaser. If any of you guys, you guys probably won't have extra time tonight, but we did drop 4 trainings, purpose, agreement, offer, conversion rate. And I break down the whole goal with all of our trainings. I've mentioned this on the last call, but the goal of all these trainings that we're going to be dropping, I think right now we've been very tactical with you guys and we've explained how to do things, but we can't tell you how to do everything in your market. Everyone's situation is different. So what I want to do with these trainings is teach you guys the why, the what, and most of the how. And if you guys understand why we do things and what we do, you guys can fill the gaps yourselves. Whereas right now, we're just like, hey, do exactly what we do, but exactly what we do doesn't always apply to you guys. Because you guys are in different spots in your business, you're in different markets, you're in different situations. And so we want to empower you guys to understand why we do the things that we do, so then you guys can fill the gaps. So anyways, little teaser. It's they're really good. I put in a lot of effort. I think they're good. Hopefully you guys think they're good too. I don't know. If they suck, I'm sorry. You can leave the group. But yeah, put in a lot of work for those. So Nico's licking his mustache. So that's crazy. Literally everyone's heads went. All right, next. We're chilling. Okay, I'm ahead. So let's take we're gonna do like a 10-minute potty break. We got 2 bathrooms and 40 dudes. So do what you need to do. You guys can grab a drink. There's drinks on the back. Liquid Death, I highly recommend. I'm not sponsored, but I want to be. And then there's snacks in the back as well. So. Yeah, come on now. Potty break, we're good to go. All right, so this one, I have a few slides, and then we'll have more of a discussion on this one. I guess like update on. I think I'm gonna go, and then we'll do like breaks in between each training because we have to set up. We just set up our slides. So, anyways, all right, standard setters. So if the whole thing, this is the MiNT movement. The whole thing is set the standard, be the standard. This is who we are. We're standard setters. That's a shout out to Brenton asking ChatGPT for that one. He came up with that too. So yeah, shout out to chat. Oh wait, I have a thing. One sec. I gotta whip up my Gucci bag. What's up, ladies? Alrighty. So this bag, this is my object lesson for the day because I know the rest is pretty heavy, so we'll have a little more fun. This is a Gucci bag. I bought this for my girlfriend or my fiance now in New York, and it was $40. So have any of you guys been to Canal Street in New York? Yeah, everyone, raise your hands. Who's been there? Yeah, everyone barter with the ladies there. So, anyways, for anyone that hasn't been there, Canal Street is in, whoa, my bad. Canal Street's in Chinatown, in New York, and it's the street where there's like these little ladies like this, and they just have these bags, and you're walking through the street, and they're like, "You like bag?" And I'm like, "Yeah," and they're like, and you like follow them, and then they take you to the street, and there's just a ton of like Louis Vuitton, Gucci, all this stuff just on the ground, and there's like hundreds of them, and then you can't see this, but like there's cops going up and down the street because you're not allowed to do it. It's illegal. Like literally, the Louis Vuitton store is like 5 miles from this, and so they're all on tarps, and there's cops going up, and so the cops will pull up and go to like arrest these people, and so they'll get their tarp and they'll freaking pull it over everything. They'll put everything in a wagon and just like run off, and then like the cops leave, and then they come back down and they set up again, and everyone's just freaking wheeling and dealing, right? So anyways, me and my fiance went to this, and I got her this bag. And it's obviously not a real Gucci bag. It is a dupe. And it's kind of crazy. Like if you were to look at this and like you were to feel it, like it looks pretty dang close. Like if you guys put this side by side to a Gucci bag, it's pretty close. It does feel different though. So it looks the same, feels different, but it's not the same value. This thing was $40. I don't even want to know how much a Gucci bag is. Will, you're pretty bougie. How much is your girl's Gucci bag? Good for you. Just kidding. Anyways, if it was a real Gucci bag, I wouldn't put it on the floor, but it's fake. So, anyways, looks the same or looks close, feels different, not the same value. This is a sushi joint. This is not actually the sushi joint. This is a story, and this is the only picture that I could find of sushi in New York. So there's also a sushi joint in New York. It's like in the subway. It's like one dude, he's doing this thing. He has 3 Michelin stars. It's like some of the best sushi in the world. He has 2 sons. His first son, he's the older son actually, so he's the one with the striped shirt. This isn't actually the shocker. But this is just from Canva. I just pulled it anyways. So the older one, he's basically like his dad's assistant. He basically preps the sushi, he preps the table, he gets everything ready, he gets the tables ready, he takes care of the clients, so then his dad can just do his thing, which is making the sushi, right? And then he has the younger son. And his younger son basically learned everything that he possibly could from his dad. He went out on his own and started his own sushi restaurant, and now he has a 3 Michelin star sushi restaurant, but it's very different than his dad. Like he put his own twist on it, he does his own thing, and now he like is very successful, right? So I asked you guys this question, like what son would you want to be? Just think about it. We don't have to answer that loud. We got 40 people, it'd be loud. But which son would we want to be? I think next slide. Okay, so we'll get into this. But I would choose to be the second son, personally. As much as I like to look, I have a lot of role models in my life that I want to look up to, and that I try to, but But for whatever reason, I've always been a person that I felt like I was different, and I thought that I was going to do something that no one's ever done before. And so as much as I had these role models, I didn't always want to become like them. But I think a lot of times we do this. It's like, does anyone in this room have a role model? Or 2 or 3 or 4? Yeah? Chilling? Cool. Or someone that they want to be like? This is my take on role models. I came up with this like last week. Because I've been thinking a lot about this. I actually went to an event like 2 weeks ago and I actually met some really cool role models. And I realized something about myself. And I realized something about role models. Role models are just that. Their role is for you to model what they do, but it's not to become them. You will never become them. Eventually, you must decide, do you want to become who you actually are meant to be, or are you meant to be someone else's shadow? And so the point, I think that's my last slide, so we'll get into conversation. But click one more. Go back. All right, we'll get into that. I guess I have one more slide. So the whole point of the 2 examples I gave you in this is exactly that. I think a lot of times we have these people in our lives that we want to become. And I think a lot of times we copy what they do. The problem with that is you can never become better than they are. And most role models, if they're good, they want you to surpass them, right? Like, I'm not a dad. I'm sure we have some dads in here. But I'd imagine when you have a son, like the biggest reward would be having that kid be better than you are. You don't want him to like become you, because you know that you have your own problems and you don't want him to have those, right? And I think it's the same thing in life. Is a lot of times we have these people that we look up to, and we think that we need to become that person. But in reality, we need to become who we're supposed to be. But it's when we copy everyone else, that's what makes us become someone else's shadow. Same thing with like the example, I guess like using the Gucci bag example, is like we aspire to be like someone else. Like we want to look like them. But as much as you try to look like this person, as much as you try to do what they do and say what they say and be who they are, you might look similar, but it will feel different. And you'll never be able to provide the amount of value that you need to provide. Because like what you have to bring is the unique thing that you can bring, right? And if you just become someone that's a shadow, you just kind of cheated everyone out of that. You don't want to do that. So, and the same thing with the sons. It's like, there's the older son, and he took everything that he could from his dad, and he's like, I'm just going to take over when it's your time to go, I'm going to become you. And I'm like, that's cool. But then there's the son that went off by himself. He's like, I'm going to go do my own thing. I'm going to take everything that I learned from my role model, from my dad, and I'm going to make it my own. I'm going to become my own person. I'm going to do my own thing. So, go next one. So this is the goal with this group. I know we've talked about a lot of things that we're trying to achieve. But we want to help you guys become the best version of yourselves, and we want to help you become better than us. And the way that you guys don't do that is just copy everything that we do. So as much like we want to share with you guys all of the systems that we have, but it goes back into like the why, what, how. Is if you guys just do the thing that we tell you guys to do, or ask you guys to do, or think that like works best for us, you guys will never understand why we do it, and so you'll always just live in our shadow. And that is like, we do not want that. I think that actually provides the least, like for all of us. If everyone just tried to be us in this room, like no one would want to be here. I don't think that's a very valuable room to be in. But if you guys were each individually your thing, and you guys could take what we have and you can build on it and do your own spin on it and make it better, this is a room worth being in. So we want to build a really good community. And I had a conversation, me and Will were talking about this the other day. We have really high caliber people in this room. And then when I say high caliber, it doesn't mean that you've achieved great things yet. Like we have a lot of people that are high caliber that are just starting out, and people that have been doing it for a long time as well. And I think what we've created is, because we started off like, hey, we've had this figured out, you guys just copy what we do, and then things will be good. It's led to a lot of the high caliber people, well, I guess within the community, people ask questions, right? And I think some questions are great, and I think we have some questions that aren't so great. And what happens is, the people that are super high caliber, almost no one interacts in the group except for like the people, you guys have probably seen this. The people that just come out, they're trying to get all the information, we learn everything, I'm like, all right, cool, I got this figured out, and they stay, and then the new guys ask questions, and then the guys that have it figured out are like, I don't want to answer these questions because I already have this figured out, and I think that they're dumb questions. And then they also don't want to ask questions because they don't want someone to ask a stupid question on that, and then they have to answer another stupid question, right? So what I want to create with all of this is, and this would be the goal of the culture of the community, is build a group that all of us individually, we just come in and we just provide so much value. And instead of asking for things, because I'm going to try to put everything that we can in the classroom, but instead of asking for things, we can implement ourselves and we take the learnings that we've learned and those are the things that we share. It's like imagine a group. There's 40 of us in this room. I think we have 72 members in the MiNT movement right now. And it's going to grow. It's like imagine how valuable a group would be with 100 business owners that are all constantly implementing at like such a high level, and they learn a lesson that you need to learn, and instead of you having to ask, they just already shared it, and so you can just scroll and learn the top lessons for the week from like the top 10 entrepreneurs, and it's like blows your mind. Like how valuable would that group be, right? Probably a lot more valuable than being like, this is more the free one, no one really says this in this one, but like, what squeegees do you guys use? It's like, I mean this in the nicest way, but like, no one cares. Like, right? It doesn't, and we don't care because it doesn't matter. It's like, just choose a squeegee and do your thing, right? But the things that actually matter in our businesses, like, it takes us understanding, like, we have to do the thing, we have to learn the thing, and we have to understand why it works, and then we can share it with people, right? And so there's this, I think I actually have one more slide. Nope. Anyways. I think the next slide that I was going to talk about was on my next thing that I'm going to talk about. But, anyways, so this is basically what I want to build. Is I want to build a culture of people that we can come in and we can learn from us. Like our role is exactly like we want you guys to model what we do, but we want you guys to be better than us. And we don't know everything, just so you guys know. I hope everyone, they can meet us in person and realize that like we don't know everything. So I think this would be a lot more value if we can come into this and be like every single one of us knows something different that everyone else doesn't know. We could share those things. And I want to build a community like the best window cleaning, or not just window cleaning, but like home service community out there. And so I want to open it up to you guys and be like, I would love to hear the things that have been super valuable for you guys throughout the group or in the group, but also things that you guys have maybe taken from other communities and other groups that you guys would like to see implemented in this culture to level it up. So this is like open discussion. This is not just like me chatting. So pass it around. Anyone? No dumb answers. I know I was talking about stupid questions, but no dumb answers. Anyone?
I'll go first.
Yeah, you hit it, dude.
Thank you. This isn't a question, it's just something that I've realized that's going to help me because I'm a new member in the group, is the results on school. And I think keeping ourselves accountable to post every week in this new year, because I came into the group last week of the new year, and for this year to actually post the results about new leads and everything is going to keep me accountable and to kind of grow with everybody in the group and kind of be inspired by everybody else's growth and ourselves is going to be very valuable, and I'm excited for that coming, to keep myself accountable in actually posting and all accountability on all ends.
Heck yeah. Thanks, dude. We got some hands raised, yeah. I'll hand this one around too. I guess I don't need to talk. Was there anyone else?
I'm not sure if this is what you're looking for or not. My name's Chris, but you met him in Arizona, but Steve Hunsaker and his group,
yep.
The direct walkthroughs on how to set up meta ads, get those leads flowing. I think that's probably one of the most common questions that every guy has as they join any new group, especially in those first couple of years, is how do we get leads coming in? And the value that he's provided in that group through YouTube and everything else, and you guys have done the same thing, but that can be extremely valuable to walk people through how to do it yourself. You don't necessarily need to hire an agency or whatever else, but these are some clear steps you can take to get going, and then train someone to hand that off in the future.
Heck yeah. Thanks, dude.
I think a really good one actually would, not only sharing the results of the implementation that we take from you guys, but a really cool one is that, me personally, I have a lot of friends across home service like Google, DT, and I'm actually friends with someone who does home care for elderly, but taking what's working across other industries and bringing it into ours and experimenting that and then sharing that in the community, I think that would be really cool.
Heck yeah. Love it, dude. else we got? Anyone? I'm gonna call Will out because me and Will had this conversation. I'll hold it. Oh, I guess I'll hold the mic. Will, do you remember our conversation on this? And I pitched the vision on what we were trying to build, and you were like, yeah, that would actually be valuable. And I would say Will is one of the guys that's in the group that can provide a ton of value, but he sometimes doesn't want to because he doesn't want to deal with stupid questions. So I'm not calling you out. I don't mean it that way. He doesn't want, he's already answered these questions so many times that he's tired of answering them. So I'm curious, from your side in our conversation that we had with culture, is what excites you for the culture of the group, or what were the things that you remember what we were talking about? Yeah.
I think the weird thing is people join at different stages. So Max and I, for example, have been in the group for 9 months, and so we learned all these things. Then new people join and learn the same things. But the things that I find most valuable are the direct do this or do that. It's more experiences. So for example, a big thing I'm focusing on is working on building a team. And so getting specifically your insight on this and other people I know who is working on this, but developing leaders and not just employees. I think there's so many different people in the world, so there's no one right way to do it. So getting everyone's different insight and different tactics to build different characteristics or different people, I think is one really big example. But yeah, just overall having a culture of people that are sharing insights instead of do this or do that. What happened, what did you do, and what was the result? Maybe throwing in a why instead of do this or do that. And the insight is more powerful.
I like it. Thank you. I think it kind of breaks down. So there's 3 frameworks that I've worked through of how, questions and how to provide value. And I think that there's 3 levels, and I think we have to work our way through it. So the first one is I need to know how to do this thing. And I think a lot of times we're well, how do I do the thing? And you guys will see this with technicians do this all the time. They're they call you and they're hey, I'm at this house and the client isn't home and I can't get this one screen out. And so what do I do? And one thing that Ian's been implementing really well with our team, he's been doing this recently, is you guys have probably seen me do this on the calls now. It's cool. What do you think you should do? And then they answer. And you know what's crazy? Their answer is almost always right. And so I think a lot of times when we're first starting out in business, we ask a lot of these questions well, how do I do this? How do I do this thing? How do I do this thing? When in reality, if we just stop for a second, well, I guess not think for a second. We're already thinking. We know the answer, but a lot of times we just need validation. It's if this group needs to be validation for you guys, we can do that. But the way that I position it is there's this thing that I don't know how to do. And I have 3 options. I think these are the 3 things that I can do. And then I have 1 suggestion. There's 1 thing that I think that I should do. What do you guys think? Very different. Now it's a discussion. Now how do I get the screen out of this window when my client's not home, right? So that's the first level of question, right? The second is I know the things I need to do, but I didn't get the results. So it's I want this result. These are the things I've tried. None of them worked. And I still want this result. What have you guys done to get that result? Ton of value, right? It's I'm teaching these things I've tried. The third level that I think is really cool is when someone figures something else out. It's I want this result. I did these things, and this is what worked. And you guys should all do this. That's where I want the group to be. If we can get to the point where we're all of us are I have to solve this problem. I have this guidance from the group already. I'm going to try this, this, and this. And I implemented this and it worked really well for me. And these are the learnings. This was the why, this everything. Then it's dang. That'll provide a lot more value than me hey, how do I get the screen out of this window, right? So anyways, just a little framework for you guys to think about is anytime you ask a how question is give 3 suggestions and 1 solution. We'll almost always be whatever you think is a solution, probably right. And then the other one is let's provide value, let's implement and learn and try to get results. And if we're not getting results, share what you guys learned. If you got the results, share what worked as well. So, final thoughts on this. A big thing that I've learned recently is the way that you become the person that you need to become is by solving your own problems and thinking for yourself. I think a lot of times, especially in this day and age with like ChatGPT, I know me and Brenton, I was messing with ChatGPT, so we use it a lot. But I think the easiest way to become someone else is by letting someone else solve your problems for you. And so like if you want to become the person that you need to become, you need to think a little bit. And I know sometimes this is like what I spend most of my time on, is just like thinking to solve my own problems because I know I have enough context to solve it. And like by me solving the problem, it's like I'm developing the muscle of solving a problem. And it's got over years, it's gotten easier and easier and easier for me to see a problem and solve it because like I worked on this muscle of solving problems. But if you rely on other people to solve your problems, you'll never learn. And then what will happen, going back to the original thing, is you'll become this Gucci bag. You'll look really good, and you'll feel a little bit different, but you'll never provide the value that you need to provide. And so that's what I want for you guys today. I want us to all get to a point where like we are here to support each other in the problems that we're trying to solve. We're here to give suggestions. We're here to give answers. But the biggest value that we can all provide is to solve our own problems and share our learnings with everyone else. So hopefully I want this community to be able to turn into something like that. And we'll continue, just so you guys know, I'm going to lead the way at this. Like in no way am I going to just like stop solving my own problems, but every problem that we solve, we're going to continue to share it with you guys. All that I ask is like, if you guys do the thing, which I want you guys to do, is like try to understand why we do it, not just how we do it. Because then it'll make sense and then you guys can start thinking for yourself and solving your own problems. So that's my culture training for the day. Yeah. So next, we're doing a break right now, right? So okay, we're gonna do like a 5-minute break, and we're just gonna set up a new PowerPoint. And if you guys want to get here, we're doing. So I guess next section is just so you guys know what's coming up. We're gonna do Brenton first. So we're doing Brenton, Logan. Logan's, just so you guys know, Logan is really, really excited to speak in front of 40 people today. So he's gonna crush it. So we're gonna do some more tactical trainings. So check out your legs, whatever. We're gonna do tactical training on marketing. Then Ian's gonna give a tactical training on building a team. And then we are going to do lunch. So I have a little lunch break. We'll come back. We'll have a tactical training from me and Gavin. We're gonna talk about, Gavin's gonna talk about finance. I'm gonna talk about becoming a leader worth following. And then we're gonna have another break. And then we'll get into stories and Q&A. So I know this is like kind of, what's that? And then dinner is gonna hit.
Somebody on the keys? Okay, so me and Logan are gonna go over just meta ads, creating and setting up ads. Super, really nothing crazy. We just want to give you guys some insight on meta ads. The reason we chose, Gavin was like, hey, do something on marketing. We chose meta ads just because that is by far the most questions we get. So I want to just give you guys a little training. So me and Logan will work through this, and then there should be some time left over for you guys to just ask us any questions that you have with meta ads. So let's get into it. All right, why video ads? Video ads are proven to be the best type of ad on Meta. The thing I like with this is you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You can get leads from Meta ads, and then it's also just really great for brand awareness, impression, eyeballs, right? Now, the biggest question, now how do I make video ads? Prep will make this easy. I mean, me and Gavin talk about this a lot for YouTube, Meta ads, social media. The more you prep, the easier it is to actually execute on these. And it also doesn't need to be super complicated. So keep it simple. Ads need to be easy. And when I say easy, it's easy to execute, create, plan, all that. It really doesn't need to be anything crazy. And easy for people to understand. That's a huge one. Lead quality goes into that. We'll get into it a little bit more. But all right, there's 4 types of ads we like to put our ad types into. So number 1, emotional, educational, social proof, and funny. So that's like the theme of the video. One ad can have multiple of these ad types, so it doesn't all have to be one or the other. They can mix. You can even have one ad that is all of these. So next. All right, we're gonna see if these play. If they don't play, we'll figure it out.
I'm Gatlin.
And I'm Ian.
And we're the owners of MiNT Window Cleaning. We started MiNT in 2018 because we saw no one was having a good experience with their window cleaner.
And after 6 years of hard work, we're proud to say that we have 10 technicians, a full office staff, over 1,500 5-star reviews, which makes us the highest rated window cleaner in Utah.
We're super grateful for all the homeowners that have supported our business here in Utah for the past couple years, and we're super excited to keep growing and serving more people.
So if you have dirty windows, we'd love for you to give us a shot. So click that link below or give us a call.
Okay. So this ad goes into our emotional and social proof. We wanted a social proof, tell people about our story, who we are, how many technicians we have, reviews, all of that. And then we also wanted it to be a little bit emotional. That's why at the beginning, Galen talked about this is what we've been doing. This is why we started MiNT. And then at the end, like, we're super grateful for all of you who have trusted us. And the comments showed that on this ad. Like, people were commenting on the ad, like, this is so wholesome. I love this. Like, this, what a cool company, stuff like that. So that's a good example of emotional social proof. And now let's get into the education. Ian.
Sorry. Lunches. Hey guys, what's up? It's Ian with MiNT Cleaning. I'm going to show you how we make your windows MiNT clean. So first, we're going to take our spray bottle and rub it down. Now I'm going to take my wand and give that window a good scrub. This is going to agitate all the dirt and dust. Next, I grab a handy dandy squeegee and squeegee all that water off. Who's got me on that? Come on.
You missed the spot.
Come on, boys.
Save some for the rest of us, bro.
We did the same ad with Galen. It took like 100 tries.
My towel and detail the edges and clean up any streaks that I see. No streaks. I'll stand on that. That was for the show. That was for the show. And if there's tall windows or hard to reach windows, we're going to use our water clip pull system and clean them, and then they will dry clear. And with this method, this keeps our guys safe and your home safe by not getting on any ladders. So if you have dirty windows, give us a call. We'd love to clean those for you.
One thing I want to say real quick, this is a long ass ad. Long as hell. But what's crazy is what we've seen is anytime we just show people the process, how we clean the window, how we're very thorough with it, we know what we're talking about, people trust that. Some of these ads, we've been running that exact ad. Not like, I mean, this like exact script and type of ad for freaking 4 years. And it's always been one of our better ads. So just something to keep in mind, super simple. Also, these two don't even have an offer on them, which is interesting because I know a lot of you are like, where the hell's the offer? Those two didn't need it. Interesting. All right, on to the next one.
I cannot believe it is finally summertime, and I could not be more excited because my favorite cleaning company, MiNT Cleaning, is coming to clean my home this week. They also gave me a discount code to share with my friends. Use code SUMMER50 and save $50 off your next cleaning with MiNT. You guys, they are seriously the best, and I feel so comfortable with all their technicians. They just give the best service and always make sure I am happy with the job they offer. I am on their quarterly cleaning subscription, so my windows are always staying clean and clear. They have other subscriptions and a ton of services you should go check out and save some money while doing it. MiNT is seriously the best, and I could not recommend them enough.
All right, real quick, this is AI, just so you guys know. This is actually a pretty old ad. I think we were in it in 2023. But one thing we saw is anytime we took, if I was to do this now, I would just find a girl that I could actually use their voice because I don't like the way that sounds. But this is a good way to get more of like a UGC type of ad. She's obviously showing all of our social proof of what we do and what we did for her, right? And then educating them on like our service plans, all of that. Another great ad type we ran. Okay, so I kind of want to run through the ad structure we like to follow in a lot of our newer ads. Also, all the examples I showed you don't even follow this structure, just because those were a little bit older. This is what we try to follow, but same thing with the ad types, like they don't always need that. Like I showed you 2 ads that didn't have an offer, and they worked great for us. We're still running that one with Ian Gatlin. But I like to start out our hook and offer in the 7 to 10 seconds. So hook can be like, hey, Salt Lake City, we're here cleaning your windows, some shit. So you want to grab attention, give value, and make it quick. I like to have the offer at the very beginning because you're like, here's some value, right? And then maybe they're like, oh, I'm gonna stick around and see what's up. Now we get to the story. So this is the next 20 to 25 seconds. Also, these links can be shorter. This is just for broad ad type, ad structure. What do you want them to walk away with, even if they don't submit a lead? give them something to remember. This is huge. I think that's why that first ad I showed you guys worked so well, is one, we gave them something to remember. So even if no one did submit a lead on that, they probably remember like, oh, if I ever need my windows cleaned, those guys seemed awesome. That was some of the comments. But, okay, and then at the very end, you need to have a strong CTA. You need to tell them exactly what you want. Make sure your CTA call out match how your ad works. So if they're calling, like it's the call button, or if there's something, make sure you tell them what they need to do, like I have right there. And then you always want to assume they will do it. So like in Ian's, he's like, so give us a call and we'll see you soon. He's assuming we will see you soon. Just one thing we like to add in there. Next.
Hold on.
Come on, man.
Hold on.
Get Logan on the keys, bro.
We're getting some note takers, bro. Let's finish.
Oh, sorry, guys. Take a photo.
Alright, listen.
Alright, now let's dive into this a little bit more. I have some examples for you guys. So here's your hug offer. Hey, Park City, do you have dirty windows? MiNT can fix that. We are giving any new client 50% off window cleaning until June 1st. I wouldn't give 50% off. This is just an example, whatever your offer is. Next. Here's a story. I'm Gatlin, the owner of MiNT Window Cleaning. I started MiNT in 2018 because no one was having a good experience with their window cleaning. After 6 years of building MiNT, I am proud to say we have over 10 technicians, a full office staff, and over 1,000 5-star reviews. Very short and to the point, tells them exactly what we want them to know. All right, call to action. So if you have dirty windows here in Park City, we would love to, oh my gosh, we would love for you to give us a call. Give us a shot. Sorry guys, I'm choking over here. So click the link below or give us a call and we'll see you soon. So like in this one, I have 2 things I can have them do. Again, just however you have your ad set up. All right, what does your video need? This is a huge question. I think I've always made sure all of our ads are very polished and like I film it with a nice camera, good audio, just so you guys know it doesn't need that. One thing I always like to have in these videos is the owner talking to camera. You are talking to the camera. The camera is the client. You want to treat it the same way like you would talk to a client. In uniform, truck or technicians in the background. You want to show them without having to say what you do. I think that's super important. Like we're always like, oh, we clean window. Like it's just some dude standing in front of a brick warehouse being like, this is what we do, whatever, show their logo. I would rather see behind you your branded vehicle in location of where you're talking. I think it just makes you feel more like a part of the community. And then shots of services provided. So window cleaning, pressure washing, etc. Just making sure you're getting shots, like B-roll is what it's called. So it's just extra shots of like the actual service, that way they can visually see it too. One thing I do want you guys to make sure though is you have good audio. In our free group, there's been a lot of people posting that and like it's hard to hear them, the lighting looks weird, like it's hard to even see them. And video quality, iPhone is great. iPhones are great. Like they film in 4K. They don't take as much time to like edit and do as like what we have in the corners here. So iPhone is like all you need. So now how do I edit a video? You shot it, all of that. Simple software, you don't need anything crazy. Instagram has an edit app that I've used. I like that one. You can use Canva or CapCut. Things I like to have on it are graphic text of the offer. So if you have an offer, put it in text at the bottom of the video, like $50 off. I also put in text your CTA and your location when you call those out. Captions can help retention plus clear communication. I've always seen like when we have a caption or when we don't have captions and we're like telling people our offer, sometimes that can get confusing for people. So just having it on screen is really good. Pacing, I've seen a lot of ads that are just like really slow. It sounds like they don't know what they're talking about. So just keep it quick and concise. And then what should you get out of one ad? So I go and film one single ad. I should get one long form video, which I consider 30 to 60 seconds. And then out of that long form video, you can edit it down to 15 and 30 seconds. And that's just taking little things out of your story, just making everything a little bit shorter and just quicker. So every time you film one single ad, I would at least try at the minimum to get these two things. You can get more. Like I filmed the one ad and I've gotten 2 long form, 2 short form out of it. So it just depends what you're doing, but that's what I would always shoot for going into that. All right, you have video ads, now what? Campaign setup, Logan. It's your turn.
Oh, here we go.
Sweet. Well, Galen exposed me a little bit. I told him how to express the feelings. I'm new to the whole on-camera presenting thing, so bear with me. But now that Brendan has presented on how to create ads, he's a wizard at it, so take notes from him is the best. But now what? So we're gonna go through brief campaign setup. I just want to see real quick. So I raised hand. Who currently runs Facebook ads? Whether you sub it out or you have someone that you guys do it on your own. So mostly everyone. Okay, so this is gonna be review somewhat for everyone. I guess is anyone here using an agency? I'm just kind of curious where we're at. Can we go through? Okay, cool. So the purpose of this is to prove that you can do it yourself. Meta is easy enough that you can do it yourself. So we're gonna go through campaign setup. For some of you, it's gonna be a review, but the point is just you guys can do this on your own, and then we'll get into some strategy stuff too. So there's three levels of a Facebook ad campaign. Obviously, there's the campaign, the ad set, and the ad. So we'll go quickly through what the setup for each one of those looks like. So you guys have all seen this. When you come into the ads manager, the first step is to create a new campaign. And for most everyone here, I imagine the campaign objective, this is the first screen that you'll see, is lead. We're a lead-based business, and so we don't want to try to get funky with this. I would recommend 100% for everyone here, lead is our campaign objective. Budget. So this is where there's debate out there about what's best. You can either set a budget at the campaign level, so we're still in the campaign level setup, and you can set a budget at the campaign level. The idea behind that is that's giving the algorithm full control. So if you have a campaign you have a lot of trust in, that's if they're proven ads that you've had win in the past, that's the time that you want to use a campaign level budget. Whereas if you're testing something, trying to force spend towards specific videos that you want to see how they perform, that's when you use an ad set budget. So pretty simple. You're either choosing in the first steps of your campaign whether you're going to have a campaign-wide budget or ad set budget. So that's it for campaign setup. The next level that we get to is the ad set. In the first, the ad set is the campaign settings. This is where you're going to do all your testing and try to find different ways to win with your ads. So the first thing that you are picking when you get to the ad set level is you're picking where are you going to send them. So in the Facebook settings, it's called the conversion location. So that's are you having them call? Are you sending them to a landing page? Or are you sending them to an instant form on Facebook? We right now use all Facebook forms. It reduces friction. It's a lot easier for the person to submit a lead. So that's what we're rolling with right now. But obviously 90 pages, you're probably going to get a bit higher quality lead, but your cost per lead is going to go up because there's more friction. So, but for you guys, if you're just starting out, I definitely recommend instant forms, just because that's the easiest in terms of setup and just getting going. So, conversion location, you also select the page that you're running the ad from, so that's essentially the brand that the customer sees the ad is coming from. Pretty simple there. And on the goal, you can see there it says performance goal, and we run maximize the number of leads. You're essentially just telling the campaign how to behave, what it should look for. Essentially, this is what I'd recommend starting with. The other option right now in Facebook is called maximize the number of conversion leads. That would be if you're optimizing for customers, but a lot of us aren't quite there yet. So more to come on that in the school once we get that rolling. For now, just stick with maximize leads, get as many leads as you can with your budget. So next. The next thing in the ad setup is your budget strategy. So like I said, if you didn't select campaign budget, this is where you would give a budget to your specific ad set.
nothing crazy there, pretty straightforward. And if you wanted to set a schedule, you could. I've been running ads for 5 years and never set a schedule, so I would recommend when you're just get going, playing around with that, just keep it simple. Next we'll go to audience.
Whoa. That's it.
Okay, just go back to that one minute, I can try to. So the next setting that you would be playing around with in the ad set is your audience. So this is where you would put your locations, your ages, and if you wanted to do like interest-based targeting, you could do that. I'll get into that a little bit later, but like what we're going to shift towards is just broad, because that's what Facebook is trending towards. So just broad targeting. Definitely do ages with our business type where they have to be homeowners. Like you probably want to start at like 25 and above. So anyways, all these types of things, like if you want to control obviously your location, age, and any interest-based targeting that you want to do, that also happens here at the ad set level. Okay. Cool. So the next layer would be an ad. We're also missing a screenshot here, but hopefully you guys have seen it and can remember what it looks like. So you get to the ad level setup, you first name it. This is important. Like a lot of people, in terms of tracking and trying to keep track of which ads are doing the best, like you don't want to just throw some like generic name. There's a lot of ways that you can try to organize this, but my biggest recommendation is like have some sort of system for how you name your ads, so that when you go to like track your ROAS and stuff like that, you know which ad you're talking about and you can recall on that in past performance. So that's a big one. Don't just breeze over that. It's tempting to because it just feels like whatever. But you also obviously again select which brand you want to run the ad from, and then there's different ad setups or ad types, which is like a single ad versus like a carousel ad where you can post multiple photos and have people swipe, or heavily single ad. We do run some carousel, but anyways, that's something you can test and play around with. Ian, next. The next thing that you'd select is your destination. So rewind, if we select the instant forms, this is what it would look like. I think this top left screenshot here, if you selected landing page for where you were sending people, it would look like that. Again, we do straight instant forms. There's like constantly new features coming to instant forms because Facebook is pushing that really hard right now. So like you can do a lot of lead qualification that you would do on a landing page now in instant forms, which is cool. You have like custom questions, custom logic. And so this is where you would go in and create the form and then just make sure, obviously, that you have the right ones selected. Double check everything when you're going through campaigns setup. I've made plenty of mistakes. Like, I don't know if anyone here has accidentally not set a location targeting and had it target the whole country. So like you come in the next morning, you're like, sick, 50 leads for $5, and then you're like, wait. So double check everything that you're doing. Next one. So after that, you pick your ad creative. This is what it will look like. So you pick either an image ad or a video ad, and you upload, or if you already uploaded it, it would be right there in your library. So you just pick which ad you want to do, and then you're writing your copy, which is the next thing that we'll chat about real quick. So there's 3 segments, like your copywriting. There's the primary text, the headline, and the call to action. I meant to do another screenshot because like copy is still very important, but right now the biggest lever in Facebook ads is creative. Like these 2 placements, which is the Facebook feed and the Instagram feed, are the only times that you really even see the primary text. They're with blue arrows. Like on stories, all you see now is the call to action. So that's something to remember. Like this is like old Facebook, like where you have like, where you spend a lot of time on copy. It's still important to like have clear copy because there are placements where people are seeing it, but you need to have anything that you would have in a headline or a call to action in your ad. Because some placements, they're just skipping that now, like on a story, in Reels, they don't see that. All they see is the call to action. But keep that in mind when you're like scripting your ads. That's a helpful tip. So this is kind of a copy example, and it's running right now with the ad that we watched. This is our winning ad right now still, even though it's a little bit older. For copy, there's a bunch of different frameworks that you guys can see. Go hit up YouTube University, and there's like a ton. And I have like a framework that I have, which is like call out / problem solution offer. And so I've trained like my ChatGPT to know, and then I'll put in the script with the video, and it does it for me, and it works great. Again, so following this framework, there's a bunch you can do if you have one that you like, right? You don't have to follow this one. But the call out, you've cleaned everything except your windows. They still have hard water spots, smudges, and streaks that won't go away. We can fix that. Solution, MiNT Cleaning delivers a guaranteed clean backed by our exclusive rain block tech designed to keep your windows spotless even after it rains. Offer, book your first service now and get up to $100 off plus a free rain block treatment. And then this is the headline that we use. Still struggling with streaky, dirty windows, and then it would say like learn more. This is what they call the action next to that. So I think that's it for campaign setup. Again, a lot of you do that on your own, and so that's just to help. The point of going through that is to show you that you guys can do it. Like we breezed through that in 5 to 6 minutes. So do your own Facebook ads. Like you guys can do it and you can figure it out. The next thing that we're gonna talk about is like tracking performance. So there's like, you have the video ads, then what? It's campaign setup. Now your ads are running. We can't be throwing money at the wall, right? We gotta be able to track and see where that money is going. And this is gonna be like a huge emphasis for us this year. So we'll be sharing what we're learning. But the 2 main things that I wanted to go over in today's training was ROAS is key, and then like how to set up your meta columns for tracking your ads. So ROAS, has everyone heard that term here? Yeah, for the most part. So return on ad spend, essentially like ROI is a term that we've all heard when it comes to like investing. So ROAS is your initial revenue that's supposed to be divided by ad spend, which essentially tells you for every dollar that I spend, I can expect to make X back. And so you're really just, this is like the king of metrics because it tracks the profitability of your ads. So what impacts ROAS? This I could have like one whole training on. This stuff's really important. So I put it into like 3 pillars. So there's ad performance, which we'll cover today, like how to track that. There's lead quality, there's sales efficiency, and there's like sub columns of what impact those. So it's like kind of like a tiered system I like to look at it. So under ad performance, you have your cost per lead, your click-through rate, landing page conversion rate, you guys have all heard those. With lead quality, it's like how clear was your offer to the customer? Like when we call them after having submitted a lead form, do they understand what we're about to offer? And that goes on our side too. Like we run into it where the office ladies didn't know what offers we were running. And so like there's a lead quality issue there because we're not on the same page. So lead quality, super important for Facebook ads because it's not someone like actively searching like on a Google ad. It's someone who saw your ad and became interested because of what they saw. So like you have to have a clear offer, it has to be so clear that they understand and have the proper expectations for what's about to happen next. Sales efficiency, so obviously have a direct impact on ROAS. It's like of how many leads come in, how are we converting, your conversion rates. Your speed to lead is important. You have to get to the Facebook leads in the first 5 minutes in order to like have the conversion rate that you need to be profitable. And then obviously like tracking and like monitoring your cost per acquisition. So we can go to the next one. So like I said, the other 2, like lead quality and sales efficiency, we'll get to in other training, but today we're going to focus on like tracking ad performance. So the best way to do that is on Meta to like track the actual performance of your ads and not like down funnel stuff is your columns. And so to do that, obviously this is what it looks like when you log into Meta Ads Manager, and then it'll say what column setting you're currently on. If you click that drop down, you can set custom columns, and like I highly recommend this. So I'll get in next to, so what it'll look like is there's like all the different things that you could have, and then there's even custom ones that you can build. and then make sure to save it as like a preset, so that's the default when you log in. We can go to the next one. These are the columns that I like to monitor, that I found to be most important for like lead-based businesses in my past and now with MiNT. So I'll always be looking at amount spent, result, which is just how many leads you got in that time window, cost per result, which is just your cost per lead, form conversion rate. This is a big one. Facebook I don't think they have this by default, so this is like a custom one that I make, but it's essentially leads divided by clicks of how many people click your form. Of people that click your form, there we go, how many submit a lead. So you're tracking like how effective is my form. Clicks, cost per click, which is like nice to know on Facebook, but it's not like Google where that's how they're charging you, so it's kind of a nice to have. Impressions, how many people saw the ad or how many times it showed. I think that's supposed to say CPM, I think it's called. Cost per impressions. That's how you're charged on Facebook, so it's important to understand like how much you're spending for 1,000 people to see your ads, what that metric is. What it tells you is how competitive. Like if you're in a non-competitive market, that's going to be low. Over time, as competitors start coming to market, you might see that go up. So when you're testing ads, it's important to keep an eye on that. And then your click-through rate, which is like the effectiveness of your ad, of people who are seeing your ad, how many click on your form. Okay, so like I've kind of highlighted the ones that I deem as the most important, and we'll get into why in just a sec. But cost per lead, form conversion rate, cost per impression, click-through rate. General strategy tips. So these are the three that we'll go over, and there's a slide for each, so we can just get started on what I'm calling creative is king. So Facebook over the last year has changed a ton. The sauce on Facebook used to be like hyper focused targeting, so like detailed interests, as tight of targeting as you could have based on understanding of your target audience. They've simplified it so that now the biggest lever that you have is creative. So you're supposed to go broad and have really good creative. So the name of the game is a lot of creative and a lot of diversity in your creative, so that you're testing constantly what types of ads people are liking and engaging with. Brandon mentioned this, but 4 new video ads a month is like a good starting place. Really, nowadays, like you need that more, but that's like your target to get started. Like just trust the algorithm. Like they're building these things for a reason. Marketing's changing for a reason. Yeah. So that's put a bunch of creative in and let Facebook do its thing. Next.
That's nice.
Oh, always be testing. So this is like the most. So there's creative, but then like if you just put a bunch of creative up without like having the testing structure in place, then it's not really good. So always be testing. So I just put like 3 different. Most tests boil down to like 3 different categories. So you're either testing creative, you're testing like a certain campaign setting, or you're testing your landing pages. So just for sake of time, I won't go through these, but I just put like something, in each of these categories, there's like one campaign or one test that I might structure for each of these categories. So if you're testing creative, you might be testing different hooks, you might be testing different offers, you might be testing different copy, and then that's the setup I would follow to test those. Same for settings, like if you're testing different audiences, different demographics, different performance goals, and then the same goes for landing page. So the next slide is like, what should I test is what it is. So like you have your 4 creatives, you're gonna get started on Facebook, you put all 4 into a campaign, and it's like, you run it for a month and then what? Like how do you know what you want to test next? That's why I flagged those 3 kind of columns that I think are the most important, is those are going to be kind of like your guiding light as to where to look next. So say for example your click-through rate is low, what that means is people are seeing your ad and not clicking it. And so most of the time that boils down to like a weak offer or a weak hook. So it's like we need to test our creative. cost per 1,000 impressions, like that just means you're in a super competitive auction and you're not standing out. And so like, how can I get in front of a different audience? How can I get in front of fresh eyes that haven't seen my ad before? And then landing page conversion is low. Like, what can I do on my landing page or my form that's different? Where is it failing? Let's test a bunch of different forms, see which one does the best, and we'll go with that. So you want to use, like when you're trying to determine what to test, you want to be using your ad performance as a guide. So use your columns to your advantage, figure out what's changing and why it's changing, and then make a new creative to address that. So, okay. Scaling budgets, this is one of those things that there's like 1,000 different ways to go about it. What we've seen, and just going off of what Brenton has told me about MiNT's experience, is that like a good starting point, especially for smaller companies, would be like 20 to 30 bucks. It's a good place to start. And then you want to wait until the campaign is performing well at that test budget. You don't want to just like start it at 30 bucks and forget like, you definitely don't overnight want to increase your budget. Wait till it starts performing well, and then start to scale it 20% at a time. So this goes back to like a campaign builds up information over time, and if you start a campaign at 30 bucks, see that it's doing really well, and then change it to 60, that's going to reset the campaign. So it's going to relearn all over again, and there's no guarantee that like you're going to have that same performance. The threshold that I've been told from Facebook is that you can scale 20 to 30% at a time without resetting it. 20% every 48 hours is a good rule of thumb. I kind of covered these, but you definitely don't want to do like a 50% increase or a 100% increase for sure in the same day. And then you don't want to ramp budget on the campaign that you're using to test. So I think that's it. So we'll have Brenton come back up and we'll open it up for questions. Yeah.
How did I need to know all that? Even if you are going the agency route, that's super important for you to understand because it's your money and your business. So, all important stuff. So yeah, I guess we'll open it up. If you guys do have questions about meta ads, creative, all that, we can rip some real quick while you get set up.
I'm just curious what you think like the best way to organize titles are for like ad sets campaign.
So I always like to have the date. That's the personal preference. Because a lot of times, if you have a campaign running forever, it's hard to remember like when you first posted that ad. So I'll always do. Normally, what I'll follow is like the campaign level. If it's like a test campaign, I'll make sure to note that. Or if it's a winner's campaign or like a campaign you have a lot of trust in, I'll just put like evergreen campaign dash and then the date so that I know that it was posted. At the ad set level, a lot of times you want to put in the ad set name like what you're testing. So if you're testing a different audience, you'd want to say like 25 and over if that was the new thing you were testing. And it might, like obviously it's not going to impact performance at all. It's just a reporting thing for me. Or like if I see that ad set doing really well in household grow, like it's getting a lot of sales, I know, okay, there's a 25 and over change that's helping us out. And then ad level, like going back to the different ad types, like I would want to make sure that I know what ad type it is, and then give it a name that I'll remember. So I don't think it's important that like you follow my system, but just that you have a system in place to help you know like when it's time to report on how your ads are doing. It's easy for you to tell what made the difference, if that makes sense. I don't know if that answers. Yeah. Cool.
You know how you can put the interests on for customers, like gardening or DIY as stuff? Do you recommend that, or just let people see?
So the pop-out answer in marketing is always like that's going to be a good test. I can tell you that. So in last summer, Facebook rolled out what's called Andromeda. It's like the new back end of Facebook, which is heavily AI based. What that's supposed to do is like remove any interest-based targeting, because the algorithm is supposed to be doing that same function, but it's just better at it than you telling the campaign what you want for your audience. But that, like, from reading, like, on Reddit and things like that, kind of marketing nerd, like, that hasn't been everyone's experience, but some people who have gone broad without, like, hyper-focused, detailed targeting, are having success. And so it's like I was talking with these Orlando boys last night, and he said that ad that's been crushing for us, the, like, social proof informative ad about our story, didn't work for them. But they have a new framework, and that came from testing, right? So, like, I can tell you what we do, which is probably different. I'm gonna go broad. Like, I think that that's the new era. But I would test it if I were you. So I would set up, like, one ad set that's broad with no interests, and then one that, like, if you know your target customer really well, build that out and see.
When it comes to ad sets and locations and creative, are you dropping a broader ad set location and then specifically calling out sub-communities and ads, or are you creating multiple ad sets, say for instance Vineyard versus Salt Lake, etc., and breaking down the ads specifically in different ad sets that are under location?
We haven't tried that yet. We want to, and so we'll keep you posted on results. Right now we'll have, like, more broad call outs, like, hey, Utah homeowners or Utah residents. I can tell you what I think you would test is you have one that's broad. The concern with going narrow on your targeting is that you're going to pay more for each person to see your ad because it's such a narrower campaign. So you just have to see, like, if the call out being so narrow and so specific that user makes up for that difference, because your cost per lead might go up a little bit because it's such a narrow target, but, like, if you're selling more of those leads, then, like, that's obvious, right? So I hate to be the guy that's just like, whatever question you ask, I say to test it, but, like, honestly, I could tell you one thing, and what works in Utah doesn't work in San Diego, and so it's like, but yes, we want to test those calls because, like, I imagine what would happen is your click-through rate goes way up because it's someone like, hey, I live in Vineyard, or I live in Omaha, so this is for me. Anyways, that's some thoughts.
Yeah, just to put some context on that, all we've done up to this point is our service location. So up to Ogden, down to, like, Spanish Fork. That's all we've done up to this point. So this is something we're gonna be testing.
So kind of on the subject of, like, location testing, what are your thoughts on, like, excluding, certain areas? Like, I know a lot of people will drop, like, pins and, like, exclude a lot of areas, whether it's, too far or they just don't want to service that area.
If you don't want to service it, don't put ads there. That'd be my answer.
So, yes, I would exclude. On Facebook,
one of the, like, as privacy on social media has gotten more important, like, there's more rules now in place. Like, you used to be able to just target without excluding because Facebook knew where everyone lived, pretty much. Now they don't, and so I would, especially if you're using, like, instant forms, I would have like a question on the form, like, are you a Utah resident? And I would exclude any areas, especially, like, close around, like surrounding states, I would exclude in your location setup.
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Good question. So I'm wondering if there's a big difference between campaigns, like separating all your ads from a campaign and then into their ad sets, and then comparing that to having every ad set under an ad set. So I don't know how to really explain this. So I have a buddy that
campaign structure.
Yeah. So he has, like, one singular or two campaigns, and then every single one of his ads are under an ad set. And so he has ways of tracking that, so he can label it and stuff however he needs to. And there's tracking parameters. Is there a big difference? Because I know what you showed is, like, you're tracking everything through a different campaign for each ad. Would there be a difference between ad set and campaign?
So, Facebook is trying to make everything more simple for the advertiser. So, like, what they're saying in this Andromeda, I don't know how I say it, but in the change that they rolled out over the summer, they recommend one campaign, one ad set, as many creatives as you can, in my mind, that's more of like a campaign or ads that you have proved are winners. You know what I mean? And so like the way that I would answer that is that yes, for like a campaign where you have a bunch of ads that you know work, I would do as simple a setup as you can. One campaign, one ad set, bunch of ads. But that's just really hard for testing because Facebook, if it was all in one ad set, it's going to pick one or two ads that it likes. It's going to spend all the money on those. So it's not a great way to test. So I would say that like for your winners campaign, keep the setup as simple as you can. Campaign budget, one ad set, bunch of ads. But for testing, like you need to set it up to where you have ad set budgets where you can force spend to the ads that you want to test. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so is it like for the winners you have a campaign or like these are the winners, you set a separate campaign for that, and then whenever you're just blasting everything, you just have a bunch of different ad sets for those tests to see what works, and then you implement that into the winning campaign?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we actually chatted about this last night. He has a good idea. I'll have you share it real quick just because I thought it was a good idea. But there's 1,000 different ways to do it. It's like what I was saying, but I was interested in
So
idea.
my big issue till now was like every time I found a winner, I wanted to isolate it. So I bring it over to a new campaign, and then like it either wouldn't perform the same, or like now I had to ramp it up again. So it didn't make much sense. So instead, now I have like testing ad sets where once I find some winners, I duplicate the ad set. In that original ad set, I'll shut off all the testing so that the winners can now take all the budget.
Yeah. So his concern is like when you have a winner, you don't want to just move it into a new campaign because that's going to reset the learning. That's how I've always done it, but that's the downside of it. Is I've always had like a winners campaign where I put proven ads into, and that's where most of my budget is, and I have like a testing campaign. But there's no perfect way to test, so hopefully that gives like some. I do like this idea on retreat, so we might be trying for that. But I can answer questions all day. How are we doing on time?
We'll probably
wrap it up.
Whatever. We'll probably, let's get into this. We'll do one more question.
Perfect. Louis been asking for.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chris. I'll answer your question later, Chris.
One-on-one.
One-on-one.
So this is more about like the tracking level stuff you want to dial in. Are you planning on like how low are you planning on tracking? Like how deep down, like to the individual creative? And like is that all just gonna be like a bunch of different apps or like manual? Like what reports you guys gonna look at if you have one?
Yeah. Ideally, yes. Like you could track how much you spent on even a single ad and how many customers that generated. So you could track like conversion rate by ad. But what I would say is like walk before you run. Like if you try to get there first, it's kind of overwhelming. And so I would say like first start with lead source tracking. Once you feel like you have that dialed in by lead source, like ROAS by lead source, conversion rate by lead source, then go to the campaign level, then go to the ad set level, then the ad. That makes sense? Because like coming in and we're like trying to figure out this lead source tracking, yeah, it's overwhelming if you try to do it all at once. So we're gonna focus on getting like really dialed in by lead source, and then we'll start to go on the ads. But it is pretty easy, like when you're setting up your Zapier automations to send to House Call Pro or whatever CRM you use, most of them have places where you can send campaign name, ad name, ad set name, and then all your reports are already made for you. That's your question.
Nice thing is House Call Pro, we've been able to actually, like, you can literally filter by ad set name. So once we get that figured out, we'll be sure. But let's get on to ease of it.
Look, we got lunch after this. We can suffer through.
Yeah, if you guys need to go to the bathroom, feel free. All right, boys. How we feeling? Those of you in the room this morning, tired? It's gonna hit tonight. It's gonna hit tonight. We're in the sauna cold plunge. In the sauna room. We have a running joke with the technicians. We hire someone. We're always, we told about this too. We're like,
dude, we only hire 7s and above. So just let you guys know, like, we only allow 9s and above in our group, so it's a good looking crowd right here. So we're gonna be going over some building a team stuff. I guess a little background story on this. Gavin kind of touched on it, but I was in the field for a very long time. And when really last year was like the first official year where I was out, like officially. And of course, that's where we saw a lot of problems, which was great. We got exposed, which it's good to be exposed sometimes. So like the end of last year, we saw this on YouTube, like I really got exposed. Like it was, our team wasn't doing very well, our service quality was going downhill fast. And it wasn't so much a training thing or equipment thing or anything like that. It had to do with, of course, our technicians. So I got exposed. We didn't have a lot of things in set that we do now. So I just wanted to go through some of those things that I've really learned this past year that has been super helpful. So we're gonna be going over.
And keep them connected.
So we're gonna go over the why, the what, and the how of building a team. And just put out there, like, I'm not perfect at building a team. This is just what we have learned, what I have learned, and just wanted to share it with you guys what we do, and we've seen huge results since we've implemented it so far. So this isn't a shot at what Brenton and Logan just did, but when done right, winning jobs becomes easy. Building and maintaining a team to deliver on those jobs becomes the real game, right? You guys are gonna have your leads, you're gonna have your sales, those are gonna be dialed in. Building and maintaining a team is something that is always going to be ongoing. You're always gonna be building culture, we'll get into it. You're always gonna be hiring, trying to find the next guy type of mentality. So that was a cool little saying to do. So there's the owner bottleneck, and this is probably, hopefully you guys can relate to this because I can 100%. So most owners are still the best technician, still solve every problem, still put out fires daily, are the quality control department. So a lot of us play this role. We are everything. And for me, I had a hard time. If it wasn't me doing it, it wasn't getting done. And I'm sure a lot of you like that too. So if you're the system, you don't have a system. So if all the knowledge is right here, you can't grow, you can't scale. So that's kind of like why we all know why we need to build a team, right? You guys all want to scale, you want to grow. So what, right? What is a good technician? And this is one of the things that we didn't even have the answer for like 8 months ago. We had no idea what a good technician was. We thought a good technician was only performance. We're like, this technician goes out there and rips $1,500 a day, gets 2 reviews, gets $150 in upsells for the day. Like, that's a great technician. But really, we come to find out real fast that 1 and 3 are way more important than number 2. So we'll go into standards first. So technician standards. Again, that's interviews. So these are the standards that I hold my technicians to. One thing I want to say, it is really, really hard to implement a new culture with employees that you've had for a while. So we're still implementing. I mean, you're always implementing. But a lot of your guys, if you are to implement this, whatever, a lot of your guys will have a hard time with a more structured, I guess. Just because they're so used to how it was. So like for us, we didn't have uniforms, we were super lax on cleaning the trucks, and just those 2 things right there, like, I mean, there's 2 technicians specifically that changed their world. They were like, this is crazy, you guys are so strict now. So it's really hard, but service quality, so less than 2 callbacks per pay period is the standard there. If they're getting more than that, then something needs to be fixed. That's when I'll have a conversation with them, but whatever. We'll get into like the write-up system after. But client communication, their communication needs to be exceptional. We have a hard time, we've had a hard time in the past, we've like always relied on our office staff to take care of all the technicians' problems. So like, hey, our office staff, her name was Dana. Hey Dana, the client's not home, what do I do? Hey Dana, the client wants to reschedule. Hey Dana, they ask her for every single thing. So we're really trying to put the ball in the technician's court. They take care of all of communication until it's time to say reschedule. So take care of everything until it's out of their power. So big saying, control what you can control. Once you've done that, that's why the office staff is there. That's why I'm here. We take care of the rest to make sure everything else is good. So trucks and equipment, big thing. I mean, obviously with brand, keep them clean. As you guys know, trucks, wraps, equipment, it's expensive stuff. So that's a non-negotiable right there. So last week last week there was a technician that left a hose reel in the backseat of the truck. Didn't vacuum out and clean out the cup holders. Failed right there. So another one, be on time. Big one here. We had non-negotiable, and I'll get into it later, but these are fully in their control, right? There's no reason why you should be late. They're in full control of what time they leave their house to get to the office, and they're in full control of what time they leave the office so they get to the first job. So we tell them, plan on being 15, 20 minutes early in case something happens, and if something happens, they're still on time. So, and then uniform, we did a big rollout with the uniform. That's been really cool to see. Everyone looks in unison, it looks good, it looks professional. That is a big first impression thing when clients answer the door, they see they're fitted up, they look good, look professional, clean. So, next. So yeah, these 2 things right here doesn't require any skill at all, it just requires discipline. So, okay, so now we've gone through standards. Let's go through performance. Sorry, got a lot of animations. I think they're cool. So speed. So performance has to do with speed, reviews, upsells. That's what we track for performance. A good technician will do $1,000 a day. We work 10 hours, so $100 an hour in revenue that they're completing. 2 reviews a week. That's just like the bare minimum. I mean, we have guys that get 4 a day. And then upsells. This is something that we've been putting a huge emphasis on and truly trying to roll out. This isn't what we're doing, but this is what I want to do. I want to be able to sell 10% on top of our revenue. So, okay, so what's a good technician? That's performance, and then culture, big one. So, lives the standards not because of external factors, but because they are bought in. So we had a hard time explaining the difference of rules and standards. You guys all in here have standards. You guys all have certain people you don't hang out with because you have high standards for yourself, right? You want to be associated with those type of people. So it's like rules control your behaviors, standards express your character. And then this is like, so says I need to be better, I know better, rather than that's not fair, like they take ownership. So if there is disciplinary action put in place, they more beat themselves up, like I know better, rather than this is so stupid, this is unfair. So example of this. We've had, since we rolled this out, I've had 2 technicians been put on a performance improvement plan, which is if they get 2 write-ups in a month, we'll go over this, they get put on this improvement plan. One technician was like, "This isn't fair. This is so dumb." And then the second one was like, "This is very unfortunate, but I get it. I understand." And it was a great conversation. I went to that one after. I was like, "This system works. Like, this is great." He was like, he said, it was basically a conversation where like, I told him like, "Dude, I know how you're gonna respond to this, and like you're gonna get better from this. Like this is exactly why this system is in play, because when they are, technicians are gonna mess up, it's gonna happen, but if they are on that performance plan, it shows exactly who they are, how they're gonna respond. They're either gonna say, this isn't fair, poor me, and can just continue to go downhill, that means they're not a good fit, cut them, right? But the technicians you want, they're gonna take that and be like, dang, I need to be better, I know I'm better, this is much bigger than just me and my feeling, like this is it. So, it was a great conversation, I loved it, it was awesome. And that, I think the relationship between me and that technician like grew by like 100%, just, it was a 15, 20-minute conversation. So, it was cool. And then, yeah, agree, but they're also an example of other technicians, like there's someone that the other guys want to be around, look up to. So, that's culture. So what is a good technician? So that basically is the 3 pillars of what a good technician is. Again, something we've realized in the past 8 months. So, systems that replace you as an owner, right? That allow you to take yourself out of the field and out of the mindset of, if I'm not the one doing it, it's not gonna get done, okay? So, training program. Where's my guy at? We just asked, there he is. Training program. Job checklist, equip trucks, and then a 4-10 schedule, okay? Go next. So we're gonna go through each of those now. So training program. This is, you asked me what was probably like the biggest thing that has changed the company. I'd say training program changed us. Like this was crazy when we implemented this, okay? So our program, again, you guys can do whatever training program you want. This is just what we found that worked. So we have a 4-week training program, and it's in the classroom. It's all there in the classroom. So we basically do, week 1 is the basics. Here's a wand, here's a squeegee, this is how you do it, okay? Week 2 is more like advanced cleaning, water-fed pole, construction. Here's how to make sure you check quotes, here's how to count pain ranges, all that. Week 3 is communication. So like with client, like here's, like they're gonna be going up and doing door approaches with the trainer behind them helping them out. We've made this so simple that once a technician completes this, they are now able to train somebody. That is how we were able to have 16 technicians, that even though we didn't need them, those technicians, that's how we were able to do this. Now, instead of me training all the technicians, now I have other guys that can train technicians. So again, that like pulls me out, right? Obviously, make sure that your trainers are dialed. Don't let just anybody do it. Make sure they're dialed. But yeah, this was a big one. Yeah, you go next. So that's training program and a job checklist. Okay. Simple but effective. Housecall Pro is great with it. We built it out in there. It's really good. Reminder for the techs to obviously communicate. Make sure they're taking pictures of damage. Double check their work. I have it so you can mark it, so it must be completed before you mark the job as finished before you send it invoice. So they have to go through the checklist. And it is pretty like, they just like click through it, but it is good reminders for them to make sure that they are doing all those things. It's gonna ensure consistency on the job, it's gonna ensure quality, because in there I have like quality check, like make sure you walk around checking your work. So then when they actually do get a call back, like it's there, like it really is, like there's no questions asked. Like, well, you should have done your quality check and you should have caught this before the client did. So, if you take the time, it takes less time. A shout out to Nico right there. If the technicians take the time to do the checklist thoroughly, it's gonna take less time for them because they don't have to go back and get a call back and then there's all all that stuff. So, we'll do a Q&A after. Yeah. Okay, equip trucks. So techs need to be able to problem solve with these trucks. Set them up simply. So if they do run into a problem out there, they can fix it themselves. Just show them real quick how to do it at the warehouse, and then they can take care of it when it happens next. So mobile, the setups need to be super mobile in case like you have a truck breakdown, you got to get it into the shop. You can take all your stuff out and throw it into. We're at the luxury right now where we have a backup truck. Something recommend heavily when you start scaling, so you don't lose out on all that revenue if a truck does break down. Easy to take out, we can set up a new truck in 5-10 minutes and it's up and running. So be super mobile with it. Obviously high-end equipment, you get what you pay for. I put pump example. So we ran these crappy pumps off Amazon for freaking 4 years, and it was a pain. We were changing like freaking 15 pumps a month. It was stupid. Until we did the bullet run drive. I gotta fix this. This is ridiculous. So got the new Tucker pump set up, and actually got the right pump, the right hose size we're using. Stupid stuff that should figure out when we actually started doing this type of system, but you get what you pay for. And then, equip techs, set your techs up with success. Look like a professional company, not a side hustle. So, they need to be proud of what they're in. Our guys love coming in and driving our trucks. They're not, and even the little dinky Mavericks, at first they hated them, then now they fight over them. They love those things. So equip trucks, 410s. Also, I'd say the first thing that changed us on the technician side was training program. I say this is number 2. So 410 schedule, every 2 trucks, we have 3 technicians, very cost effective, right? So if you don't do this, you have 3 technicians, but you have an extra truck, extra equipment. There's a screenshot here that has the whole, how it breaks down. But, yeah, maybe. That's,
We'll post it.
I'll post it, but I basically have what each 410 block looks like. So I have it set up with 3 technicians. So technician 1, let's say, works Monday through Thursday in truck number 1. Technician 2 works Wednesday through Saturday in truck 2. And then technician 3 works Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday. Monday, Tuesday, he's in truck 2. And then Friday, Saturday, he's in truck 1 because that technician 1 isn't working Friday, Saturday. So, and also that's a big thing with truck cleanliness too. We're sharing trucks. The last thing you want to do is show up to work and someone gives you a dirty truck and then you gotta spend time in the morning cleaning it out. Sets up your, for me at least, instantly pissed. So, 4 trucks, down talk about that. 4 trucks, 6 technicians, we need to move back to that. Super efficient. Okay, so I'd say 4 big systems that will be able to replace you out in the field. Next. So, dude, no.
What's your video?
Oh, was that my video?
I don't know what's next. The camera's sick.
This is real professional.
I think it's the Wi-Fi.
It's not clicking next.
No, it'll click next after this. But the video, I don't know if that was supposed to be there.
It was my video. Well, I had a sick video mixed, or it wasn't mixed, it was about Alabama football. Basically, the dude was like, Alabama was playing Notre Dame, crushing them in the 4th quarter. There was like 7 minutes left in the game, and the quarterback and the Alabama quarterback and center were having a hard time communicating, getting the snap off, and they had to call timeout. And the quarterback was chewing the center out. And the center was like, dude, what the heck? You see his body, he's like, the game's over. We're up by freaking 40 in the national championship. Game's over. But what this dude goes on to say is that that's not what these guys were taught. They were taught the standard, and the quarterback was holding his guy accountable. Game's not over. And also they weren't even paying attention to the score. They were just paying attention to what they were taught. So and that was not the standard that they were taught. So he says like, stop focusing on the results, like focus on the standard, and the results are gonna come. So it's a sick video. Maybe I'll post it in the group. It's so sick. But anyways, okay, technician standards, right? Your technician or your customer's experience should not depend on who shows up. Okay, consistency sets the standard. So no matter if I show up, if Brenton shows up, Nico shows up, it is going to be the same exact thing every time because we are plugged to the same standard. There it is. Rules control your behavior. Standards express your character. Cool thing about standards, it's an even playing field across all techs, right? So before we implemented it, it was like, oh, it's technician versus Ian's rules. Now it's Ian and the technician versus the system, right? So it's an even playing field. Everyone's, I guess you call like, everyone's graded on the same scale. Oh, here it is.
Oh wait,
No!
wait, do I have to click it?
Yeah, click with mouse.
Dang, we're gonna get it. Come on now.
This is it, boys. This is it.
Dang.
There it is.
Sick.
Anyway, whatever.
Dang, that's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Okay, so now that you have standards put in place, right, you need to have an accountability. Dang, sorry, that's really annoying. I don't know why I did that. But it's important, it's bleeding. You need to have an accountability system, okay? You can't just be like, these are the standards, now go out and crush it. Because they're gonna, like, nothing's gonna change. So you have to hold them accountable to it. So accountability system builds trust inside the team, okay? Everybody's on the same page. Everybody knows exactly what they need to do, and if they don't do it, they know exactly what's going to happen. They know exactly what's going to happen. Ensures consistent results for you and clients. Proves standards are being met, not just talked about, right? We can talk about it all day, yeah, my technicians are great. But if you don't have something like to measure it, then like you don't really know if they're doing it or not. It keeps everyone operating at the same high standard. Accountability isn't about control, it's about keeping your team strong, successful, and it's obviously about holding the standard. Okay, so yeah, there he is.
My bad.
So, big dog. I just finished his book, so he's crazy right now. Man crush right now. You need to show that you don't tolerate mistakes, but you also must learn to teach how to not repeat them. So that accountability system shows just that. Again, technicians are going to mess up, but that's when, and I mean, I'm developing this too, that's when I need to really be a leader and pull them in and be like, hey, this happened, just want to let you know, like, that's not what we do here, but like, what can we do to fix this? That's crazy. Everybody read. You go next. Yeah. Okay, so more specifically, the role that you can do, like your ops manager, branch manager role, we just do that because that's quote unquote my title here. So the role, protect the standard, okay, hold the line. Your technicians won't take it seriously if you don't take it seriously. So we had our big uniform presentation with the techs. Hey guys, we're rolling this new uniform starting tomorrow. We're starting right now. We haven't put it all on. So starting tomorrow, like, you know, we're in uniform. Here's what's gonna happen. Whatever. Next morning, not even joking, 7:30 a.m. A guy walks in, not wearing the uniform. Okay, was testing the limits, right? Pushing it. So. Turn your phone on. Okay, it's computer. So I had everyone else was in the warehouse. We kind of do like we all just hang out in the warehouse, and everyone else was like, ooh, and I was like, dang, this sucks. I was like, I really have to go over there and like tell them, like, this is crazy already. So I walked over there. I was like, hey, bro, you're not in a uniform. I gotta write you up. And he's like, really? I was like, gotta write you up, dude. He's like, okay, whatever. I was like, dude, we literally just talked about this. But right there, that set the tone that I was serious about it. If I let it slide, especially in front of the other dudes, the other techs, now they think that's okay. Now the rest of them are gonna show up. But I had to nip it in the butt right away. And it's hard, especially again, like I said, with technicians who've been with you for a while, it's hard. It's really hard. You gotta do it. And also, like, again, like, you have to protect the technicians who are living the standard, okay? So if I were to let him slide, all of these other 9 technicians that actually are wearing the uniform are like, what the heck? Why are you letting him get away with it? That's not chill. When really they should be the ones rewarded because they're the ones actually doing it, right? So basically that's a big thing that I've been learning how to gauge, because a lot of the times I get very like emotional, like I instantly get mad. So I'm really like trying to develop like not being understanding, but going at it in a different way. Like again, like, hey dude, we don't do that here. If you're not about that, like that's totally fine. But this is how we're gonna do things. And if you don't want to do it, that's fine. No hard feelings at all. No worries. But this is what we're gonna do because this is what we're trying to accomplish. So, different KPIs. I mean, that branch manager, ops manager should be able to track is a labor cost less than 25%, less than 2% callback rate, 20 reviews a week as a team, and then again, the big goal, 10% of revenue upside. So I had a thing in here about just a slide. I had a slide here about hiring. So anyways, when the standard is protected, everyone wins: the technician, the company, and the customer. So. Thanks, Lou. Appreciate it. So, what do you think? Little Q&A real quick, and then we'll break out and do lunch.
And we'll do lunch, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, what do we got? Okay.
I'll kind of pass it around.
Generally speaking, what percentage of your new technicians come from like a job posting on Indeed versus word of mouth versus somebody messaging you, like seeing your social media and saying, hey, I want to work here?
Yeah. So both. I mean, I don't know the exact percentage, but the way, I mean, all of our technicians, right? A couple of them have been through Indeed. It's always good for word of mouth. Yeah, Branson was on Indeed. It's always good for a word of mouth for sure, because if you have the technician still, you probably like him, so he's probably gonna, like, you probably trust him, unlike his friend or something, and if he's doing these things, you know that if he's referring his friend, he knows his friend, or because if his friend doesn't, he's gonna be embarrassed. So I think referrals are really good for technicians. I'm more going towards, because we're doing a big push for upsells and stuff, I want guys with sales experience now. So I have a very specific Indeed job offer that is like sales, like you must have sales experience. But we also have a ton of dudes on social media that have stuff like, I have a guy from Oregon moving here next month to work for us. He's moving him and his family to come work for us. So we have a bunch of guys that is as we're hiring. But always be hiring them. Like if someone, even if you're in winter right now, and someone's like, "Hey, you have a job available?" Be like, "No, but let's talk," because you don't want to miss a killer. Don't want to. And if he is a killer, find something for him because you want that guy. So does that help?
Yes.
Okay. Over.
You mentioned that you like to keep your labor under 25%.
Yeah.
What is your all-in labor number that you try to stay under with payroll taxes, workers' comp, and everything like that?
30%. So that extra, if it is at 25, that extra 5% covers all of that. So very simple. I mean, I had it up here, but it was for hiring. it went through a quick hiring thing of like creating a job that is very attractive that people will apply to. So with us, like we are commission based, obviously, so it's pretty easy to control that labor cost. But yeah, we're usually around 23-24% a week, and then the rest is taxes and all that. So 30% is that mark, but aim a little lower than that. So yeah, you can pass it to whoever.
So I wanted to ask a question about the 4-10 schedule. For the revenue that the technicians glean, is it 1,000 to 1,250? Is that like contract leads, or is it new customers?
No, that's so based on the technician. We have technicians that can do $1,600 a day, but then we have technicians that can do only $1,200 a day, right? That is a big. I have a meeting with the office every week. And we talk about those things like, hey, this technician is able to do this much, this technician is able to do this much, and then they schedule, because with our planning clients and recurring service, they're able to get them pretty dang close. And then, so yeah, that's more of like a strategical meeting with me in the office on what technician is capable. So.
And another question about the techs walking around doing the quality check.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get that callback rate so low? Because I have technicians walking around with the clients around the house, and yet we still get some clients like reaching out after like 2 days saying, "Oh, there's something that they missed."
Really? Yeah, I haven't ran into that. So that's a great question. Usually, what we have or what I have found is walking the client around and getting a verbal confirmation is like your goal. Like you're good. I mean, this isn't something to like back yourself on, but like if you get them to do a verbal confirmation and then you leave and then they notice something, like they're probably gonna be like, crap, I told them they're good to go. I don't want to call back. That's like I should have told them while they were here. But it sounds like in your case they still are. So that's hard. I don't know the question of that. Do a better job.
I just have to
Like have your technician do better. Yeah. So. Is that we good?
Yeah, thank you.
These boys. Here we go. Here, we'll get this mic over there.
So, one thing that we're trying to dial in is meetings.
Yeah.
Frequent meetings with the technicians and staff and all that. So, like, you guys go up there all the time, speaking like white or whatever. What do you guys go over? Like, how often all these meetings?
In the meetings, yeah. So I have a meeting every Monday morning. Every single Monday morning, 8 a.m. But being on time thing was like, if they're not in their seat at 8 a.m., it's gonna be a write-up. And I had that section on here too. So basically, I spend a couple hours on Monday and a couple hours on Tuesday, because the conversation's fresh from the meeting we just had on what the next meeting is going to be. So basically going into the mindset of like, what do my technicians need right now? That's what we're going to be going over, and I got to find out a training or do something about that. So be very tactical on it. It's well worth the. I mean, I think I spend around 5 to 8 hours on those trainings, but since we've been doing them, holy smokes. Like the things that we track. So I pull up how many callbacks we had for the previous week. So the boy, like we have 0, the boys are like, let's freaking go, like we killed them. More of like a team thing. We go over not all of our reviews, but like I pull up all of the reviews that we got for the past week, and like I have music playing, the boys are clapping, hyping each other up, like that. I'm like, dude, that was sick, heck yeah, like, his grandma loved me. And then yeah, we jump into. I mean, I even pulled like a little competition thing of like all of the like local window cleaners in the area, their reviews versus ours. To like give them like a visual of like who the best is in the area. It's got to give them some pride, give them something to be proud about. And then I go into the training. It's like the training or the meetings are from 8 to 8:30. Try to get out there 8:30 because they gotta go. They gotta get to their jobs. The training is really usually only like 10 to 15 minutes. But it's like, if I notice we had a ton of callbacks, it's like, hey, we're gonna go over service quality this week. And we can dial that in again. So, yeah.
When they do have callbacks, will you out one of the technicians or the others?
No. I'll just pull it up. I'll just say, we got 3 callbacks. Usually they out themselves, which is cool, actually. They're like, yeah, that was me, my bad guys, or whatever, right? So there's a cool, going along again with like the culture, I might botch this, but it's like good teams have good leaders, but great teams have great players.
Yeah, great team is led by a good coach. Or sorry, a good team is led by a good coach. A great team is led by the players.
Yeah.
Which is like as soon as you get your players to like lead, you did it.
So as soon as I don't have to be like, hey dude, we don't do that here, and technicians are now starting to do it to each other, that's what we want. That's the culture we want. So, go on.
So when it comes to hiring or your onboarding process, what are the exact expectations that you set with the technician? And then what are also, what's the punitive system that you use? Like, as you said, I'm gonna write you up. What does that mean for your guys' system? How many strikes, whatever it is?
Yeah, great thing. So I'm working on our onboarding process right now because I need to have that dialed as we're going into spring. But basically, in the onboarding process, I'm going over all their standards. And while I'm interviewing though, I'm also kind of going through those too to try to find out who they are as a person. Because you can teach them how to clean windows. You can teach that. That's a pretty easy to develop skill. Who they are as a person, that's what you really want to dive into. So going through that in the interview and then onboarding process, here are the expectations. Here's the system. So as far as the write-ups, so if they get 2 write-ups in a month, they get put on a performance improvement plan, which is they go down and they lose their commission for the next 2 weeks. They go on $18 an hour. And then if they still are declining in that period, they get another write-up or something, flag for termination. We'll talk about it as a leadership team in our leadership meeting and see what we need to do. So, no?
Yeah, that helps. Just if you could bullet point the exact expectations, what would they be?
Yeah, so it's all the standards.
It was all the standards.
Yep, all the standards, yep. Showing up on time, wearing a uniform, truck cleanliness, less than 2 callbacks, so that stuff, yeah.
Thanks.
Yep.
You just mentioned know who they are personally. What's an interview question that helps you figure that out?
Great question. I don't know. We haven't interviewed like that. I haven't interviewed like that before, so I don't know yet.
One that we implemented and we heard from somebody else is, what did you do yesterday?
That's cool.
Are they sitting at home playing video games?
Yeah.
Can you connect with them?
Yeah. Or why are you looking for a new job?
Yeah.
That tells you if they start complaining about their job, then you're like, Or if they're like, I'm looking to level up, I'm looking for something I got 2 kids at home.
That tells you if they start complaining about their job, then you're like, Or if they're like, I'm looking to level up, I'm looking for something I got 2 kids at home, I need it, so it's great. Thank you.
All right, I think this is a pretty simple question, but I just want to kind of clarity from you. So you guys have the 4-week trainings for your techs. Is it hey, you send them the videos, you obviously expect them to watch it, and then right away you're throwing them on a job and you're there, someone's there with them, observing, teaching along? Or how does that look?
No, so we have so they go out with a trainer for those 4 weeks, and this is a little motivating too for your top technicians. So they go with the trainer. The trainer still gets paid their commission, but they also have a helper. We're just paying him hourly for those 4 weeks, and then once they're done with the 4 weeks, I'll talk with the trainer and be like, how are they doing? You think they're ready? It's either a yes or maybe another week or 2.
So with that, you have the performance guy working and the other guy's applying what he's learned, is like the job of the guy on commish basically to like check that guy's work?
Oh yeah, he's training him.
Because he's working at the same time too, so like that's kind of where I've struggled is like, hey, this guy is really good at what he does, but how is he supposed to teach while he's also got to do his job?
Yeah.
So is it like they're working like hand in hand with each other, or because a lot of our guys, like if they're doing something like that, it's like they want to make the job faster, so someone's doing screens or something like that, and another guy starts doing something else, so he's not really learning, if that makes sense.
No, for sure. Like, but if it is like their first week, they are though. Be like, hey, dude, we got exteriors and screens. I'm gonna bust out all the exteriors. You clean all these screens. I'll come check on you in 15 minutes.
Got it. So that the guy who's already been there, been doing the work already, he just needs to be more like checking in with the guy.
Exactly. And the better he is at training his guy, like, dude, if he can get his guy dialed in for the first week on the basics, the next 3 weeks, he can have a killer with him. And now he's getting paid the same amount of money, but he's working till 12 because he's got a helper. Like, super incentivizing for the trainer, right?
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you.
So, yeah. Anybody else? We hungry? Oh, Louis. Dang. Everybody boo Louis.
With that training program, like when you guys hire a tech, you get him to like go through it once and then go through it every week while he's getting trained, or like?
Yeah. No, every week. So the trainer knows, like, hey, week 1, it's all in. It's in our app that we use, Connect Team. It's all in, like, hey, like usually when they're driving from job to job, the trainee will be like going through the training program and stuff. But it is a trainer's like responsibility to make sure that he is going through those weeks. Like, it's very specific. Week 1, Monday through whatever schedule they're on with their trainer, like, you're focusing on this, that's it. Don't even touch week 2 till next week. So yeah, it's week by week.
Hey, one thing with that too, so the training program is really good for the trainee, but it's better for the trainer. So when Ian was training everyone, Ian knew how to do everything. But sometimes the trainee would not get taught certain things because Ian would forget. And so the training program is more a system for the trainer to know that they taught every single thing required. Because even though they know everything, it doesn't mean that they're going to remember to teach that person. And so yeah, like they're going through the videos, but it's more for the trainer to be like, all right, today we're going to go over how to clean screens. It's like, okay, I taught this kid how to clean screens. Whereas like sometimes you'll forget, you don't do construction for 4 weeks, and like, I never taught this kid how to clean with a razor blade, so it's like he can't get out of training. And so like those are the things, like you only teach them the things that come up, but with the training videos, like make sure that they teach everything, whether they saw it or not. Does that make sense? It's like more tool for the trainer. So.
Chill. All right, boys. One more.
Hey, does the one say you're Saturday guy?
Good question. We just double mic'd up. Does the guys who work Wednesday through Saturday still have to come to the Monday morning meetings? And so I just had one-on-ones with all my guys last week, and the guys that work Wednesday through Saturday brought this up. They're like, dude, it's a drag. I live 30 minutes away, and then I gotta fight traffic. Like, and I said, I was like, yes, that's totally cool. Like, come in every other Monday. So if you think about it, everyone's on different schedules. The Monday morning meeting is the only time where the whole team is together. That's the time where we get all hyped with each other. We're giving shout outs. Like, that's the one time everyone is together, and it's once a week. So I told them, come in every other Monday. The Mondays that they don't, they're on the call. Because we have the Vegas guys on the call with us. I just Google Meet it. And then they just text me, hey, what's the link to the call? And then they jump on the call. So we had agreement, like every other Monday they come in and still show some face, be with the boys. So
hopefully I don't tell you your story too much of like how we met. But little backstory on this guy. In year 2, we were doing Christmas lights. I partnered with another buddy for Christmas lights. He didn't know how to do Christmas lights. And so I went to him and yeah, he's like, dude, this client's really cool, and like, we want to do a good job for him. So I showed up to the client's house, I'm like fixing the lights, and we're chatting. It's like we met, and he was one of the first people in my life that I was talking. I guess I'll say the thing that I asked him. I was like, I could tell his family was good. We're like playing in the front yard, we're playing football with his kids. Chatting, I'm seeing how he interacts with his kids, with his wife, and I was like, hey, dude, I want to take you to lunch, and he's like, oh. And I'm like, well, dude, I could just tell by like the way that you are, like you're a person that I want to become like. And he was like, it's all my wife, bro. And I was like, exactly. That's why I want to take you out to lunch. You're exactly the type of person I want to be like, right? Fast forward 2 weeks later, he had a bulb burn out and on his house, and it was like 9:30 at night, and so I had to go fix it myself because we didn't have anyone to fix it at 9:30 at night. So I showed his house. He ends up being there. We chat for like 2 hours, just about life, about business, and yeah, I think he was like very intrigued by what we were doing. And like saw me at the time I was like 21, I think, and he was like, dude, one day like we're gonna work together. And I was like, yes, but MiNT is so small that like I can't afford you, right? So fast forward a couple years later, he actually ends up being one of my business partners, and that's Gavin. Gavin's in the back, he's the guy in the flannel. And Gavin was the guy that I mentioned, he was on the team for about, I think it was like 3 to 4 years, and we actually recently just bought Gavin out. But the time that he was with us had a massive impact on the business, not only on the business, but also the finances of the business, which we'll get into, but also just like us as leaders and as people. And so he's someone that I really respect. He's one of my best friends. And so, Gavin, give him a round of applause.
That was a way big intro for what I'm about to share. Y'all can go to sleep now. No, but seriously, Gatlin is, like you said, he's one of my best friends. Just some scrub hanging lights on my house, and dude, he's a baller. Like I could see it from day one. And when I started talking to him, it was awesome to see his passion for what he's trying to do, what he's trying to create. And I just, I could probably get emotional with him, but like, this is what we dreamed about. Like, this is the stuff we talked about five years ago. We went to lunch, R&R, and I think I paid.
I didn't have any money.
Yeah, that's good. That's true. Anyway, we talked about the vision, and the vision was we wanted to take this everywhere. We wanted people to be part of what we were creating, because it's more than just washing windows. It's more than just being out there and servicing people, and it's been really fun to see the growth. But today, you guys, like a little bit more. I'll go more in my stuff later, but just first, I'm not a tax consultant. I'm not a CPA. I'm not. I am like a financial advisor because I wanted to be one. Like I just got the license, but that's not what I do for a living. I just love finances. I love looking into things. So you guys may know all this stuff, and that's fantastic. But one thing that I saw MiNT as we were going through this adventure of building a business, some of the things that you forget about is like, well, how do I build it the right way? How do I mitigate taxes? How do I make sure that I'm set up in a way that I'm maximizing my profits? How do I make sure I'm not overextending the equity that I have and maybe bringing on too many partners, or I'm not leveraging the equity that you have and that you're earning? So as we dive into this, please know like this is pretty high level. I would love the opportunity to go deep into any of this with any of you if you ever wanted to. Gavin can give you my information. I love this stuff. This is the stuff that I do this for people all over. It just happens to be something that I get to do with MiNT a lot. Gavin and I meet every week. A lot of what we talk about is leadership strategy, and then what are we doing to build? And so we'll dive into it. So really quick, these are the 4 things we're gonna hit on: profitability, tax strategy, entity structure, and building equity. Now, there's a lot of content on these slides. I'm not gonna talk to the slides. I'm gonna talk to you all, and then we'll share the slides. Does that work? All right, so we'll go into profitability. Okay, so one thing, when that slide changes, but one thing that we saw quickly is that when we started building the business, it was like, this is awesome. Like our revenues are good. Like we have good revenues. We're doing like $1 million in revenue. And then all of a sudden, we're going back as owners and going like, great, what does that mean to me? And a lot of the times it meant nothing. We'd go to the end of the quarter and we were pulling no distributions. I was like, well, what are we building this for? Like obviously we're building it because we want to change lives and help others, and we love that our employees are being paid. But really, it's a for-profit business. Like we wanted to make money too. We wanted to change our own lives. We wanted to start making it. And so as we started diving into this revenue, profit, everything boiled down into where am I spending my money? Where am I looking at things? How am I using the profit, the money that I have come in? And some of us as business owners, I own multiple businesses, and I love it because it's a huge tax advantage. But sometimes we think, hey, I got a nice truck, or I'm making it, or hey, like I'm able to do a few things here and there. But to take it to the next level with profits, it's really going into these margin killers right here, okay? Labor inefficiency, untrained crews work slower to make costs. We were the kings of learning how to maximize our labor, okay? Like, it took us a while to dial this thing. And it took us a while to figure out, 2 crews doing $1,200 a day, seems like that's a good thing. 2 guys, 1 truck, $1,200, like, man, we're making good money. You're not making money. Between the truck, the labor, buying that lead, marketing, all that stuff, like at the end of it, you're not profitable. And so it's really key that you're dialing in on how am I maximizing my labor? And that could look different in every one of your markets, to be honest. It depends if you have, hybrid trucks that we run with both the power washings and window cleaners. It could be, hey, 2 guys get it done faster than 1, we can load them up heavier. That's gonna be stuff that you're gonna have to explore and work through. But I can tell you this, like if you have questions on that, I would bet you we've tried every model possible, and I think we've dialed in pretty good on the model we're on, but that doesn't mean it's gonna work everywhere. So get that labor good. Underpricing. One thing that I learned a lot from MiNT is brand does matter, okay? If you go anywhere in the state of Utah, especially in this area, anytime I say with MiNT, they're like, oh, the green trucks? Like, yeah, the green trucks. They know MiNT, they know about it. But what we don't do is we don't fight on pricing. We fight on value. So when all these other window cleaners that can come out there with their squeegee and they're in college and they bring out their Gatorade bottle and they think they're doing it right, and that guy's like, wow, that really didn't turn out the way I wanted to, the person they think of next is MiNT. Because they're like, I've seen them, they're professional, they look good, they're doing good stuff. So we have never fought on being the cheapest out there. In fact, we're probably one of the more expensive window cleaners in the valley, but we're probably, I know for a fact we're the best quality. And we've been around probably the longest, except maybe one other, but they do mostly commercial. So just thinking about pricing is important, okay? Like where you price point is critical. So don't always fight on pricing, fight on value. And sometimes it will be a battle, and sometimes you'll give some concessions depending on if you're opening up a new market or breaking into new areas. But you don't want to be the guys fighting for the bottom price, okay? Second, drive time. I know you guys know this, but if you're in an area where you're spending a lot of time drive time, you really kill profits. The entire day is shot if you're not maximizing your drive time. Use the systems that they've talked about, maximize people time. The more they're on the windows, the more money you make. That's not a shot, right? So really focus on this. Again, we can dive way deeper in this, but shift your mindset in. I'm not making money on jobs. I'm not trying to just make as much money. You're trying to make profit on every job you do, okay? Because just building a business to just not take anything home for yourself, we call it a charity. I'm not running a charity. You're all running charities. I mean, we can donate to charities, it's great, but let's go make money to donate to charities. That sound good? All right, slide 2. Tax strategy. Again, huge caveat, not a CPA, not a tax consultant. Just gonna say that out there real quick, okay? But taxes, I hate. Okay? I hate taxes. I don't pay a lot of taxes. I can help you all not pay taxes, but not because I'm evading them, because I'm mitigating them, okay? I do not like to pay Uncle Sam anything that I don't have to, all right? So, diving into tax strategy. Your biggest expense other than labor is taxes. It always will be, okay? Unless you figure out how to maximize your taxes. So, this will jump into entity creation, but one of the things that you need to look at is if you don't have a good CPA, I know you guys, some of you are in different areas of your life as far as like how big you are, how small you are. I'm telling you right now, please go find a good tax strategist. Go find a good CPA. Do not worry about spending a couple $1,000s a year if that person's gonna save you a couple thousand, couple tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands eventually on your taxes. Okay, go find a good CPA. You will never make more money than finding someone that helps you not pay taxes, okay? The first thing I ever said to my CPA was like, listen, I'm willing to pay you whatever you toss as long as you double my money. That was my caveat. I will pay you 10 grand as long as you make sure I don't pay 20 grand in taxes. I will pay you 50 grand as long as you don't make me pay 100 grand in taxes. 2 for 1, that's the best deal you're gonna get out there. So go find a good CPA. As you're diving into tax strategy, this is like the most boring thing you're gonna hear all night, I'm sure, because no one likes taxes. But when you're looking at it, there's tons of cool things that you can do to make sure you're doing it, especially the small business owners. The tax code is built for real estate owners and small business owners. It's built for it. It's built to help mitigate your taxes. So equipment write-offs, right? Be strategic. You can be very strategic on what equipment you're buying, how much you can write off. Vehicle strategy, using the miles. Strategic timing. When am I buying the vehicles? When am I flipping my trucks? When am I doing that thing to make sure if I'm going to pay an $80,000 tax bill, and I can go buy a $40,000 truck and write off my entire tax bill, go do that, right? Go look at doing that. There's a lot of other strategies behind this. Again, I'm just going high level because I have 15 minutes with you. I could spend hours with you guys on this stuff, and there's tons of cool things you can do as small business owners to do. Let's go to the next slide. So entity structure. This kind of leads into how you start to set up yourself in a way that helps you avoid paying high employee taxes. So right now, many of you may know this, and that's great. Please do what you're doing. But right now, many of you are probably set up as an LLC. Just a regular entity. It's a pass-through entity. All the money that you earn to that LLC goes directly to your taxes. Okay? Eventually, when you're getting to around the 50 to 75K of profits, not revenue, of profits, what you're paying yourself, is when you start to look at creating an S Corp. Okay? Again, many of you might know this, but just throwing it out there so everyone's on the same page as you're building your business. The S Corp allows you to do a lot of cool things. Number one, you can actually start paying yourself a salary, which you do take on some of the self-employment tax, but the flip of that, you only have to do about 1/3 to 1/4, even up to 1/5 of your overall profit has to be passed through to your salary. So if you're making 100 grand, you only have to pay your salary about 25, 30 grand to make it a reasonable salary. The rest of that, you can send yourself as K1 distributions, and it's taxed significantly less. Significantly less. So if you're getting to that point where you're seeing your profits start to creep up, again, working with your CPA, working with your tax strategist, set up an S Corp, get yourself set up to where you're paying yourself a salary and you're just sending yourself K1 distributions. Okay? This is a really easy way to start really lowering your tax. Okay? Awesome. Let's go to the next one. Okay, equity. Cal and I learned a lot about equity, being partners, as well as just like figuring out like what equity means. So one thing that Gal and I always talk about is like, equity means nothing unless your company's worth something, right? Like if I have 100% ownership in a company that makes $0, like who cares? But if I have 1% equity in a $1 billion company, that's something. Like that's cool, right? So equity doesn't matter, but it does when you start to scale. Okay, when you start getting into building out a business where you're not just a single person doing it, you hold all the equity. Maybe you want to entice someone to come join the company. You start handing them equity. The things that you have to consider about equity. Okay, a couple things. Number one, if you put someone on as an equity holder over, I believe it's 20%, over 20%, they have to sign on all future agreements that you have with banks, with anything that you're trying to do, buy, sell, leases, trucks, all that. They have to be part of that because they're one of the majority owners in the company. So be considerate of the equity and if you're really ready to partner with that person. The other thing I'll just say, like, equity does play a role in decision making. You're giving someone the power to have ownership in your company, you then lose some of your decision making power. So make sure they're people you trust, you want to be in business with, and you want to build with. The other thing is, as you start to build something that's worth a decent amount of money, the equity will become something worthwhile. So this role right here, owner role matters, right? An owner on the ladder earning 80K is buying themselves a job. An owner managing systems earning 80K is building a sellable asset worth 2 to 4 times the annual profit. So think about that. Like, yes, you guys are probably owner-operators, some of you owner-operators. That's fantastic. That's a great spot to start. You can do a ton with that. But you're only buying yourself a job. As soon as you can take yourself out of doing the job and you start building a sellable asset where someone is to come to you like, hey, I want to partner with you, I want to buy from you, that asset is worth 2 to 4x. Significant, especially when you get up into the multi-million-dollar revenue profit margins. It can be huge. So the one thing I'll just say about equity, be super stingy with your equity. Say that again. Be super stingy with your equity. okay? You can set up models like profit sharing, okay? These people can have 20%, 40% profit sharing, and you can give them that little nugget. Hey, you can share profits with me. But they don't have to own anything to be a profit shareholder. They don't have to own your business, but you can incentivize them to profits. That's great, but don't write off your equity, okay? Try to keep that tight. Because as you grow and as you build, you're gonna wanna maintain the ownership, unless you really love the person you're partnering with, okay? I'll just asterisk, please don't hate me for this, be super careful partnering with family. Huge asterisk, okay? Just throwing it out there. I know you love your families, I love my family, but I don't like to do business with my family, okay? I try to do transactional things with my family, help them build their assets and stuff, but it just causes a lot of issues if you're not lockstep or someone doesn't do their job, you're doing the job. Just be careful, right? So really hold on to that equity. Go build something that's worth something that you can sell. And the cool thing is in 10, 15 years from now, you guys have something that's a sellable asset, or you can take that to the bank and you can actually get bigger lending. You can do a lot of cool things with that equity with the company that you built. So I think I've done 15 and I talked a lot. So I'm gonna turn it over to you guys, please. 15 minutes question. What's up, guys? Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned finding a good CPA. What does a good CPA look like?
That is a dang good question. Okay, so I am a little bit more on like let's just say on a scale from 1 to 10, I like to live in the 6, 7 of risk, okay? I don't love a CPA that's like, hey, that's a little gray area. I like my CPA to push a little bit so that I am maximizing not paying taxes, okay? So if I have a CPA that's there and I bring an idea to the CPA, I would say, hey, I want to start paying my kids, which is a real thing. I pay my kids a salary every year and I write off a ton of money paying my kids, right? I brought it to a CPA one time, he's like, you can't do that. And I'm like, you're my wrong CPA. And I literally moved on. I don't want a guy who's gonna tell me that's not doable. I want a guy who helps me figure out how to make it doable, at least within the tax code, right? I'm great if you say, hey, they're a little young, you probably shouldn't pay them the full amount. She's 6 years old. She's probably not worth 14 grand a year in a salary. Yeah, but hey, I'll pay her 6 and we'll go throw it in an IRA and she can build that, right? So that's the type of thing I'd be looking for. Someone that's bringing you ideas and someone that's willing to really jump into your company and help you strategize on that. Okay, so we can talk a lot more about a good CPA, but the rule of thumb I would say is, first question I asked the next CPA was, will you double my money? And he's like, I will more than double your money. I'm like, okay, prove it. So I gave him the chance, went with him that year, he proved it. So that's where, again, I'm actually looking for a new CPA right now, full transparency. But my strategy has shifted over the last 1.5 years, 2 years because of my personal situation. So now I'm looking for a guy who can take it to the next level. But good question. Other questions? God, the runner. God, let's go.
Yeah, what are some things like early on in business that we could be doing to help increase that, the exit?
Yeah, another great question. I think the first and foremost is keep on to the equity, right? Like I can't emphasize enough, like hold the equity. But I think the other thing is make it a repeatable business. Something that if you were to step away from and someone could step in and own it and run it and make profits off it, that's where they're gonna be the most enticed by your business, right? The other thing that's really fun is as you grow, as you're getting better, like that multiple actually moves up the bigger you get, not down, which is kind of a crazy concept. It's like if that goes up to like 10 million, my multiple actually goes up to 5, 6, 7x. Because the higher you earn, the bigger the multiple. So the thing that I think about is like, if I was building a business, which we have, like I want to be in a position where if I sold to someone, that 2 to 4x that they're gonna pay me for, they could earn back in 2 to 4 years, right? So that's what I'm pushing for, because that's when I go in and have the negotiation power with someone, and I'm actually working on an acquisition right now. It's been fun. I've done 2 or 3 in my life, but right now, sitting down across with someone, they just had a meeting last night, and sitting there, and he's like, this is what I think you're worth, and I was like, nope, we're worth this, and I told him why. Because I'm looking, if I was buying a business, I would want to make my money back in basically my multiple, right? So if I buy it for 5, I'm gonna wanna make it back in 5 years. So just be thinking about that. I would say also, dial in your systems, dial in your processes, make it super repeatable, like I said, but that's where if someone needs to come in and manage it and own it, it's gonna become a more sellable asset. Okay? Because the only person that cares about your business more than you is no one. You're the only one that cares. But if you want to make it something that they want to buy into, they're gonna have to be able to step into it without knowing all the details and be able to run that business and still make the profits from it. That's the risk you have to mitigate for that person buying your business. Is that you can walk away from it or be part of it for a short term, and then they can run it and still make all the money back that they want to. It's a great question. Other questions?
Yeah, so I'll have to give a little bit of context, but I'm recruiting very talented leadership positions, and they're coming in and they're getting very well paid for. But the idea of these leadership positions is to build up an entire department from the ground up, and I want them bought in for the long term. So profit share doesn't really, keep the carrot in front of them. But I know you said equity is not the best to, give away, obviously within reason. But what would you say is the best thing to, keep people for the long term?
Yeah, love that question. Been in leadership for about 12 years of my career, and I can tell you right now, people don't leave companies, they leave managers. Number one. Number two, people really just want to know that they're making a difference on what they're doing. So they really want to be tied and connected to the overall goals. So listen, dude, everyone loves more money, everyone likes a bigger title, everyone likes that stuff. But I have seen plenty of people unhappy making a crap ton of money with the highest titles because they don't know what they're doing to better their company and they don't have fulfillment in what they're doing, right? So I'm not going to challenge you that that's not the right way, but I'm going to challenge you, how do you make those roles more fulfilling, feel more connected to the business, and find the people that want to help you build that mindset you have, right? I'll be honest, Gatlin couldn't afford me, okay? That was okay. I was in a different trajectory in my career. I've been in tech my entire life. I've lived in the tech world. I've done a ton of businesses, but I didn't join Gatlin because he was paying me money. Crazy enough, I don't think he paid me money the first year. Maybe the first 2 years. I joined Gatlin because I wanted to create something cool, something big, something bigger than us. So I promise you, I feel like I'm a decently talented person. You can find the right talent if they're tied to your vision, right? Now, bringing in the equity, I would just say if you're doing an equity play, try not to go above that 20%. Otherwise, you're gonna be in a world of hurt trying to get them to sign all the documents and stuff, right? But listen, equity is, I'm not saying don't do it. There are gonna be situations where it's gonna be the right play, right? And honestly, that's probably why I joined Gatlin, is because he did give me equity. I didn't make anything off the equity for 2 years, but I joined because I had equity. But at the end of the day, the equity became worth something, and I was able to be bought out. That was cool. I still am a percentage owner of the company, but it's very different, right? So I would just say, find ways to connect people to the value, what you're building, the vision, and help them be connected to the overall goal. And those people will find fulfillment in their job, or you'll find someone that is. Because you need them to be as passionate as you are. Gatlin has a group of leaders around him that are substantially talented, they're very talented individuals. I'm telling you right now, all of us have been through the grind of not making a lot of money with Gatlin. But we didn't stick around because we were making money. We stuck around because we wanted to create this. This is it. I can live legit, pat them on the back, we're not there yet, we have a lot of room to go, but this is what we wanted to create. Right? Does that kind of answer your question? Okay. Yeah.
So for people that aren't at that point yet where they have all this to show for, what's the best way to sell people on the vision when it's not really there yet?
Be passionate about what you do. Okay? I think one thing that attracted me most to Gatlin, it was kind of this unrealistic optimism. It's dude, I'm taking over the world by widow cleaning. I'm dude, you're crazy. I can't do anything with widow cleaning. I don't even think people in Utah clean their windows, do they? I have you doing my Christmas lights. But he had this passion, this optimism, this drive about him that he started to attract the right talent. And I would say like, be the owner that people want to like learn from, that want to be around, that want to, go to lunch with, but also want to pick your brain, Like one of the biggest compliments I have received in my life is when Gatlin at 21 years old turned to me, he's like, dude, I want you to be my mentor. I was like, whoa, bro, like I'm no one's, like not a mentor, like let's go do lunch, right? But like that was a huge compliment to me. That was just from our interactions of him hanging my lights, right? So like, if you can be that kind of person where you're working with someone and they want to be tied to you and your idea and your vision, you're gonna attract talent, right? And then you kind of have to play it a little bit where it's like, it's gonna come, it's gonna come, it's gonna come. We always say what? This year's the year, right? Next year's the year. We should have a plastered everywhere in the warehouse. Because every time it's like, next year's the year, guys, next year's the year. But it's that kind of like blind optimism that we're gonna make it. And we're gonna make it together. And again, I think that's one of the cool things I heard earlier today. Like, Gavin came over, he's like, dude, you're not alone. Like, this movement shows you you're not alone. Like, you're all in this grind, maybe in different parts of the area, different parts of the world. But hey, like, there's other dudes out there trying to do what you're doing. Just connect with one another, keep that kind of, I'd say, insane optimism, and it'll work. It'll work. People, two things I would say, I found a lot of success, like, I smile a lot, and I'm really optimistic. It's gotten me places in this world that I never expected because people want to be around people that are energetic and optimistic, right? So keep that high energy, be passionate about what you do, and people will share that passion with you. It's a great question though. And just so you know, it still will be hard to recruit, right? Because you're painting a picture for people that doesn't exist, right? But keep it going. Other questions?
Yeah, how do you educate yourself on like asking the proper, specifically for tax strategy? Like how should we educate ourselves to ask those questions for like CPA purposes and stuff?
Another great question. All right, here's the geek in Gavin. All right, like, dude, I was at a drill competition, which is also geeky, but my daughter's a drill person. She's all dancer. So I was at this drill competition on Friday, and I was sitting next to my father-in-law, waiting for them to go on, perform. And I'm like, dude, I just jammed on 2 hours learning about tax code. And he's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I just started learning about tax code. Like, I want to know how I can, again, use the tax code to my benefit. It's like, dude, what the heck are you doing? Like, watch the drill competition. I'm like, I watched her dance. Like, I don't need to watch everyone else. Dude, education is just like everything else you're gonna do. Like honestly, like there are a ton of cool resources, even in the school app. I follow one person on the school app other than Gavin, and that person's helped me a lot in just like learning different things on tax strategy. I promise you, the information is actually out there, pretty readily available. You just have to find the right resources. And those resources can break it down pretty quick on some quick ideas, quick wins on how to ask the right questions, what questions you should be asking as a small business owner. But it sounds lame, but I just kind of done it for myself, like my own education, my own exploring, my own diving into things. ChatGPT, Google, whatever it takes, I'm diving in. And when I'm seeing that I have like a quarterly check, a quarterly tax, I'm like, how do I not pay this? How do I not pay this tax? What truck, what do I need to go get in order to mitigate taxes? So I know that doesn't help a ton, but honestly, like I'm serious to everyone here. If you guys wanted to reach out to me and ask questions and bounce ideas, like please do it. I can help you get started on some cool assets and some cool classrooms to look at that. Good question. You kind of have to be a geek into taxes a little bit though. Or you can just have someone like me help you do that.
Does it matter if we find a CPA that specifically like kind of works with home service companies, or do you think any generic one could like work for us?
So it's always nice to have someone that understands your area a little bit, but I will say tax is a company or whether you're a trucking company, it's basically the same taxes regardless, right? If you can find a good CPA that's familiar with the space, that's fantastic. But I would not hone in on, hey, have you ever done any home service and stuff? I would just say, ask the questions on, are you gonna help me mitigate my taxes? How risky do you go? How risky do you not go? Like those kind of questions that would help you identify if they're the right one. Because again, the tax code doesn't really change whether you're home services or another company. So I wouldn't zero too much on that. But if you get the best of both worlds, let everyone else in this group know to use that CPA.
This might be a silly question, but like, if let's say they're pushing to the 6, 7 kind of range, who's responsible if like something goes wrong where you get audited? It's a problem.
You. You are. You are. Yeah, they'll tell you that. They'll tell you that. So when I say pushing into 6, 7, I'm not saying do tax evasion, right? Like making that super clear, okay? I'm not making tax evasion, okay? But what I am saying is I do pay my daughter, who is 7 years old, a salary. Some CPAs would be like, dude, you can't do that. And I'd be like, it's okay. It's gonna be okay. I just keep a good track record of what she does for my home office. She vacuums my home office. She takes out the trash in my home office. She washes the windows in my home, inside of my home office. Just kidding, she doesn't wash the windows. But like, what do I have my kids doing that are benefiting that? For example, when we had our other office, I used to take my kids every Saturday, maybe not every Saturday, several Saturdays, and we'd actually go clean up the office. I just have my kids, hey, vacuum the office, take out the trash, do that stuff, and I just count that towards their salary. So the thing that I've learned most about like tax mitigation is just make sure you're documenting it the right way, right? All these things just have to be documented. If an audit came to you and you're in the 6, 7 range, as long as everything's documented, you're going to be fine. I promise. Like, it just has to be documented the right way. It's a good question, but you are held liable. The CPA will tell you that too. Like, just so you know, if they come out at you, they'll avoid it because their name's tied to it and they can lose their bar, but it'll end up like that. Yeah, good question. Again, don't evade taxes. Just mitigate taxes. Good. Very good.
Is that good? Any more? Okay, sweet.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. I'm gonna head out too.
Check, check. Oh, we gotta put mine back on. Give us a 2-second break. I can't even see. Look at that. How we feeling, boys? Hanging in there? We got like 1 hour left. Then we got dinner. Like an hour and a half left. Dinner, and then we got cold punch. So, be ready. The Pats bros, they're actually gonna have to get some cold water, really. I hate you this morning.
Yeah.
He was like, in the water.
Yeah. What's your presentation?
It's my same one. Welcome to the movement. It's just at the end. It's literally one slide. I kept this one simple.
Holy.
That one right there. Boom. 58 slides.
You know how to change it?
No, there's no one. Alright guys, this is a concept I've been thinking about recently a lot. This will actually go into Dom's question a little bit that I asked Gav. But you guys might have heard me say this. Anyways, presentation, I guess go back. Standard setters is not supposed to be the title, but title of this training is how to become a leader worth following. That's what we're gonna go over today. I think that there's gonna be, I'm gonna try to leave as much Q&A as possible because this is something that I've been diving into a lot recently, and I'd like to like get tactical in some uncertain situations you guys have. But this is what I've come to realize is how you can attract people. So basically, I was on a call with Hunter Davis actually. He's in this group, and he wasn't gonna be able to be here, and he was like one of the OG guys that was in the group. So he's like, "Oh, dude, can we jump on a call?" I was like, "Sure." I was like, "But we have 30 minutes. Think about it. And you have one question." And so he's like, "All right." So he jumped on the call, and he's like, his question was, what would be the biggest unlock if I figured this one thing out, it would change my business for forever? And I was like, I know the answer, but you're not ready to be able to do that thing yet. And so I'll explain what that answer is in a second. This is a castle, if you guys couldn't tell, right? And there's a moat around it. I think it's just sandcastle. Again, this is just from Canva. But anyways, it's a castle with a moat. And from what I've seen over building the business for the past 6 years, is the business that you are wanting to build, it's across this moat of just your life sucking for a long period of time. Like, it just is what it is, right? If you wanted to if the one thing that you can build your business on that will solve every single problem is having the right people as the foundation of the business. So that's why this is one of my cool arrows go to that, right?
So there's the answer to Hunter's questions. Like, what is the one thing that if I was able to figure this out, it would change my business for forever? It's having the right people in the right place. It's changed my business for forever. Like, I am starting to get to the point where I can attract the right people and put them in the right place to where we can build together. And everything's changed. But there's a shortcut. So this little bridge right here. I didn't mean for this to happen. This is the first picture that popped up, and I was like, this is perfect if there's a bridge. But there's a shortcut, and that shortcut is money. So a lot of people are like, okay, cool. I have this business. I have no experience, but I want to attract the right people. A lot of people, you'll see this in tech, right? It's like someone will start a tech company, they take on a massive investment, and like, I'm going to hire all the right people, right? The problem with that is if you don't have the experience, you don't know how to manage the people properly for them to be able to build the business with you. You don't have the systems in place to be able to manage them. We'll use Gavin's example. Like, Gavin was super high caliber when I met Gavin. My business literally couldn't sustain, like, it wasn't even to a point where Gavin could make a difference because his skill set was so much farther along than where the business was at. So I hadn't earned that relationship yet. It was the same thing with Ian. Like, I would have loved to take Ian and be like, Ian, you're out of the field. I'm going to pay you this salary, and you're going to be awesome. You're going to manage my techs. But I didn't have any techs. So like, my business just wasn't even there. So it didn't matter if I had the money to pay the people to do the thing. I hadn't put in the work to be able to attract the talent, to have a business that was worth having them on the team and sustaining them. But at the same time, I didn't have a good enough vision to keep them on the team. So that's where the moat is the experience, right? And I've realized that the thing that you have to work on to develop or to attract the right people into your world or into your business are these three things. It starts with character. I guess you guys can see what it's character, vision, proof. First one's character. So when me and Ian started working together, I had 0 company trucks. I had 3 part-time employees that were in college, but it was winter, so then they all quit. Yeah, I had nothing, right? And I didn't even know what we were trying to build. But Ian partnered up with me. And the reason why I'd imagine why Ian partnered up with me was because Ian knew my character. Me and Ian had known each other for a long time. We were friends. He knew, worst case scenario, he was going to get paid for the time being. And then it'd be a good time, I guess, because he liked me, right? I think a lot of times when you first hire, that's what your first hires look like. I was just talking with Chris, and he was like, yeah, my first hire was my brother, and then my second hire was going to be this person that's like a connection, but like, I don't know, and I'm really nervous to like hire someone outside of my circle, right? And it's like, the first hires are easier because these people come to you because they know who you are. And they're usually like your friends, your cousins, or college kids that know you or whatever, and they work with you. But they work with you because they know that you're a good person. And because that's all you have to offer. So that's the first thing. But that's not gonna get you to where you wanna be. The second thing is vision. So you can bring on these people that love you. They're super bought into your character, but there's gonna come a point where like, hey, this is awesome, I'm making $20 an hour with you, I really love working with you, I love it when you buy me lunch, but like, what's in this for me, man? Like what is this gonna turn into and how does that affect me? And so you get to a point where people aren't, I'll use Ian as an example. Like if I kept Ian in the field as a technician making $18 an hour when we first started, it's like he wouldn't be here today. And so I had to come up with a vision like, where am I going to take this business? How far do I want to take? How big of an opportunity can I turn this into? And not only does this affect me, but how does this affect Ian? How does this affect him? How does this affect his family, his kids, his lifestyle? Like what is going to change? And so I came up with this vision like, this is what we want to build. Like we want to take over the home service industry, we're going to have trucks. Like you guys have heard the whole spiel, right? And so Ian was bought in, he's like, I'm going to stay a little bit longer. Keep in mind, because of that vision, Ian didn't make, hopefully Ian's okay with me sharing this, Ian made $98,000 before taxes this year. This was year 6. Like let that sink in for a second. Like Ian worked for MiNT for 6 years and didn't make 100K. I think everyone in this room was like, 100K is the number. And Ian was so bought into vision, was willing to put in the work because he knew, like, the game is not for him to make 100K. We're trying to build something a lot bigger than that, and he knows. And so he's willing to work for less for a longer period of time because he's bought into the vision. So, second one is vision. I guess same thing with this, like Gavin talked about. It's like, that was the reason Gavin didn't come on because I was like super impressive. He came on because like I don't know, I freaking pitched him on Vision. I got it. It was well. And I was a good dude. But the third one is extremely important. So this one's proof. You have to be really careful when you're casting a vision, because if you can't achieve that vision, you don't say what you mean, and people aren't going to believe what you say. And so I think there's this huge, like, I find myself guilty of this a lot. Well, I used to do this a lot more. It was like, because I'm such a visionary, you guys probably relate this, like, you have so many ideas, you're going to grow this business, like, I'm going to take this thing to $100 million, all right? But you never achieve anything. And so people don't start to see steps towards that vision. And so everything that you said is just a lie, and it actually builds like a lot of tension. And like eventually people will leave and they'll dislike you, right? So the third thing with the business is, if you're going to cast this massive vision, you have to start working on yourself so much that you start to achieve your goals and you start to have proof that people are like, okay, this guy is a good guy, I'm bought in, I trust this guy. Then he has a massive vision where we're going to take this thing, and he can actually execute and make this thing happen. Now, it doesn't mean that you need to get to the point where you're like, in 1 year you can scale by $5 million, but there should be signs, right? It's like, for me and Ian, it was like, we started to buy trucks, we started to add technicians. Maybe we weren't making the money that we wanted to make it, but the business was working, and there was proof that we were starting to build. And like now we look at this, like, you guys are all in this room, not because because I'm a good dude, because most of you guys haven't met me in this room until today. It's like maybe you were kind of bought into the vision, like you've seen us on YouTube, but in reality, the reason why all of you guys are here is because we have proof. Like, we've created something that you guys want to like model after. And like that's the thing. And you will start to attract more and more talent as you build more and more proof. And that's the point that we're at in the business. Like, I'm obviously trying to build myself as a person. Like, I want to develop. I don't think you can just be like, I'm good, right? And I do think character is the foundation. And I think we've gotten to the point where our vision is extremely clear. Like, it gets more and more clear every day. But the thing that will create more leverage and will be able to attract more and more talent day after day is the more proof that we can build and the more proof that we can stack. And so if you guys want to become a leader with following, you need these three things. Because if not, why would they? Like, why would they follow? And so again, if you guys want to unlock the biggest thing in your business, which is people, you guys have to spend, like, maybe this isn't the answer you guys want to hear, but you guys are going to spend the next 5 years swimming through this moat of your life just sucking. Like, it's going to be hard. But it's to build those. And eventually, hopefully, after 5, 10, however long it takes, you've been able to become the person that you need to be, you have the vision that you need, and you have the proof that's been built to where you can get to the middle of this moat, and now you've earned a spot at the table. And now you can have the people. And so a lot of times I think people come to me like, they ask the question that I'm asked, they ask the question that Dom asked, and it's like, well, how do I get these people on my team? How do I get them to be bought in? It's like, how do I get them to follow me? But in reality, like, you're just not worth following yet. And that's okay. It's like, I don't even think, and this is not like for you guys to be like, oh, yeah, everyone's following me. But it's like, I don't even think I'm worth following yet. I think I've worked up a degree of proof where I'm worth following to a certain degree, but I'm nowhere close to where we need to be. So, it's gonna take time, it's gonna suck, but like, that's where you're building. So anyways, Q&A, hopefully that wasn't too long, I think we're chilling. We got questions about leadership? I don't know, whatever. We're not. Oh, we got another.
So the question is very simple. It's just like you said. Sometimes like when we're in that growth period, we're not really like leaders worth following. How can you still manage a team while going to the place where?
Like how do you get the team to still follow even though you haven't built it yet?
And I know it's like, yeah.
It's
like,
the first two.
I got you.
So the first thing is like, you might not have a big enough vision yet. So like, people will be bought into you as a person. Like, a lot of times I've heard this question a lot too, is how to build culture. It's like, you're the culture. It's you. Like, you don't have a team that can build culture. Like, you are the thing. And so initially, like, if you can get people to follow you, it's purely based off of who you are. The problem with that is it doesn't mean that they're going to stay for a long time. So that's the thing. Like, if you want to attract the right people, like you have the character and proof help with attraction. Vision helps with people staying people long term, right? So if you want to like attract talent and you don't have the proof yet, that's on you. Like become a better person, invest in your people, have relationships with them. Like Gavin mentioned this before. Yeah, you're good, dude. What I was gonna say, I'll let you say it. I think we're gonna say it.
No, but so one thing that I admire much about Galen is you are who you surround yourself with. Like the top 5 people, you want to surround yourself by really, really, really high functioning people. And by doing that, you're gonna be able to start acting as a leader you want to become, right? And I'll be honest, like sometimes you're gonna have to fake it until you make it. Okay? Like these people are looking to you as a leader. Sometimes you just put that smile on your face, like, you got this. Even though you know, like, the bank account's empty, you don't know how you're making the next paycheck, but you're gonna make it happen, right? Like, it's kind of like that fake it till you make it, but make sure you're surrounding yourself by very, very highly functioning, capable people. Gatlin and I meet weekly, and 95% of the conversation we have is about leadership. Every week. How am I becoming a better leader, and how's he becoming a better leader? So surround yourself with extremely capable leaders, and that will help you start to elevate your own game. That's a conscious effort. You can't just be like, yeah, I'm with my friends all day and that's who I'm gonna like become a better leader with. It's like you have to reach out to people like he did, be proactive, find those people you want to look up to and go become like them. And then eventually they just become your best friend and you can build it together. You know what I mean?
All right. No, you're good. That was good. That's perfect. John?
Oh, changes it again.
Oh, okay, cool. Go if we're gonna hear and then just move forward.
Yeah, so I'm going to be vulnerable right now, and I feel like I can speak for some of the people here. I don't necessarily have a vision or a goal for the business. How do I get that? How do I figure that out?
Dude, that's a good question, dude. I don't know if maybe we could have someone else speak. Like, this might sound crazy, but like I've always had the vision. Like it hasn't been as clear as it is today, but I've always, like you can ask Gavin, I was like, we're gonna do 50 million. I had no idea what that meant. Like I didn't know how many employees that would take, I had no idea how much time it was gonna take. I was like, I'm just gonna get there. So I guess something for me, the reason why I am that way is because it's kind of what Gavin said, I just have insane optimism. And I'm just like, I'm gonna do big things. I don't care what it is. I put some big number on. I just go, right? Gavin's probably gonna answer this, but I think it's something that I would struggle to answer because I don't think that's the thing that I've always been good at, like fully transparent.
That's what it is he's good at. So let me help you with this. I'm not a vision guy, okay? The reason I tied Gavin is he is the vision guy, right? It's okay that you don't have a completely defined vision on where you want to go, but I would just start with like, what are your next steps, right? Like logically, okay, where are you? Because I'm more of like I like to take visions and run it from A to Z. Like I always tell my wife, like, what do you do? I'm like, I monetize people's ideas. Like that's what I'm good at, okay? So for you, it's great. Be vulnerable, dude. You don't have the vision, but start thinking like, where do I want to take this next? And then start thinking, would I want to be part of something like that? Or is that too small, too big? Can I not prove it out, right? So don't worry that you don't have it yet, but I would take time and I would spend time on building a vision that makes sense for you and something you truly believe you can accomplish, right? Because 50 million, dude, this dude seriously believes it. Like, it's not fake with him. You ask other people, like, it's fake. I'm gonna make a 50 million, I'm like, yeah, I'm calling your bluff. But dude, this guy's gonna do it, right? You have to be able to paint a vision that people actually genuinely believe you're gonna be able to accomplish. So start thinking about that. It's okay. This is stuff that you may not have to think about, but to get talent, Gavin is spot on. You're gonna have to start painting that vision. But just do it over time, do it gradually, and do it in a way that you know that you can start to hit. Okay?
Follow up with this is, I guess so you guys understand like mine and Gavin's relationship when we first started working. I would read a book called Rocket Fuel. It talks about there's two roles, there's visionaries and implementers. And I thought for me, I thought it was always better to be a visionary, but the problem with visionaries is they suck at implementing. They're very good at ideas, but they don't do the thing, right? And so I knew for me as a visionary, I needed to find people that were willing to implement my ideas. Now, it doesn't mean I'm not capable of implementing. It just comes naturally harder to me than thinking 10 years down the road. So that's actually one of the reasons why me and Gavin partnered up. It was because Gavin came to me and I was like, Gavin, how's this gonna work? He's like, I'm gonna be the best number 2 you've ever had. And I think like that takes a ton of humility because people come into this business where like, I have to be the guy. It's like, dude, being the guy sucks. Like Gavin really told me this, he's like, dude, it's way better to be number 2. He's like, I can just take the skills I'm good at and his thing that he had to do, and now he's become more of this and he's like doing his own things. But it's like, you as the implementer, you can go find a visionary. They exist. But you just have to be really smart, like which visionary do you follow? But it's way easier, like being a visionary trying to find implementers is way harder than being an implementer trying to find a visionary that's worth following. And so like, I would figure out, you can develop both. Like it sounds like you're naturally an implementer, maybe your brother's a visionary, or maybe you guys need a visionary. And you can develop that, but like now, it's not, like Gavin said, it's not the end of the world that you don't have it. Just know eventually, if you want to do something big, it is a skill that needs to be developed.
In my position, what would a visionary look like? Kind of like a physical counterpart.
It sounds like the opposite of you. But I would say, like, if you're in the day, like, how does your brain work when it comes like, I have a goal? Like how do you achieve that goal? Like how do you go about thinking of how you achieve the thing?
I would say going straight to the drawing board, figuring out step by step how I can achieve that.
Yeah. So you're an implementer. Yeah. So the way that like a visionary would look at that is I'm like, cool, that's awesome. What's the next goal? I'm like already on to the next before you even achieve the thing, right? Which is it's funny because like you might not understand because that's just how I am, but that's why it's good at Gavin's here because Gavin was the flip side. So
yeah, so I'm an implementer, but where I get the visions is for now, like I wouldn't go invest in a vision. You have a community around you. Like this is something unique. Like use Gatlin's vision. Use visions from other dudes in this community and start to adopt those visions to be your vision for now. And then when you're ready, bring on someone more to help you drive it even further, right? But like, that's not a bad thing to happen. Like Gatlin said, it's actually harder to be a visionary than it is to be an implementer, especially in this space, because you're gonna go make it all happen. Gatlin's like, I'm gonna make it all happen. I don't know how yet. I mean, he's really great at it too. Like, don't get me wrong, like he's freaking awesome at this, right?
I'd rather not.
But he's yin yang, we're yin yang to each other. But I was willing to dive in because of his vision and be his implementer. You don't have a vision, so leverage the visions of this group right here, see what other dudes are doing in the community, and then when the time's right, go find your visionary counterpart that can help you take you to the next level. Does that make sense? But I would not go buy one right now. I would not go find one right now. I would leverage the community that you have.
Because a visionary is expensive. Trust me, I'm not cheap.
I appreciate it.
We're here.
So I'm a visionary.
Yeah.
How do I find someone who's actually a good implementer?
You use your vision to track it down. So well, first off, I guess the first thing is you have to find the people. Do you have someone in mind? If you know anyone, you're like, this dude, if he came into my business, he would solve all my problems.
Not yet.
Okay, so the first thing is you have to have someone, and then your vision just has to be big enough to track that person. So everyone on my team is on my team because of the vision that I portray. So it's not like how I do, it's just use the thing that you're good at. It's but the biggest thing with visionaries, if you're a visionary, you know how to do this, just be like, this is the thing that I'm trying to build and paint the picture, right? The only thing with visionaries that you have to be careful with, and this is one of the biggest things I've had to learn, is you don't want to overpromise and then deliver. It's you have to start building proof. This is the problem with visionaries is that. Everyone is I have this awesome idea, and they don't ever build anything that's worthwhile. So for you as the visionary, is you need to pitch the vision, and the more proof that you can stack, you'll attract a better and better implementer. And you might luck out like me. Ian's also an implementer, right? It's I was able to bring on Ian with my vision and character alone. But eventually I needed the proof. So I guess this framework is specifically for visionaries. So that's why it doesn't have as much, but.
I have one more question.
Yeah, hit me with it.
So I have a technician that I'm trying to nurture to, I guess,
become a better implementer, but how do you suggest that I go about that?
Let him fail. Like you just gotta let him do the thing and fail. So there's a story that I heard. I use this a lot, but it's like people probably heard this, but there's this guy that's like a pilot. He's flying his plane. He has this guy that's supposed to fill up he's supposed to do all the checks and everything, and like make sure the right gas is in the plane and everything, right? And they're like a designated guy. And so had the same guy for years, whatever. Or I think he's a new guy actually. He's a new guy. Goes up in the air, engine fails, crashes the plane. Dude almost dies. The guy that fills up the gas, turns out that the guy put the wrong gas in the plane, right? And so like almost killed this dude. And normally a person would be like, dude, F this guy, he almost killed me, screw you, I'm gonna find another person, you're fired, right? He went up to him and the dude was like crying. He's like, I'm so sorry. And he's like, dude, you're good, are you gonna do it again? He's like, the pain that it took you to learn that thing, because you failed, you'll never make that mistake again. And so it's the power of being able to let other people fail and learn from their mistakes. Like that's the life lessons that you need them to learn. And you're gonna suffer, like you're almost gonna die sometimes, right? But like you have to let them fail so they learn the life knowledge to where they can continue to do the thing and you don't have to force them to do it. And so, I don't know if that helped, like just let them fail. And then on the other flip side, I think one thing that was really hard for me and Ian initially, because we were friends, was like, I didn't want to give Ian hard feedback. But then I got to the point where like, I have to give Ian hard feedback. And full, like transparent, I lean on Gavin a lot to have to give other people hard feedback because they're all my friends. But I got to the point where I was like, I have to give him hard feedback. And it turned out Ian wanted the hard feedback the whole time. Like I was his cat. And so like as soon as I got out of the way, I was like, you can fail, and I'm gonna give you feedback, and I'm gonna help you like improve. Everything changed. So yeah, you're good.
So as a visionary, how do you control your focus?
Dude, you just say no to a lot of things. Like super tactical. I mean, I don't know if this applies to where you're at, but like I just redid my office, and like I literally turned the lights off, I put my headphones on, and like I have to remove as many sensory things as possible. Otherwise, I just be like, what's up, guys? I'll like go into the other room. I'll like distract everyone else. So it's like you just have to say no to everything, except for like the one thing that you do. John, what's there we go. All right, we're cooking. We're cooking here. All right.
Do you have leadership meetings with your team?
Yep. Every.
Yeah, that's mine.
So two structures. So every Monday I have an individual. Monday is like the day that I sacrifice to the business. So I'm like I have 9 meetings with each. I have an hour meeting every single week with everyone on our team, and we basically go through all their KPIs, all their responsibilities, and all the projects that they're currently working on. And we're structuring it in a way now like if anyone needs to bring anything to me, you have to wait till Monday. If there's like something that's going to burn the business down, like they talk to me. But for right now, like how things are going is like you come to the meeting with everything, and then I used to also structure these meetings where like I would tell them their KPIs, and then we'd solve problems together. Now we're structuring in ways like you come to me with the problems and the solution, and I'll give feedback, but I'm not solving the problem for you. And that's like how it works. And then so that's Monday morning. And then Friday morning, we have a team meeting with everyone. It's like 30 minutes to an hour, and everyone just like basically like, this was my goal this week, this is what I did, these are my KPIs. It's more of just accountability. And if there is anything that we need to bring up to the team, we can, but very rarely. It's just like to make sure everyone's on the same page. So that's like my cadence for leadership meetings. Cool. We'll get some more.
How do you see hiring friends?
Right. Oh, dude, you're reading.
How do you see hiring friends in the early stages of your business?
I think it can be super awesome, and it can also suck really bad. So to give you some perspective, I also was a business partner with my older brother, which I would say is like in a similar boat. And we just didn't see the same. There's 2 things that go into it. So the reason why me and my brother didn't work well together, we're really good. We love each other, and we're like chill. But we think very differently about the vision of the business and where we want to take it. And because of that, it didn't work. So that's the first thing, is like we have to make sure like we want to go in the same direction. The other thing was you need to have different skill sets. So the reason why me and Ian work really well is because I am like the visionary, and I'm the type of guy that like I get done at 5 and I want to work till 12.
Ian has a family. Like he has a kid, and Ian, now don't get me wrong, Ian works really hard, and some days he does work past 5, and he wants to continue this thing. But Ian doesn't want to be up at 3 a.m. thinking about the next Facebook ad campaign that we're trying to figure out. Ian's trying to like hang out with Scotty. And so it's like the reason why that works is because like we had very different roles and different responsibilities, and we were like Ian never wanted to be me, and I never wanted to be Ian. And so I think it goes like general in business is like that. That's how every partnership should be. But at the same time, when it's families or like friends, it's amplified.
Maybe I should have clarified. I mean, like hiring them, not like partnering with friends, but just like hiring people that, you know, maybe like from youth or something.
Okay. So hiring them, I think that it's totally fine as long as you're willing to give hard feedback. Like a lot of times because their family, like, oh, I can't tell them this thing because it's gonna hurt their feelings. It's like you're the boss, and it's the same thing. It's like just give them hard feedback, and they actually probably want it. And then if not, if you're not willing to fire them, do not hire them. I'll say that. So, what else let's do some over here because we got, sorry, Mom, we did like 6 over here. I don't even know how much time we were going for. You're my runner? Thanks, Dad. He's just implementing so good. Good work, Dad.
Okay, so I was just like thinking about this because I'm trying to be honest with myself, and like me and Luke are trying to take things to the next level, and like I know I've fallen short of like the leader I need to be at times, you know, and so I think a lot of that comes with complacency. You know, we achieve our goals, and not just achieve our goals, but like blow our goals out of the water, and then winter comes around. It's our first year doing this, you know, get a little lazy, and so like. I've been thinking to myself, like, my whole life, like, I've been a leader, like, I was on a team sports, like, I was always one of the top guys, like, I had to be a leader. So now, switching that over to, like, business, it's not hard, it's just different. Mm-hmm. So I've been, like, while you were talking, I was taking some notes about, like, little things. So I just kind of wanted to ask you, like, maybe you have some other ones I'm missing, but, like, something as stupid as being early before the guys, like waking up and being there before the guys, not just on time with the guys, or that's something I'm like pretty bad at. Like, I might be there at the same time as them, but I should be like 15 minutes early because it's at my house. Mm-hmm. And then,
just like, so you know, we used to run meetings out of my house, and like the tech Brett can talk to us, like they would show up to my house and I was asleep.
Yeah,
so I think that I'm like this leader that like.
And it sounds so little, but like I've been thinking about it all day because like I walked in Luke's room this week and it said something about like the most successful people like stress about the tiniest things, mm-hmm. And like Luke's very good at that. You know, that's something I need to get better at. And so like something as little as like the technicians are my guys. Like I should be intriguing their life, asking them more than just work questions. You know, talking to them. It's like just little things like that, like checking in on them, see how they're doing. And then like watching my mouth. It might not even be like cussing or saying necessarily bad words around the guys. Like it happens. Obviously the guys like just we say whatever we want sometimes. And it's not a great thing to translate to jobs. But like I was watching a podcast and it was talking about like just like even the words you say. So like I was thinking of like right now we do some gutter cleaning because gutters are like in the winter it's really easy to do. And like no one likes them. Mm-hmm. But like talking about them as if like they're such a terrible job, but it's still an opportunity to go out there and work and make money. So like changing your verbiage when you talk, like I'm just thinking of all these little things that we can improve and like I can get better at personally. And I don't know if there's like little things you thought would be better.
So I mean, the first thing I would say is don't beat yourself up because you do those things. Yeah. Like that's why I gave the example of Brecken. Like I think you guys see me and you're like where I am now, and you also see everything I do. Like I'm notoriously known for being late. Like, also just so you guys know, you guys were eating breakfast, I was making my presentations in the other room. So it's like, we don't mean to put on this facade, but it's like, oh, we become this person when we're like, we all do stuff like that. So I wouldn't beat yourself up about it. Yeah, I don't think that like you have a problem.
I just want to be like, I want to hold myself more accountable to this. I just know if there's like something that you think that, I don't know, really makes a difference when it comes to like overall, because I think that's like a culture thing too. It's like, because once you start doing it, the guys replicate what you do. And then it's like, I don't want...
Yeah, Ian's got something.
So, second time ever meeting Gavin, okay? He came, we used to have, in the driveway of Dad's house he was renting, we had these little team powwows once a week. We gave out gift cards for the guy who cleaned the most windows, even though they lied. But when we were done, the guys were all talking, whatever, and one of the guys was like, "Oh, dude, I got this job, whatever. Like, it looks good, like, whatever. It's gonna be hard." And then I was like, "Yeah, dude, that sucks. Good luck." And I like walked away. I went and did my jobs, right? And then Gavin afterwards, I don't know if he called me or we talked about it later, but he was like, "Dude, that wasn't cool at all. Like, you're the leader of these guys, and you just like said like, yeah, dude, good luck, figure it out, whatever. Like, you're supposed to be the dude that's like amping them up, like, no, dude, it's not like I just did that, whatever. Last time, dude, wasn't that bad, dude. Like, the client's super sick. Actually, she actually gave me a $50 tip. So if you do a good job, did a tip. Like, so exactly what you were saying, like culture thing. Like, dude, the guys will say and have the same mental attitude that you have. Because you're the leader.
Exactly.
Right? So huge call on Gab, like, and to that day, I'm like always super careful on my body language around the text, because if I'm down in the dumps or something, they're gonna be down in the dumps too. So they're gonna just feed off you because you're who they're looking like.
That's exactly like what I'm trying to.
So, have you ever seen the movie? Is it Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen the movie Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah.
So that Tom Hanks, if anyone hasn't seen this movie, they're basically Tom Hanks is like the captain, and they have to go save this dude that his name is Private Ryan. That's what it's called, Saving Private Ryan. And so they're traveling, risking their lives to go get this one dude to like take him home, right? And everyone's like, they're just walking, there's like, oh, this sucks. Like, oh, this sucks. I can't believe we're in war right now. Like, they're just complaining. And so everyone's going around saying all the things that they hate about what they're doing. And then Tom Hanks, they're like, what about you, Captain? What do you think? And he's like, I don't complain down. It's like anytime he had to complain, he complains up. So if the people not beneath him, but like the people that he's in charge of are complaining, they don't ever hear him complain, but he can complain to his leaders above it. The problem with it is you're the leader, so you don't have anyone to complain to. So complain to us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's like you can't, it's hard. Like I don't need to get that deep into it. But yeah, you are like the top, and so like you said, your attitude dictates everything. And so it's like, if people see you having a bad day, like you can probably ask Breck. Like, I don't think Breck has ever seen me have a bad day. I've had a lot of bad days, but I didn't let Brecken know. Because as soon as I have a bad day, Brecken's having a bad day. Well, then Ian has a bad day, and then Ian has a bad day, and then Brecken has a bad day. And then Brecken has a bad day, and all the technicians under him, they want to quit. And so it's like, anyways, just complain out. It's like, if you need to use us as a soundboard, use it.
Well, I got Luke, so.
Yeah, you can play Luke. Luke's always smiling. Let Luke have the energy, dude.
Yeah.
So anyways, we got another one? There we go, awesome, perfect.
Okay, so you as the owner and the visionary, how do you ensure that what you're doing with your time is like your daily inputs?
Most optimal?
Like, how do you know that this is the best use of my time? Because visionary, it's a lot of just like expressing it, we need to do this, but not actually doing.
Yeah.
So how do you make sure that what you're actually doing is most efficient?
I think that one just comes with time. For me, you gotta answer that. I don't think that there's something specific. I think that as my vision has gotten more and more clear, I start to realize that. Like, there's not a specific thing that I've done. But like, the skill is learning what to do with your time. Like, you as the visionary, it's just a skill that is developed, and you start to recognize opportunities, and you're like, that thing is more valuable than this. And so it's like, there's not a thing that I do, it's just a skill that I've developed. And I've gotten to a point where I could be like, okay, cool, we have a million different things that we can do. These are the two things that we should be doing as a team right now.
I don't know if I can
tell you that. I don't know if I can tell you that. Maybe Gavin can be more tactical with it. But just like, as you do it over time, you start to have it's pattern recognition. You just start to be like, oh, this is.
But that's like your job.
But that's like your job. Like, your job as the visionary is like, the whole team has a million different things. You have to be like, this is the thing that we're focusing on now.
Yeah, I was gonna add to that. Like, you have to be able to have trade-offs. Everything's a trade-off. Right? If I do this, I make that much. If I do this, I want to make that much. If I don't do this, I won't get that. Like, you just have to be very clear on what you're trying to accomplish and what's most important for you and what's gonna make us most return. I'll give you a perfect example. A few years ago, we implemented a new system. Guess who was implementing the system? Gavin. I'm like, what the heck are you doing, dude? Like, Give me the system, or give another person that we had building the systems at the time. Why are you building the system? Because I need to. I'm like, no, you don't need to. You need to have another person do that. So I'll challenge, like, you can look at VAs or Fiverr or other places where you can maximize your time and multiply your outputs. Spend the money doing that stuff because it's worth way more to you than getting in the weeds on some of the stuff that you're going to be asked. Okay, so that's the like have that trade-off conversation constantly in your mind. Is this the right thing or is that the right thing? Good, better, best is something better than best. Is this a good thing? Yeah, it's good. He's implementing a new system. That's good. Is it better? Could you be doing something better this time? Absolutely. Did you have best this time? Absolutely. So always be trying to focus on best things. Last thing I'll say is there's a quadrant, and I always like to live by it. Urgent and important. If it's urgent and important, focus on that. If it's important, it's the second priority. If it's urgent, you gotta decide where it lands in the quadrant. But urgency does not equal importance. Okay? The shiny object, the burning thing, maybe it's okay to let it burn out. Maybe it's okay to just let it go on. You gotta find some stuff that's urgent and important, focus on those things, and then just be important things. Otherwise, you'll always be disrupted by things that are urgent. You gotta be good at managing the urgent stuff to not disrupt the urgent and the important.
One last thing with that.
Austin, is like
I guess
where I would start
is you
only know what you're currently doing.
So
anything new that you want to do, you have to measure it against the thing that you're currently doing.
So
as entrepreneurs, we take on a lot,
and you
have a maximum capacity as a person. Right?
So you guys might have
heard me say this a lot, but like anytime you want to do something new, you have to ask yourself, what am I willing to sacrifice?
Because if you
don't ask yourself that question,
you have to say
is this thing
worth
sacrificing something else that I'm doing?
If you don't ask yourself
that question, you'll do this new thing and you'll subconsciously sacrifice the thing that's the most important already that you're currently doing.
So I like to say
the things that I want to do that I think would be super high leverage. I'm like, are they more important than the things that I'm currently doing?
And if they are,
who I need to sacrifice, or
I can hire the person
to do the thing that's less important, so then I can do the thing that's more important.
Does that make sense? But I would measure it against
the things that you're currently doing.
So we got.
How are you? We'll do two more and then we'll get into stories.
So we'll have more time to ask questions.
We'll have more time to ask questions, but
for sure. So, hiring externally and promoting from within. What is the best when it comes to leadership positions, and what are some key things that you look for when you're hiring leadership externally?
Do you have any specific roles?
Let's talk operations manager.
Like what are things that we're looking at?
We talked about this a little bit
before. So on the ops manager side,
being the best manager
doesn't always mean that they're the best technician.
I would say that
management on the ops side is more important than performance.
I like to use
Brecken as the example. Brecken is our best manager that we have on the team. He's an incredible manager.
He's a really good technician.
He's not our best. From a performance standpoint. Brecken doesn't like to upsell.
But I would put him,
and that's fine.
But I'll put him against
anyone on our team for management.
So the reason
why he's in the role
is because
he can perform to a certain level,
but his management
skills
supersede that.
So
it's like they need to be
able to perform to a certain level, but the management skills are more important.
Does that help?
Yeah. Okay. One more, and then Dang. We'll do here. You can ask personally after. We'll talk.
Last one.
All right, so I got a question that I think probably like a lot of young people could probably relate, and maybe like this is pretty much my first like proper business. And we're able to see results and make good money for our age and have like maybe a 3-year vision or a 5-year vision. But it's like they don't know. Like I don't know if I want to be in home circles for like my entire life. I can't see myself doing that. So it's just like trying to figure out how to know whether to like really just walk down and try to stay in it, or it's almost like I feel like I kind of have like a shiny object syndrome, right? Like oh maybe do this business or this. Yeah. It's just trying to figure out like, whether to just really dial in and try to take it to something crazy, take it to 100 million, or to like exit them. And that's just
something I always think about.
So more just like
how
you decide if you're gonna
how you decide if you're gonna stay with
Yeah.
this thing or something else.
I mean, business is the same.
Business is the same.
No matter what.
No matter what you like, yeah, you have different vehicles and stuff, and the reality,
What you're doing is working.
What you're doing is working.
So is there something about?
So is there something about what you
that
do
you don't
that,
like?
that you don't like?
No, I mean, I love business. It's just like home service. I mean, I love home service, but at the same time, it's just, I don't know if I want to do it for the rest of my life. You know what I'm saying?
So do it for 5 years.
So do it for 5 years.
And then sell it to me.
And then sell it to me.
Not like, I mean,
Not like, I mean, doesn't to me, but like straight up, it's like,
yeah, you might want to be doing
you
other
might
things.
want to be doing other things. That's
Do
cool.
that first.
Do that first.
Like build the thing.
Like build the thing.
And then make a decision.
And then
if you
make a
want.
decision
You
if
can
you want, like, you can sell and go do something else. The reality of it is now, dude, you're so young. I think home service is the best opportunity to learn every skill that you need to develop.
I think that
a lot of people are like, oh, I'm just gonna hire the right people and like I'll just replace myself. The really cool thing with home service is you don't have the resources to hire everyone that you need when you first start, so you have to learn everything. And everyone's like, oh, you shouldn't be a jack of all trades, master of none, whatever, right? It's like there is no better way to learn business than to run every single department of your business and have your life suck for 2 years, and then when you have the skills, then go chase something else.
So it's like,
yeah, you might want to do something else. I would lock in for at least the next 2 years, and just like this is school for you.
Like just learn business.
Like just learn business.
Learn how to do marketing,
Learn how to do marketing, sales, admin, customer service. Learn how to hire a team. Learn how to manage. Learn how to develop leaders. Like learn all these things, and you can take that to an opportunity once you develop the skills. But if you just keep switching, you're never gonna develop the skills.
So.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude.
Alrighty, boys.
That was.
Sorry. We'll talk after.
We'll talk after.
So now we're gonna get into.
We're gonna do some quick stories. I mean, we're at.
I don't know why I was so aggressive.
I don't know why I was so aggressive with that.
Yeah, let's give you guys a shakeout.
Let's give you guys a shakeout real quick. We'll do a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna get into some stories.
And we'll do more Q&A.
And we'll do more Q&A. So there's gonna be more questions. So.
I might have to send you to freaking Costco tomorrow morning while we got pickleball. No, like I'm for real. Can you do that? Everything we got, bro. Just grab freaking like 4 more cases of water. Grab. I think the root beer one's pretty gas. It's not like soda though. It's not as strong. It's more like water. Yeah, it's more like watered down.
Alright, we got.
No, those are good. That's good.
We got a few more guys.
Yeah, more liquid death. Some more.
We got it.
Let's see. All right, boys, we're getting back into it. Everything we got. Maybe no Nutrigrain bar. No one's eating those. Get some chomps.
Sit in the middle.
Yeah, write it down.
Alright, we'll get started. We can take this off too. Should we take the presentation off? I mean, it just goes dark. Yeah. Alrighty, so this next section, I think we'll be very, very tactical today. Thank you guys for sitting around for this long. I know all these are probably broken for being 6'20". I don't know how tall he is, but yeah. Anyways, so this next section we're gonna go through. We want to be a little more personal with you guys, get you guys the opportunity to kind of like get to know the team a little bit. And so we're gonna go through. Each of us just has a little bit of like our story. It's gonna go Ian, Brenton, Gavin, and me, and we'll grab dinner. But the way this is gonna be structured, oh no. Everyone look how handsome he is. Look at that. Wow. Great.
Let's get that meat swag.
So we're all gonna go through our story for like 15 minutes, just tell like, honestly, I didn't even say what the story is about. So any like whoever
I'm just stepping.
on our team, whatever they want to share, they're gonna share. And then it's probably gonna be more life lessons than business lessons. And we're gonna do again Q&A, probably 15. So hopefully this helps you guys realize that we're just normal humans instead of anyways. We'll get up for Ian.
Thanks, guys. Okay, so I mean, a lot of you guys know my story because we talk about it a lot, how me and Gatlin teamed up and different things. I think there are some, dang, you guys switched up the seating, threw me off. But just wanted to share a couple, I guess, learnings from my experience and things. So I moved up to Utah in 2018. I got married shortly after that to a girl that lives here. Lived here since. When I moved up here, I didn't have a job, which is crazy, and I just basically bummed off of her. She had a really good job at the pharmacy, so basically bummed off her for everything. Still joke about it to this day. I had a family friend, one of my dad's best friend they did like a post-construction cleaning company. So they would go in on like finished buildings and finished apartments, clean them all up, make them move-in ready. So he was doing that. So I reached out to him, gave me a job. I basically was a quote-unquote a project manager. So I'd be on an apartment complex for like a month, and we were just cleaning room by room on the whole complex. Learned a lot, learned how to window clean from that, so that was cool. I think I learned a lot of, it was like a good introduction into like managing people, managing crews, because we had probably, I don't know, it was set up kind of different. So we had like a crew, like a lead, and then they had their people under them, and then there was me. So we had a couple different crews managing whatever, and dealing with project managers of the actual builder, the construction, all that. A lot of problem solving and having super hard conversations. No, we didn't do that. That was whatever, right? So, 2020 hits, and the owner, he lived in Arizona. He flies in, and he's like, "Hey, can we meet?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, cool, sure, whatever." So we go. The office. He bought this house. The office was ran out of his house. So we went up into one of the rooms, and I have my notebook out. I'm like, "Yeah, dude, this is. He's about to drop some knowledge. I'm about to learn. We're about to go over some numbers, whatever." He's like, "How are things going?" I was like, "Good, like." One of my jobs was like making sure that I'm sending billing depending on how completed the job was. So like if the job was 10% complete, we would send 10% of our costs, right, of what we're charging. So I was like, yeah, good. Like I'm sending out, make sure all that's up to date. The crews are doing good, whatever. Like mid sentence, he was like, "You're fired." I was like, whoa. I stopped. He's like, "Yeah, we're just gonna have to let you go." Didn't let me finish. Like I think he's just trying to get it off his chest. I don't know. Dude, that was like, whoa, this is crazy. So we also, Allie and I, we had just bought our first place. Like we closed on it like 2 weeks before this. And he knew that. I think that's why he just kept me along. And then after he knew we had closed, he was like, "You're gone. We need to make some changes or whatever." So instantly I went, oh my gosh, our life is over. Like this, I can't even, I have a mortgage payment now. This is crazy. So he was like, I was like, "Okay, yeah, I think I handled it well, I think." But I was like, don't worry about it. Like, I'll finish out the rest of this 2 weeks or whatever. Like, I'll work hard. Like, you can count on it. He's like, "No, you're done right now. Like, you can go home." He did a severance package for me, which helped. And I was like, holy smokes, I only have time to go find a new job. This is crazy. So on my way home, I texted my wife and I was like, "Don't freak out, but I just lost my job." And I was expecting what did you do? I can't believe we just moved into our house. What? And it was her response was amazing. She said, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I think so." I don't think it hadn't set in yet, but instead of reacting to it, it was, "Are you okay? How are you doing?" I was like, "I think I'm okay." And she's like, "Okay, we're fine. I have a steady job. We're gonna figure it out." COVID hadn't even hit yet, boys. The crazy stuff hadn't even happened yet. So a little bit more of a backstory. So that friend, my dad's friend who was there, he had left to do something else, and I was still at the company. I hit him up, and I'm like, "Dude, they just fired me." He's like, "What?" He reacted super angry, super aggressive. And then I was like, yeah, dude, F those guys. Like I started to react and get mad and pissed off. We were just going at it. And he's like, dude, forget them. And then he had some other like site. He's like, dude, come, like, dude, I have this going on. Like, you just got into your house. Like, this is bull crap. Like, how could they do this to you? So whatever, I did some side jobs for him, and my father-in-law, he does very high-end cabinetry and very high-end homes. So he works for he does a lot of houses for a big builder here in Utah. Their name is Magleby Construction. And I told him what was going on, and I was like, yeah, I just got let go. You know, really embarrassing to tell your father-in-law you got let go. And I was like, do you have any builders you've worked with that are hiring, even as like just like a foreman or whatever? He's like, I'm really good. I have a good in with this company. They're really I didn't know him at the time. He's like, let me see what I can do. Make some phone calls, gets me an interview. And then I interview with him. I think it goes well. I don't know. And then I'm still doing side jobs for my dad's friend here and there. And then Gatlin does that post on Instagram. It's like a post of like service plans. It's like I don't know why you even posted it. Glad you did. But it was like quarterly, biannual, or it wasn't even quarterly. It was like triannual, biannual, or whatever. And then I responded. I said, I'll run this. And he's like, what, really? And I was like, yeah. So, I mean, you guys know the rest of the story. But what I wanted to get at is, like, I mean, a lot of you guys are married, right? I mean, and a lot of you guys, I think, have gone through like hard situations while starting your own company. And like, when me and Gatlin talked, he pitched me on this whole vision, right? And I teamed up with him. It was working great. And I was telling my wife about this. I'm like, yeah, like, I mean, she knew Gatlin. Gatlin was one of my groomsmen, so she knows him. He was in our wedding. He's doing this. Seems like he's doing pretty well for himself. She's like, well, yeah, go do it. Like, we need the work for sure. But if Magleby gets back with you, I'd rather you take that job. So we're working. I think it was like 6 months later. And then the dude calls me. I don't know. I think I was on a job with Brenton, actually. And he was like, hey, like, are you still interested in the job? Like, I need someone, basically. I'll start you out at this. And then if you want to further your education, we have a scholarship program to go get your construction management degree, all of this stuff, right? Making it look pretty. And I was like, oh, crap, dude, I'm in a tight situation right here. My wife wants me to take this job at this very reputable company. My father-in-law stuck his neck out for me, got me this job interview because he's tied in with them pretty deep. So I called Gat. I was like, okay, like let me think about it. I got this going on right now. It's going really well. Like, can I get back with you tomorrow or whatever I said. I called Gatlin, and I haven't even told my wife yet. I called Gat, and I was like, hey, dude, they got back with me. When we teamed up, we met, like, I told him I had interviewed with them. This might just be, like, just a seasonal thing, like, till I get another job. And he's like, all right, let me know. Like, no pressure. Like, didn't try to, like, pitch me again on the vision. Just like, all right, let me know what you think. Let me know what you decide. And I was like, geez, dude, that's not the answer I wanted to hear. Like, tell me what to do. Tell me the vision again. So then I called my father-in-law, and he's like, well, depends on what you do. You want to be capped out at a certain amount at this construction company, or do you want to be on a ladder forever, like cleaning windows? And I was like, dang, this is crazy. These are not both good answers. Like, both good. No, both those roads are not good. But then I started to think about, like, quality of life. And again, like, that position that I was offered at the company, like, I would have been limited. I mean, who knows? But at that time, it seemed like it was very, like, limited. And, but I mean, again, it comes down to the vision for sure. And then when I got home and talked to my wife, I was like, I think I'm going to stay and do MiNT. There's going to be like the way we want to do it. There's going to be a lot of flexibility. Like there's going to be pretty much no cap with it. We can take it as big as we want. And she's like, if you think that's what's best for us and our future family, then I back you 100%. Like let's roll with it. So pretty sweet. If you're married, I hope that your spouse has been supportive. I think they are, because you guys are all here and you guys have been through hard times and they're still backing you and supporting you. I know me and Chris have had conversations like that, and when we were in Vegas. Shoot, I was gonna say something. Oh, but you also, back to like the proof point, I've been talking to Allie, and it's for the past 6 years, it's gonna happen. I keep having to like, she's always like, hey, when are you gonna start making money? Like, come on, like, you told me it was gonna be this many years, now it's gonna be this many years, now you're doing this, like, come on, like, I wanna start seeing like the proof now. And this past year, well, the year before in April, we had our first kid, obviously, Scotty, and we were able to budget in a certain way where she didn't have to go work anymore. She could stay at home, be a full-time mom, which has always been what she wanted to do, and that's what I wanted her to be able to do. But sticking, I mean, I don't know, I'm kind of just rambling, I don't know where I'm going with this, but it's important to obviously have people that back you, obviously family and back you. But I mean, I don't know, guys. I'm kind of fumbling right now. But go through with your word is a big part that we've been talking about. Like Gavin said, like even with him, Gavin can attest, Brenton can attest. Like next year is always the year. Like if your spouse is like second guessing you, like keep it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Like bet on yourself. Like have them keep trusting in you. But it's been cool. I don't know. I mean, you guys know the rest of the story. We've been doing. I mean, I was on the truck for 4 years. Oh, I got paid like $15 an hour when we first started. So I know all you guys in here are making way more money than that. So. And probably a lot. I mean, I had a mortgage and I was making $15 an hour. So stick to the program, stick to the standard, you'll be all right. So anyways, that was me. That's kind of my story. I don't know if there's any questions about that, but love your wife, love your kids. You'll be all right.
All right, boys. Are we chilling? Okay. You probably see me pacing around. I'm actually really nervous for this part of this whole thing. I'm going to get really vulnerable with a lot of you. Shit. But first, I'll tell you what's going on, my story. So me and my wife, we do wedding videography, photography. To this day, like we still do that. That's like my second full-time job. So me and her got married really young, got married when I was 19, high school sweethearts. Got married, started a business together, did that for a couple of years, and then COVID hit. And we didn't have any work. Like no one was getting married at a venue or anything, you know, the world was ending. So, so for the foreseeable future, we had no idea how we were gonna make money. So me being the husband, I was like, I'll go get a job. I'll bite the bullet, whatever. So I started applying for all these creative roles. You know, I wanted to be a videographer for a company. Like that was the goal. I'm not even to it yet. Shit. So I applied to be a window cleaner. I was like, what the hell? A window cleaner? To some company, MiNT. I had no idea who they were, what they were about. And Gatlin went to the wrong restaurant he was supposed to meet me at. And we met up and he just pitched me on the vision, what we've been talking about. shit. And like since that day, like I would say my life has changed since that. But to continue shit, me and Ian, like I was a window cleaner for 2.5 years, did content on the side, grinded, and then 2.5 years came. I didn't want to be on the windows anymore. I wanted to start my own thing. I wanted to do like a video production company. I saw what I was able to do for MiNT, and I was like, I want to do this for other companies. And I wanted to be like Gatlin and Ian. I wanted to have my own thing. God damn. Sorry, I'll get into it. I'm being so emotional, but shit. I did that, so I put MiNT on a retainer. So I was around for a little bit, still did content for them, started doing my own thing, and I failed. So me and my wife, we just kept going, doing weddings and stuff, and then I had my first kid. Her name's Ren. She's been with us today. And so I needed a job. We have fathers here? Anybody a father? Anyone who wants to be a father one day? Dude, that shit will change your life. And it's such a bigger, everything turns into bigger than you. I'm kind of like a freaking baby, holy. So, had my first kid. I decided it was time to get another full-time job again. MiNT wasn't ready for that. I asked Gatlin. I was like, hey, is there a full-time position where I can come, I can have insurance, insure my family? And they weren't there yet. So I went to a company just here in Utah. Big, huge company. And I worked there for a year. And I don't know, once you hit a year of working for someone, I think you start to do, you start to do a lot of reflection. And what I realized is in a big company like that, you're just a number. I don't give a shit about you. So I started to feel that a lot. And then Gatlin called me. And he's like, hey dude, I think we're ready. And kind of like Ian was saying, my wife was like, are you sure? MiNT always wanted to be ready. Next year's always been the year. And so I came on full-time 2024, not making the amount of money I wanted to make, but I knew that this is where I was supposed to be. 2024, we had a good year. It was pretty normal. I think that was the foundation for where we are now. And then we get to 2025. Here's where I'm gonna start really fucking crying. 2025, the start of the year was great. I think we were all really excited. We started a new location. Things were rolling. We started a YouTube channel. Everything was really good. I became a great runner, I would say. Early 2025, my wife found out we were gonna have our second kid. A little boy. His name's Wesley. We're grinding. I learned that I have a kid, and I'm like, oh shit. Two is crazy. And I quit. My first thought was I need to make as much money as I can. So I started taking on side projects. Me and my wife still do weddings to this day, but I started doing stuff for other people. And 3 months before September, I had a really, really good opportunity come my way. This huge influencer, she's on Dancing with the Stars, came to me. They're starting an app. They were willing to pay the most I've ever been paid for a one-off project, well over 10 grand. And then if I succeeded at that, I could get more. So I'd go work at MiNT, I'd come home, and I'd sit on the computer and like say hi to my little girl, say hi to my wife, and I'd just grind. I was grinding. I wouldn't go to bed till midnight. I'd wake up at 6 in the morning and go run and go to work. And I was consumed. I was consumed by just wanting to make money, and it came from a good place. I was trying to provide for my family, right? But I was consumed. Like I couldn't get away from it. So September, my wife is 36 weeks pregnant. Like we're almost there. I'm sitting on my computer. My wife is behind me. Looking for my son's heartbeat. And our son was gone. The hardest day of my life. Like we've been up here talking about things that are hard. That's not even close. I want to be very clear. I'm not telling you this for you to feel sorry for me. I'm telling you this because as entrepreneurs, it is very easy to be consumed. I think a lot about the connection I could have had to my son while he was here. And I feel guilty for how consumed I was by just wanting to grind, I was just consumed. Like that's the only word I can feel for that is consumed. And I think like obviously grinding on your business is important, but you have to be able to turn it off. You have to be able to be there with your family. And for those of you who aren't husbands or fathers, it goes for all of your relationships. Life is fragile. This life is fragile. And it can be gone in an instant. The other reason I'm telling you this is we've been talking a lot about vision. And you guys know we have a big mission for where we want to take MiNT, where we want to take this community. I've been thinking a lot about what is our purpose? What's the purpose of all of this? The purpose of MiNT, we've built a machine that takes care of families. We take care of people. Gatlin and Ian and the other people on our leadership team have taken care of us. They have taken care of me. After we lost my son, they let me take all the time I needed. They paid me through it all, and then they were there for me. So you guys who are struggling to find your vision, I think what's more important is your purpose. And we have guys on our team, Brecken, Malvin, Ian, myself, like we have families. And MiNT is able to help us support those families. That's our purpose. We build people and we support families. We want to set a standard. We want to take over, whatever that means. We had a conversation with Louie yesterday. And one thing he said is, you want to build a door-to-door company because you want young dudes to have the opportunity you've had. Like, you talked about profit, and you're like, it doesn't even matter how much I profit. If I can change someone's life, that's what's important. You have that purpose. In my story, you guys have seen I've left MiNT, I've came back, I've came back. And that's why. I'm surrounded by a team that will take care of me. And they'll know I'll take care of them. Thank you guys. And that's it. If you have questions, I'll answer. Chilling.
be honest, I made a lot of money in my life, but none of it matters unless you're doing what you do it for a reason. I have 4 beautiful kids. I have an amazing wife. Behind everything you see here is a woman that pushes me and drives me and motivates me more than anything I've ever known or experienced in my life. And that's what gets me up in the morning, is her and our kids. But the thing that I really do love fighting for, I'll just do 3 things: faith, family, and then friends. I mean, there's more F's there. Freedom is another one that I love. But like, I really do believe that we're here for a reason. I'm very connected to God. I love God, and I give all glory to Him and to my Savior, Jesus Christ. And that's why I believe where I'm at. I have a love for my family, and I fight for them every single day. And it brings me great joy in seeing them be able to succeed and do great things. And then I love fighting with good friends and having a bunch of great dudes around me to go fight the fight with. But the story that I want to share is, you know, as you go through life and you start to learn what you want to be. I mean, my wife still asks me, what do I want to do when I grow up, right? Like, I don't really know. Like, I just love to make money, like, honestly. And I want to make that money make money. Like, that's what I love to do. And so, like, for me, like, I just find ways to multiply that stuff. And I just find ways to go out and grind and do things. I have never had one job my entire life. I've always had multiple jobs. I mean, the whole time I worked for Gatlin, I was a VP of product at another company. The whole time I do what I do, like, I always have side things going, side hustles going. I own storage units. I own a bunch of medical facilities down in Arizona. I mean, we own 25 swigs out in Tennessee. If you ever want a swig in Tennessee, let me know. 25 of them, yeah, they're really profitable. They're good. So, like, the thing I'm getting at, you guys, is like, you don't have to do it the same as everyone else in this community, right? Like, every one of you have your strengths. Everyone have your superpowers. I think Gatlin fell out of his seat when I came up to him and said, I'll be your best number 2. He's like, I've never heard one say that in my life. And I'm like, but I knew my superpower. I'm really good at monetizing stuff. I'm not good at having the ideas. I don't stay up at night like Gatlin does and think of all these cool ideas. Gatlin and I would jam, and I would help him go through the business process of how do we monetize those things, right? So don't look around you and think we all have to do this the same way. Don't look around and think, you know, hey, we're gonna go build this massive window cleaning thing. Like, if window cleaning is your jam now and you decide to switch later, do it. I was a pre-dental graduate. I was gonna go to dental school. Well, I ended up in the tech world, and I've done tech for like 16 years, and I've done a ton of side businesses, and it's been really fun to be part of it. But do what you love every single day, because you're gonna spend a whole lot of time doing what you do to make money. Do what you love, because I promise you 2 things. I've learned this in my life. Number 1, if you do what you love, you will do it really, really, really well. And you won't mind doing it, okay? Number 2, if you do what you love and you're really good at doing it, there is so much room at the top, okay? As I was going to be a dentist, I met with a dentist in Utah, and Utah happens to be a pretty saturated area of dentistry. I don't know why, but there's a ton of dentists in Utah, okay? If you need good dental work and you're not from Utah, come here. There's a ton of them. So, ton of dentists. And I asked this dentist, I'm like, dude, how do you maintain like a good group of people coming to you all the time? Like, how do you stay competitive? He said this, and it literally changed my life. He doesn't know this. I don't even know if he's still alive. That's bad. But he did change my life with these words. He said to me, Gavin, there's always room at the top. I promise you guys right now, there are plenty of mediocre window cleaners out there. Dozens of them. There are plenty of mediocre people out there that get to a level and they're just content. But I promise you, there will always be room at the top. If you want to be the best, there is room up there. There is plenty of room up there. And if you go be the best at what you're doing, not only will you build a business that you love, but you will make money off of it. Money comes when you become the best at what you're doing. So find a way to be passionate about what you're doing every single day. And go be the best at what you do. Whether that's quality, whether that's speed, whatever it is, be the best at what you do. Because then you can go demand the price you want. Because then you can go demand the talent you want to get. But you have to be the best. The question back here, I can't remember who said it. It was like, how do I be the leader that I want to be? The first thought that came to my mind was, like, how do I be that leader, right? My first thought that came to my mind when you asked that question was, be the leader that you would want to follow. Right? I always tell my daughters, which I have guns to protect them from boys in the near future here, because they're about to go to high school. But, like, I always tell my daughters, I'm like, you gotta set the expectation with the dude you're gonna date or the dude whatever, that they gotta be the person that you wanna marry, right? Like, again, it's you gotta look for them to be who they would want to be, but you gotta be the person that they would then want to in turn marry. Right? Like, you gotta be that next level. So if you want to be a leader, dude, be the leader you would want to be followed, that you would want to follow. That's the leader you need to be, because then the dudes will look at you and they'll follow you the whole way through. So be that guy, right? Guys, I'm just gonna emphasize, like, it is not about the money, it's not about window cleaning, it's really not about any of that. Just do what you love. Do what you love, have fun doing it, and then money will come. Money will come, and then do good things with money. One of the things I learned a lot about money is, money is to bless the lives of other people. Whether that's providing jobs, whether that's donating to charities, whether that's, giving people opportunities, donating to the kid that knocks on your door and says, hey, I'm raising for my lacrosse team or for my soccer team. Great, dude, here's $50. Great, dude, here's $100. Like, yeah, that seems like maybe a lot, right? But you could be changing lives of people because of the monetary gains that you have. So go fight for the money, go earn as much money as you can, and then do good things with it. Because there's a lot of people doing bad things with it. Do good things with it. Do a lot of good things with it. And if you don't want to invest and do strategies like that, let me know. I'll help you guys invest your money really well. And you'll make a lot of money off of it, I promise. Anyway, this has been awesome to get to know you guys. Some of you come up, met me. Please do it. Love to get to know all of you. Just honestly honored that you guys would take the time to be out here with us here at MiNT in Utah. Just a group of dudes trying to make a living out here. But you guys are doing good. Like, this is awesome. You guys are fighting a good fight every single day. I know I don't know many of you well, but I'll say this, like, to me, like, this word means more than anything in my life. Like, dude, honestly, like, I'm proud of you guys. Like, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of who you guys are trying to become. I'm proud that you guys are willing to go fight the fight every day. It's impressive that you're here. It's impressive that you're trying to build something bigger than you, something unique, trying to fight for families or friends or each other. It's awesome. Stay united in that. Unite yourself around good people, and good things will happen. So, anyway, any questions?
We'll do applause first and make questions. Who has a question? I mean, I don't even know if people.
I'm good.
Who has questions they can ask?
Too.
I can go or whatever. Yeah, sure.
We'll give it to the man.
Oh, I'm nervous. No, just kidding. Thanks, Gav. Hi, boys. That was loud. Was that loud? My bad. Alrighty. Where's that light? Oh, all right. I'll tell my story real quick, and then we'll open it up for if you guys want to ask questions. What time is dinner? 5:30. I'll try to wrap this up so we can stretch and everyone can hang out and vibe a little bit. But anyways, I'll get in my story a little bit just so you guys know. This is one. I'll give you guys a story of why, like, one of my bigger life lessons that I've learned is. I'll start off like this. I think, dude, I don't know if it's Mike or Isaac, but where's he at? Okay, this is Mike. It's the twins. So when Mike asked the question about, like, well, have you always had like, how do I come up with the vision? I said the thing of, like, I've always had it. I think that there's some people in this room that you can relate to this, but I also had a friend one time that asked me. I was, like, hanging Christmas lights on his house, and he wanted to start his own business, and this was like, we were in year 4, year 5, and he was like, why? Or he's like, I want to start my own thing, but I'm like nervous, and I, like, don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. And he's like, what did you do to overcome that fear? And I was like, well, do you want the like nice answer, or do you want the real answer? And he was like, both. I was like, all right. I was like, well, the nice answer is like, you just work really hard and you just like grind and you just figure it out, you overcome your fears and all that stuff. I was like, but the real answer is I've always known. Like even from when I was, and I think a lot, you guys might not realize this about yourself, but maybe there's people in this room that could relate to this. Like when you're gonna do big things, you always know that you're gonna do something. You might not know what that is or how you're gonna do it or what the vision, whatever, all that crap. And so I don't think I understood like the vision of where I was gonna go, but I think I understood that I was gonna achieve something great. But I needed guidance on how to get there. And so I'll kind of get into stories. When I first started, I was like, cool, I'm gonna do something great. I need to work really hard. Started the business with my brother, started grinding, worked super hard, went to college. I'm working 12 hours a day. I'm learning I'm sure you guys can relate to this too. I'm on the Windows cleaning 12 hours a day. I have podcasts in, got my AirPod in. I'm just ripping podcasts, books, all the stuff that you guys probably all listen to. That was my day all day, every day, because I'm like, I need to learn this stuff. And like, I still felt like I couldn't get the business off the ground. And then Ian came into my life. Oh, not into my life, we'd already know each other. But then Ian came into the business, right? Yeah, dude. No, and then Ian came into my life. And the business changed forever, right? I'll give another example. And there's a reason why I'm saying it like this, so we'll get into it. So after that, we grinded a lot. We're still working 12 hours a day. I sacrificed my social life. Yeah, I didn't really have a social life. Anyways, grinding, work for probably another. Well, I work for another. We're trying to figure out I skipped one. So we're trying to figure out technicians. We hire this kid, Aaron. Aaron's awesome. If you guys look back at our OG pictures, you guys will see that was Aaron. But he wasn't like the ideal tech, and we're like, we need to find better techs. And so we're working really hard to hire. We've gone through all these kids, and then like I get this random application on Indeed from this videographer, and his name was Brenton. And then we ended up hiring Brenton, and he came into our life, right? After Brenton comes on, I'm grinding some more, working 12 hours a day, doing all this stuff, and I'm like putting forth all this effort. And again, I felt like the business was stuck. And then I get on this guy's roof, and I'm hanging his lights, and it ends up being Gavin. He becomes my business partner. And the business changes again, right? Anyways, fast forward again. Now I've been working a long time since then. And one thing that I always wanted to do is I wanted to get married, but I was working a lot. And so I never found girls that wanted to date me for whatever reason. So dating was really, really hard. And I was like, cool, dating's not working for me, so I guess I'll just grind and like a girl will eventually come. Fast forward years, and I'm engaged to the hottest girl on this freaking planet, right? And she's awesome. But anyways, I'd gone on there was a year where I like dated a lot, and I just never found him and whatever. So I gave up, and then Maddie just it was awesome. It was really random, but we ended up getting together. So, anyways, the reason why I'm trying to zoom through this, but the thing is, there's been a lot of times I've worked really, really hard in my life, and I thought that everything was in my power, and so I was going to continue to work hard until I achieved the thing that I wanted to achieve. When in reality, the things that changed my life for forever were the relationships that came into my life that weren't in my control. So, I could have never forced Ian to come work for me, but that just happened. And that was the thing that changed everything. Brenton coming onto the team, it wasn't something that I wasn't seeking. I wasn't trying to find this videographer on Indeed, but it just happened, right? Same thing with Gavin. All these relationships that I had in my life, down to my fiance right now, is I've thought that I could just work my way into the things that I wanted to get. But in reality, the things that you want aren't really in your control. That's okay. That's one of the biggest learning lessons I've ever had to have in my life is I'm going to work really hard to achieve the things I want, but the things that actually matter, they come from somewhere else. God is guiding us in the details, and he's going to make the thing that needs to happen for you, it's going to happen. You might feel like you're following your path, or you're trying to follow what God wants for you, and you're doing this thing, and it might not be what he wants you to do, but in reality, he's doing the thing the whole time. It's not really you. And so I think a lot of times as entrepreneurs, we get really, really stressed out about what do I need to do today? What do I need to do tomorrow? Am I going to achieve my goals? And yes, you should work extremely hard. I do credit, I think I laid a good foundation for a lot of luck to happen, I guess. So I do think work is really important. But in reality, the things that you guys are trying to chase, the things that are really going to change your life, it's not up to you. So it's like, it's going to work out. It's going to be chill. Relax a little bit if you don't beat yourselves up so much. So that's one. The biggest things in your life are not in your control, and that's okay. The second big one, this is one that I've realized recently, maybe you guys can relate to this, is I think there's like this culture on like working really hard and like being really hard. And I think that's stupid, which is ironic coming from someone that works really hard. But I was talking to some, I think it was the boys at the gym too. I think we were talking about this a little bit, but something that I've realized about myself is because I've worked so hard on the business, I guess I'll say it like this. When you do really hard things for a long period of time, you become hard. And if people think that's cool, they're like, I'm freaking hard. But the point of doing hard things is not to be hard, it's to become strong. But a lot of times when we do hard things, we become hard. We become calloused. We become numb. And like, I don't know if it's because we're trying to just like protect ourselves from the pain that we're putting ourselves through, but in reality, like you get to a point, like take it from me, where you've worked really, really hard for 7 years on something, and you realize that like all of this is great, but like it's the relationships that you want to build, but you put yourself in a spot where you feel like you're numb and you can't feel the thing that you need to feel. And I'm working on this, right? This is something that I think I worked so hard for so long that I did become numb to a lot of things. And my life I think my life's pretty dang good, so I'm not going to complain. But I do think I would be more where I want to be if I focused on becoming someone strong and not hard. Because being hard is not cool. Like, it's just, I don't know why we think it is in today's day and age, it's like cool. But, see, those are my two lives. Actually, I have one more. We'll do one more really quick. I think you guys might think this is funny because you guys can relate to this. The third one, has anyone ever heard, actually I'll just tell the story and then we'll see if people relate. So I was going on this trip, and this girl, anyway, this was, Nico actually went on this trip. We went to Vegas, and we went with, Nico remembers. We went with a group of people, it was really fun, but there was this group of girls that are kind of not fun. This was before I met my wife. And she's sitting there like complaining about, she had like just lost all of her money, and she didn't have any money, and she's in college, and she just paid tuition, which is really hard, and I'm like, I get this. And she's like, it's so cool, like, I'm so jealous of you. And I was like, okay, well, like, why? That's kind of weird. And she's like, it must be so nice. I was like, what must be nice? And she's like, it must be nice, like you have this business, and you make money, and you can go on these trips, and you don't have to worry about anything. And I was like, yeah. I was like, you don't, and I just said, what? Yeah, that's exactly how it is. No, I didn't say this because I think this would have been mean, but I thought in my head, I was like, you know what must be nice? Having a social life from the time you're 18 to 25. Like, that must be nice. It must be nice being able to like not do all of the hard things that I had to do to be able to get to where we're at. Must be nice, right? But then I got on the side, I was like, I guess it is nice. It's nice to get to a point where you can work hard and like achieve the things you want to get to. But the point that I'm getting at is you guys are going to have people in your lives as you guys are working through things. It goes back to my original thing that I mentioned. It's like, I think we just want to be understood. And there will always be people that are either looking down on you because you're not where they think that you should be, or you get to the point where they think that you get to the point where they're actually impressed by it, and they'll always say, it must be nice. And so it's like, they just don't understand, and that's okay. Like, it must be nice to not have to make the sacrifices that are required to get to where we want to be. And everyone in this room makes the sacrifices every day. And so it goes back again to the original thing of everything that I've mentioned before, is that I think that all of us, being respected is awesome, being loved is awesome, but I think the core thing that we all look for is understanding. And so, just remember, if anyone says that must be nice, just say it is nice. And then be like, yeah, we got the boys, and we're chill, and then we can all go kick it, right? Anyways, those are a few stories from my life, some core life lessons. I don't think we really have any, I mean, unless we have more. We're at 4:30. No, we'll wrap it up with that. So anyways, hopefully this gave you guys a little more insight on like, do we got a question?
Statement.
Oh, okay. What's up? Do you need the mic? You're talking loud. You got this. Yeah, you're good. Project, dude. You're chilling.
I'm doing the math around here, and I think even to this guy, I'm 12 years his senior, and I'm currently working for somebody who's 27 years old. So whatever you guys are doing here, soak it in, use it, because there is no reason I should be an 18-year-old or 18-year window washing veteran who's never hired somebody, who's never implemented systems, marketed. I've always just thought, it's gonna be fine. Look how much money I'm making. It's not. This is what your future could look like. So no, it's very sad.
Give me some of those glasses.
The reason I wasn't on the run today. No, it's like so just I'm so impressed by all you guys, seriously. But keep it up. Like really use this. Like run with it and learn from each other, because it's super important. Like if you're at this stage, and this fella right here, I'm sorry I forgot your name, but like, yeah, you're in school right now. You know, just look at it like that, because it's gonna have dividends, and maybe you won't stick with it, but you're gonna learn so much from all of this. It's just really cool. So I'm just glad to be here. And, I'm proud of all you guys.
Thanks, dude. The two dads of the group told us that they're proud of us, so we're good. If anyone has daddy issues, there you go. We're good. No. Anyways, that's a wrap. We got dinner at 5:30. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for being here.